you're going to find people that don't have a clue or don't have any interest. They just want to make it hard for the people that really give a damn.
I ran into somebody at Nats Park, our guy Omar. I think he ran into you at the event the other day. He said he got tickets already to go over there and watch the game in Madrid. It's going to be a good one. I'm excited to go over there. It's going to be a lot of fun. I know Jeff has got tickets already, so it's going to be a lot of fun being over in Madrid.
I'm about to do a few more appearances, save up some bail money for Jeff. Jeff, go get out some spades.
Is he going to try to ride in your suitcase or something?
I'm just trying to tell you, Jeff, boy, let me tell you. God bless a lot of Spanish people. Females, to be exact, Jeff. I'm saying I'm gonna have to bring my extra. I'm gonna bring an extra stash with me, Jeff, just in case something happened and you call me and say, "B, I need to get bailed out." I'm serious, dog. But I have never been to Madrid, but I was in Barcelona when they did NFL Europe, and they practiced right like above. You look over the fence; it was below. It was like a new beach.
I'm gonna be all right.
I might have seen practice 5 minutes. I depended totally on the interviews. I didn't watch that practice. I was looking. I was like, damn, look at this. This is a great beach. The guy said, "What's on the beach?" I said, "Boy, the beach is outstanding." I never saw the beach. I don't think either. There's some blessed people there, bro. You know, like when you try to show the figures perfectly. Like that.
Yeah, I'm going to be behaving in Barcelona.
36. Only she 5'3".
It's like we having fun, living La Vida Loca, baby.
Yeah, you going to drink red wine.
I'm going to drink everything. We outside.
It sounds like it's going to be a blast being over in Madrid. So we'll catch up and get everyone's experiences with that in a little bit. We'll take your calls on that coming up in the 12 o'clock hour. Did want to touch on the Nats before we get into some more football talk.
Oh, let's go back. Let's go back. I don't understand Lanford with that. Let's go back, though. 500,000 people since 5. They went on set at 5:30 this morning?
5 o'clock, I believe.
So you got on at what time? 6?
7-ish, 7:30.
And 500,000 people what?
Well, here's the funny part about this. I don't exactly understand how this works. So now, according to this, there's 471,000 ahead of me.
See, that's 20,000 in the last 2 minutes.
Well, my estimated wait time is 53 minutes. So
you know
by
how?
11 a.m., I should be buying tickets.
Just stated, it's multiple people who are just doing it just to do that. And I'll be honest with you. A lot of these people don't have any interest in buying tickets. They just want to be asses. I'm being real, dog.
No, it's true. It's true.
They have no interest. They just want to make it difficult for the people that truly have great interest and really want to get those tickets. And a lot of them probably not even fans of the team, probably other fans who just want to make it difficult for people.
I lied to you not, B. When I was lucky enough to get my tickets with a season ticket holder, right? I paid $370 for mine, right?
Huh?
A seat 3 seats down was $1,200.
And like that commercial about, I got my tickets, if so for this way, I got mine just now for this price. Jeff just broke it out. You get paid for that.
It's just like they running it up here.
What it is, bro, you have privileges when you are a member.
100%.
Yeah, I was just talking about that about
members only.
I was talking about that this morning coming through the toll booths and stuff. When you are when you have the Easy Pass or you have Easy Pass Flex,
skip right through.
It makes a world of difference compared to not having it at all. Because when you get to the streets or the roads that you cannot do anything but Easy Pass, and you got to get to work, so you just run through all the paths. What ordinary will cost you about $20 to get to work, at the end of it, it's going to cost you about $120 because you will get that $25 surcharge on it.
Yeah.
Sure will.
100%.
Sure will. Because I know people go, look, I got to get to work. I'm getting through this because, like, I guess the $125 payment is way less than losing your job.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
So when you are a member, you get privileges, dog.
Tailgate Ted gave us a little bit of an update. He said the pre-sale lobby opened up at 5 a.m. The sale started at 6. At 5:50, everybody was placed in queue randomly, regardless of when you joined the lobby. So there's still seats. So we'll see if I'm able to get tickets. I'll keep you updated. According to this, in 48 minutes, so around 11 o'clock, I could potentially be buying some tickets.
So in other words, do you have to talk to somebody or you have to get off?
I think I
can talk while you're going over there.
I don't think I have to.
Stuff.
I don't think I have to talk to anybody. I think I just do it all on the internet here. We'll see.
Well, that's talking.
Well, I'm not necessarily talking to people. I'm not going to give away my credit card
Texting is
information.
talking.
I wonder if they like gave priority to people with IP addresses in Madrid for the tickets.
Well, I'm sure there's a
No.
Wouldn't you think there's a separate sale for them?
Those tickets overall for the public, or those are tickets that they actually gave the Commanders to sell?
Nah, the
what you
tickets
have-
today are overall for the public.
I believe,
but
these
you
are
have
general public.
tickets. You have a lot of tickets that are going to be provided for Miami and also here, and then they have tickets that'll be sold right there. That are for the people there.
I think these are for both teams because I think this was signed up through the NFL versus just the Commanders. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure. So we'll see. I'll keep you updated as the show goes on. Again, coming up at 12 o'clock, we'll get some of your guys' stories you want to call in around 12:30.
Hey, Ryan, make sure the credential working. That's what I'm caring about.
Yeah, make sure your passports are good
credential
too.
working, son.
But we'll
Credentials,
see B-Mitch
passports.
in uniform again.
Hey, I got one game left in me, dog. I got one game left.
Let's go break the
I'm
record.
saying,
Hey,
dog.
y'all, I'm B-Mitch agent. Jeff Walker hit me. It's like, no.
Well,
Yeah, you get 1%.
What percentage are you charging?
One.
Hey, be my dog. I got him for the free. And
He
then
lying.
There's no
he gonna-
chance
he
you're
gonna-
doing it for
If
free.
he look at
And
the
then we gonna
veteran
put some
minimum
small
for what,
writing
it'll
in
be
it.
like over $1 million, and 1%, Jeff. You gonna take that?
See, your cosign gonna be even better because the other players, they're gonna be like, man, you worked that well for B. Sign me next to you, and I'm gonna take off. So B, hey, look, y'all, we coming back. Brian Mitchell, what you need? One more
Hey,
yard?
Can you really imagine
You
that?
need one more yard? We coming to
One
we
more
gonna
yard
get
for
20.
what?
Don't you got like $4.99 or something?
No, that's already a record.
Yeah, but we gonna break that record. We gonna come
We
back
don't
and
need to
break
worry
a
about
record.
that. No. That's puppetry. I'm looking up in the sky. I don't know.
Yeah, bro, you still got it.
You know, like when you're young, you jump out of a swing, you jump out of a tree, you get a little older, you go, I don't know, I might break something. That's the way I think about returning punts now. I might break something.
Yeah, I wouldn't step back there. There's no chance I could ever be caught punt returning. I don't know how you ever did it. Want to talk a little Nationals to start here, and then we're going to get right back into the Commanders.
Yeah, because I had people call me and say, dog, I never heard you talk that much about baseball in my life. I said, hell, me neither.
Cam Newton had some crazy comments. We're going to play that coming up at 10:30. I know
Crazy hater ass.
He's going to be fired up about that. But they officially named their interim manager just basically right as our show ended yesterday. And it's going to be Miguel Cairo, who is the bench coach. I don't know that you're going to see a whole lot of change in terms of their philosophy when they have him in there. But the Washington Post had an article from Spencer Nussbaum and I believe Andrew Golden and all the Post reporters there kind of talking about what they were doing to kind of switch things up, and Barlow taking over. Yesterday, he had a Zoom call with all the people in the front office and basically kind of laid out exactly what he's going to do. So he's more of a numbers guy, Mitch. He's more into the analytics, but I don't know how much you can change in season with all those things.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that you can suddenly change every single philosophy with your team. And for some National fans, they act as if they're somehow managing a team from the 1970s while everyone else up in 2025. Like they already subscribe to a lot of the stuff.
Yeah.
So I don't know that you'll see a big difference right away, but I do think you could see a little bit of a difference in terms of analytics and those sorts of things.
You'll see that with analytics, but they have to get a whole department. You know, like you look at some teams like the New England Patriots in the NFL, they've been doing analytics. They had a whole crew, 20, 30 people that was doing that. Some teams had one guy. And I think for the Nats to go into that mindset, they're going to have to get enough people in the right spot. And they may have to get a guy that's going to run that for them. Because let's be real, Miguel Cairo was the bench coach. If he's going to be doing it, he can't run your analytics department. He needs to have some people doing this, and they give him the numbers at the end to go off of. You know, so this is something where it costs money. You know, they're going to have to invest in this. So no matter what we talk about, who we talk about, it all going to go back to the learners. Are they going to invest more than they were before? If they're not, you're going to see the same old, same old.
The thing that I'm most interested in now that you have these changes, B-Mitch, is I think DeBartolo is trying to earn the full-time general manager job. And so I don't know that you can make anything crazy in terms of the moves that he's going to make, but he does have the trade deadline coming up, and he does have the MLB draft coming up. So he's got a real opportunity to put his stamp on the organization with those moves. And, you know, if the organization likes it and maybe they don't want to go out and get a big-time guy, they can save a little bit of money, maybe they keep DeBartolo. So I think he can leave his imprint there. The thing that I'm most curious about is I don't think Cairo is necessarily auditioning for the full-time manager role. Maybe I'm wrong there. But if that's the case, then what kind of vibe are we going to get from this team for the rest of the way? Because, like Barry said, if the team was already comfortable, do you feel like you can't check out? But are they going to be more serious? Are they going to take things a little bit more serious and dive in and try to fix things? Or is it just going to be even more willy nilly, which would be concerning if you get to that point? And so that's something I'm really
I think
interested
they
to
have
see.
to change. They have to be held more accountable. Also, let's be real. The players have to understand you can change this thing with your mindset. If you are,
Absolutely.
listen, I remember John Thompson used to always say, listen, if my players ignored what I was saying, but they all came together, I'll take that. Because when you get one common accord, when you get people going with one common accord, all of a sudden you're going to see success. If everybody is doing the same thing and believing the same thing, you're going to win. So maybe the players have to stop looking for guidance because, hell, you're not, I understand they're younger, but they're all professional baseball players.
Yeah.
They didn't get here by chance, especially that's one sport where you don't get there by chance. You get there because you're damn good. They got to come together and say, we have to do this and start holding each other accountable and move forward. A lot of managers, a lot of coaches in the history of sports have gone out and rode off of what players get done. And the ones that are smart just sit back and let it go because they get credit for it.
Yeah.
The ones that are stupid get mad at the players and start trying to like change it up, break up the fact that these guys are stuck together. And then they end up being the ones get left out because if the players are going to do great things and you're winning, you got to keep that going.
Yeah, something that's interesting is Davey has referred to Cairo as kind of his enforcer.
Uh-huh.
And I'm curious if you see that change. We talked about a couple of instances yesterday of some things that I thought were unacceptable, and then Davey didn't pull a guy, Davey didn't bench a guy, or whatever it may be.
Huh?
I'm curious to see if some of those things change where you have a bad base running error. Do you now get pulled from the game and you got to sit the rest of the time?
But
matter of fact, there was a guy.
But how can you say he was your enforcer when people were doing things they still weren't playing?
Correct.
So what was Cairo getting on him and then he came behind him and smoothed it over? Then if we see something like that, then I guess at that point I would say, well, he should have been fired.
Yeah.
If he say this is my enforcer and you didn't let him enforce, then hell, you were the problem.
Yeah, I'm curious to see exactly how it changes. I want to read this quote if I can find it because I thought it was funny. We're talking about how Davey doesn't necessarily make some of these changes, and we're going to get back into the Commanders here in just a second. But there was a quote from, let me see if I can find it. Here it is. Adam McCalvey of MLB.com in Milwaukee. So their shortstop, Joey Ortiz, who they were acquired in the Corbin Burns trade, he was sitting and Pat Murphy, the manager, was asked, is he injured? Because he's been hitting the ball pretty well in the month of June and was even good in July. And they said, is he dealing with something? And this is his quote. Yeah, the manager's pissed. I want him to give this best approach at the plate every day. We've given him a lot. We're playing him every day, and he just can't have lapses at the plate like that. That's sending a message right there. Mm-hmm. And understanding if you guys can take that, I get that has to play into it, but there's still a place in the game for this sort of managing.
Hey, it's a place in every sport for that type of managing because the thing of it is all players, as I stated yesterday, look for guidance, okay? First thing you got to make the players understand is that you give a damn about them. You want them. You want the best for them. Once you do that and they buy it, then you can be hard. You can coach hard.
Yeah.
If a player thinks you don't like him, and he thinks that you don't care about his future, he's never going to listen to you. So it's just finding that way to show them that you give a damn. And maybe, just maybe, you should have a personal conversation with every player. Because someone could come in here right now. We've all been working together for a long time, but he can't treat all 5 of us exactly the same. You know, he may be able to come in, raise his voice at you, and you may respond to that. He raises his voice at me, I might fight him. You know, the next person may cower, or may go into a tank because of that. If you don't talk personally to every one of your players to find out what makes them tick, then that's your fault.
Mm-hmm.
You know, every coach, manager, whatever, should do that because that personal conversation and bring up family, if they're married, kids, whatever, bring those things up because when guys talk about those things that they truly give a damn about, they let you into a lot of stuff. But you got to find out what makes them tick. And if a guy is so impressed with trying to please his mom, his dad, whatever, you have to utilize that to help you get the best out of him when you want it. You know, so a lot of coaches, I've always said that coaching is basically psychiatry and psychology.
Mm-hmm.
You got to find out how to manipulate a person's mindset to get them to do the best thing that they can do. And if you can't do that, then you a damn fool. You shouldn't be in the position you're at. Point blank.
Coming up next, Cam Newton had some things to say about Jayden Daniels. We'll give you our reaction to those comments next. You're going to be Mitch and Finley on The Fan.
You know what? Real estate mogul Barbara Cochran, she only goes out there and she recommends one guy, John Leahy, in the DMV area. Listen, John is an unbelievable guy. He goes out and he sells your home exactly how you want. It's like this recent seller. They were thrilled to receive an offer which was $20,000 over asking price for their Silver Spring property. Everything went smoothly. There was no stress, no setbacks, and the sale closed right on time. The client had previously been told by another agent that he wouldn't be able to make any profit at all, but he ended up earning exactly what he wanted. Yeah, he used John Leahy, that's why. Who says that there are no guarantees in life? Check out John Leahy's guaranteed offer right there on this website. You can get the ball rolling at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about our good friend, John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs. You know what? And that's why we think John Leahy is the DMV MVP of real estate. Hell, Barbara Cochran thinks it. Why wouldn't we? Call John today, 301-900-3052. Or hit him online at johnsellsdmv.com. Or even easier, you can just Google John Leahy Group, start packing.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Nationals 37-53, last in the NL East. They were swept over the weekend at home by the Bo Sox, so we know what happened. The big house cleaning on Sunday. We'll see if it makes a difference with new interim manager Miguel Cairo on the bench tonight for the Nats. They have a road trip to finish up the first half of the season. Nats are back in action tonight on the road in St. Louis. 7:45 first pitch for the Nats tonight here in the Fan. WNBA Mystics Matinee, they're back in action today, hosting Angel Reese in the Chicago Sky. That's over on the campus of George Mason Eagle Bank Arena in Fairfax. An early start, 11:30 a.m. today. You can catch the action over on 1580 a.m. Tennis, number 5 seed Taylor Fritz in front, 2-1 in his quarterfinal right now. Men's action at Wimbledon against Russian Karen Khachanov. American Amanda Anisimova plays her quarterfinal later on today. And I mentioned it earlier, the Commanders' new alternate uniform set to be unveiled, helmets and jerseys, at some point tomorrow. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. B. Mitch, we're down to 28 minutes. We're down under 300,000 people.
My question is, how are they moving 300-some thousand people that damn quick?
I have no idea.
So is it people all around the country who are just saying, hey, let's try to get these tickets?
I have no idea.
Let's mess with all the Commander fans. Let's make them have to wait all day to get their tickets. We don't want one.
I can tell you one thing. Santiago Bernabeu is a big stadium in Madrid. It doesn't hold 500,000 people. So I don't exactly know how any of this is working. But regardless, hopefully I can get some tickets. We'll keep you updated on that as we go along. There were some interesting comments that came out, I believe, over the weekend. I'm not sure where Cam Newton was. I think he was on some podcast. But
he and Wale. Well, it was Cam Newton's podcast.
Was it Cam's podcast?
I think Wale was a guest on it.
So Cam was talking about Jayden Daniels. And here's what the former MVP had to say about Jayden.
Here, Jayden Daniels could be a potential one-hit wonder.
Nah.
What makes him different?
I think he loves the game too much.
But speak to me like from a DMV.
He loves the game too much. You know, you got people that don't love the game.
Mm-hmm.
They love what comes with the game. That boy loves the game. Like, he just loves the game. Like,
seen a lot of success as a rookie season.
I worry about that with our most like CJ struggled a little bit the second year, but the line was a little.
But I'm gonna say it in this way: there's nobody who had the game in a chokehold like Robert Griffin III. but RG3, bro, I have to tip my hat to him.
One of the GOAT rookie seasons. All time.
For sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I see that same thing happening for Jayden, and as you know, being in that community, do you fear that?
Well, now that I listen to this again, I still think he's a hater. But I think he was just trying to be an antagonist or more or less trying to be the devil's advocate. He wanted to just ask questions because the only comparisons in Jayden and RG3 to me is that, I'm going to give you some, these are the obvious. They were second picks. They won the Heisman. And they're black dual threat quarterbacks.
Yeah.
When it comes down to the preparation for the game, Jayden is in a different atmosphere than Robert was. When it comes to giving a hell about the game, Jayden is in a different atmosphere than Robert was. When it comes to liking the game for what it gives you and also loving the game, as Wale was trying to state, Jayden loves the game. He could give a damn about the success that comes with it. He's the type of guy where I'll deal with that when I'm done with this game. When I'm done putting my mark on it, I'll deal with that. When you saw him get hit last year, and when people were complaining about him running it, the rest of the year he changed his game. He is a pocket passer, better than Cam, better than RG3. He can run. See, the thing of it is, Cam was this big monstrous guy that thought he could run over everybody. That's why he got banged up Just like Ben Roethlisberger got beat the hell up.
Mm-hmm.
Robert thought he was Cam Newton, and Ben Roethlisberger being a skinny guy. Jayden has realized I don't need to get hit by those guys too many times. So I'm going to utilize my pocket presence, and I'm going to use my athleticism when I get a chance. But I now see Cam was trying to, well, you don't fear this? Yes, everybody fears it. And yes, there's a thing called sophomore slump. But you know what? If you just focus on the quarterback and nothing around the quarterback, you miss what the hell really happens. While they named C.J. Stroud, the offensive line was a little banged up. But his two best receivers were hurt. Stephon Diggs didn't play most of the year. And then what did the dude?
Nico Collins.
Nico got hurt later. If you don't have your top receivers and you don't have protection, I don't give a damn who you are. You're gonna take a step back. So the whole thing is there are people who've had success. Like when I get asked questions about return guys, I am happy to give credit to guys. I want those guys to go out and do things, break records. I don't give a damn. I broke people's record. But there are other guys who don't want their stuff to be touched. And I feel like Cam is that type of guy.
Yeah, maybe so. But I think when you look at it, I think Wale is basically laying out exactly why the guys are different in RG3 and Jayden Daniels. And you kind of just laid out exactly the difference there, that Jayden is a pocket passer. And he's underrated in that sense.
Yeah.
Like that people just immediately think when you see guys who can run. Because by the way, I think Lamar is a better passer than he gets credit for. But I think that Jayden's a better pure pocket passer than Lamar. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right? And I think immediately when people see that a guy can run, they immediately think that's all they can do. And that's not the case.
Yeah.
You know, maybe in the old days.
See, I think it's because, and this is, listen, and I'm not trying to bring race, but it happens. The back quarterback that can run, he's a running quarterback. So Steve Young ran more than all these dudes. Steve Young was always running. Nobody cared about it, though, because he could sit in that pocket and pick your ass apart.
Yeah.
Jayden could do the same thing.
Yeah, and I think you saw that last year, right?
Yeah.
As the season went on, he got more and more comfortable, and that's what I think is so unique about the way that he plays the game versus how Robert played the game. With Jayden, if you told him you cannot run, he could make it work.
Yeah.
Like, he could make it work.
Yeah.
If you told Robert that he couldn't run or he couldn't run the read option, he couldn't make it work. He could maybe find a way as time went on, but he would never get to the level of a pocket passer as Jayden already is.
Uh-huh.
And I think that Robert had a nice ability, and there were some extra stuff that if you were able to develop it, whether it was the mentality, whether it was the Shanahans, we can talk about all that. We don't need to rehash all those conversations, but Robert had immense ability, but it was not the level as it's in terms of a passer as Jayden is already. And I don't know that he was ever going to get there.
See, the thing is, when you just look at the personalities, okay? Robert came in with extreme athleticism. But he also came in with a manipulation gene. When he found out how he had Snyder in his pocket, he manipulated stuff to put himself in positions that he could be in. Jayden walked in this place, and guess what? He probably has that ability to have that manipulation gene too. But from the moment when every fan was pissed off because they hadn't named him the starter, he wasn't.
No, he didn't care.
He said, am I going, what? When they make me the starter, am I not supposed to compete? He said, I'm going to compete every day. And since he's become the starter, he competes. He not only does stuff the coaches tell him on offense, he's talking to the defensive players and defensive coaches to find out what things am I doing that gives off hints to y'all, because he's trying to get his overall game better. I just see a different approach. And I believe this kid's mindset is different. One thing about athletics, I'm never going to say he won't get hurt. Nobody, everybody that plays pro football, kickers get hurt too.
Yeah.
Punters get hurt. You're going to get hurt at some point, but it's how you get hurt. Do you get hurt because of something stupid you're doing, or you get hurt because it's just the rigors of the sport? He got hurt rigors of the sport. The one thing I want everybody to understand, when he got hurt last year, he was in front of a guy. But he had heard so much about get down, get down, get down. If he had kept running like he's capable of doing, he wouldn't have got hurt in that play. But he went to slide, and the guy behind him fell on top of him and crunched him. Because when we say we don't hear, we do hear what people say. And you try to appease. After that, he wasn't in that situation again. I just think that, it's lazy. I don't care if you're a former athlete, an analyst, media guy, whoever. If you just say that those two guys are alike, and you don't have the true, if you don't really look at the ways that they're so far different, you're a lazy-ass reporter. You're a lazy-ass analyst. You're a lazy-ass former player, point blank. You have to look at them. There are way more differences than likes when you look at those two guys.
Something that I think is interesting about Jayden, and I've heard some people talk about their quarterbacks when they're getting drafted and saying that they like them to come with some scuffs, right? Some experience, some guys that have had some hardships and had to come through them. I think you see that with Jayden. And, I haven't had a chance to ask him. I'd be curious to get his thoughts. Would Jayden coming out of Arizona State be the same way that Jayden is coming out of LSU? And I don't know that it's the same, because I think that experience with the Sun Devils kind of taught him when he went to LSU that he has to go to that next level in terms of work ethic. He's got to take everything very seriously. And so he's carried that that approach and that care over to the National Football League. And I think that's worked out. Versus Robert, did he have that hardship at Baylor? No. Did he have that moment where it taught him, hey, man, you've got to be dialed in. You've got to give that extra bit. You got to be coachable. And I don't know that he had that. So I think there's a big part of the difference is Jayden learned that. And if Jayden had come out of ASU and then had the similar sort of thing, maybe we're talking about this a little bit differently. Yeah. But he learned that in college, and now he's come over and carried that approach to the pros. And so I have every confidence, not just in Jayden Daniels' ability, because that's obvious, but I have every confidence in Jayden Daniels' person.
Yeah.
Because of the fact that I know he's going to put every effort to get better every single offseason. And that's not something that you could necessarily always say about Robert.
When the opposition got tougher, he got better. And that is not just something that just happens. You got to have it inside of you, but also you have to work at it. When he went to the SEC, it was better than what the conference was, and he was at Arizona State.
Mm-hmm.
He had to be able to make decisions a lot quicker than he did at Arizona State. And he did. If you look at his last year at LSU, and it was the second year of the utilization of the virtual reality. And yes, a lot of people are doing it now. Just like a lot of people play video games. And what happens in that? Some guys good. Some guys are instantly good. First time they play it, they're great at it. Some guys get better and better. Some guys stay right where they were the first time they played it. I think he gets more out of that than even the other guys following him. Tom Brady was not athletic, but Tom Brady knew what the defense was trying to do. And he got the ball out of his hands so damn quick that you couldn't do much against him. There are other people that study film like Tom. Did they see what Tom saw? So Jayden has an innate ability to do some things, but it's a sport where physicality makes a difference. And by him coming back and everybody say, oh, you look a little bigger. Well, if you come into the league and you're 22 and then you turn 23 and you start moving towards 24, you know what nature does? It makes you a little bigger. You start to look like a grown man instead of the guy in college who has lift weights to look like a man. You're now becoming a grown man. So you look bigger than what you are. And I think media guys, I get annoyed by it because, oh, wow, he came back way bigger. No, he just went through a NFL weightlifting program now. Mm-hmm. He's been doing it for a year. And it's also naturally that when you grow, you get bigger. How many people you know as they get a little older, they start getting skinnier or smaller? You start getting a little bigger.
Yeah.
So it's a natural thing that happens. And also, he also probably put a little bit more work to allow himself to go through the rigors of it.
That's Brian Mitchell. I'm Toby Altizer. Barstool Nate joins the program coming up at 11.
Hey, it's B. Mitch here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn the root. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the absolute best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly. And here's the best part. Rude's systems are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions, just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. Its comfort and performance perfectly balanced. Also, don't forget about the savings. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. So visit rude.com/federal incentives to learn more. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
P. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer in for JP all week. Barstool Nate going to join the program coming up at 11 o'clock. It appears, according to Jeff, that the tickets are sold out now. Is that what you're saying, Jeff?
Yep.
You missed out, Toby?
I'm on the website, and it's a message. It says 1646 on their time. There are currently no tickets available. This ticket sale is now closed.
Yeah, it looks like I missed out. We'll find a way.
You'll find a way, Toby.
On the resale market or
Believe
something.
me, somebody's going to be selling tickets in the next 10 minutes.
I'm going to need to wait a little bit for the prices not to be outrageous, but we'll
I
find a way.
think these going to be outrageous, Toby, no matter how you look at it.
I tend to agree, but I need them to not be.
You might need to play Jeff, bet him $100 a hole in golf. You'll make your money in one round.
I need them not to be ridiculously outrageous. I can
Play
deal with a
golf,
little bit
let
outrageous.
Jeff pay it. Jeff will pay for it.
That's true. Jeff will pay for it. Appreciate it, Jeff.
Man, I'm so broke I can't pay attention.
So one thing that you brought up talking about CJ Stroud that was mentioned in that clip from Cam Newton and Wale, you brought up the fact that the playmakers, and specifically his top two receivers, were down with Nico Collins and Stephon Diggs. Do you have more confidence this year in the playmakers that are going to be around Jayden? Assuming they get the Terry contract done. Okay. If you assume that they're going to get that done, you've now got Deebo Samuel added to the mix. You've got really the same running back room aside from adding Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. You've got basically the same tight end room. Basically, you went out and got Deebo Samuel as your big offseason acquisition for a playmaker, and then you improve the offensive line. But specifically with the playmakers.
I don't worry about the playmakers around him. Okay, let's say we're going to assume that Terry is done and signed here.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be signing back. What I'm looking at is the offensive line being better. I think there are certain quarterbacks that make players around them better because of how they manage the game and the things they can do. Patrick Mahomes' uncanny ability to let the ball go. Jayden's ability to put stress on defenses because he can run. Okay? So they have to play him a certain way. Many teams are afraid to play man-to-man against him because if you turn your back against him, he just eats up yards on you all day. Just constantly move the ball. I believe the O-line giving him more time and allowing him the ability to be able to sit and watch, and then all of a sudden, because defensive backs cover for a certain period of time, okay? And if that offensive line allows you extra time in the pocket, the defensive back will crack and give the guy an opening. So I'm more excited because of that. And I think with the people who they added, with Deebo and things like that, that's going to open up even more. You know, I don't just get caught up in the names of the guys playing the skill positions. If those big guys are doing their job, your team is going to automatically be better.
100%. And that's where they spend a majority of their resources. And again, I bring this up all the time, but I think it's funny how sometimes we lose focus as the narratives of the offseason kind of get going. When you watched the Super Bowl and watched Philadelphia against Kansas City, what was the first takeaway leaving that game?
The Kansas City offensive line sucked.
And what was the first takeaway then to say, how are you going to beat the Eagles?
You got to be able to combat their damn D-line.
And so what did they do?
They went and got people to combat their D-line. And then they also went and they found people to make their offensive line have to work harder.
Exactly right.
Because we saw when we played them, they had space to run.
Mm-hmm.
And they said, okay, if you're going to compete with this team twice, and this is a team in your division, you know, you have to make sure you can play with them. Because to get to the show, you probably have to beat them. And they went out there and they did that to combat it. And I think, you know, they've improved, because when we start thinking about Washington and we think about the Super Bowls won, the Hogs are more the reason than anything else.
Well, and that's what I think is so funny about this. And I know we were talking about the playmakers, but it's kind of evolved in the O-line. We might dive back into the O-line specifically in a little bit. But it's funny how, remember when Sam Howell was the quarterback here?
Uh-huh.
And you'd have callers into this station. You'd have people you'd run into. You'd have people on Twitter. What do they all say? We got to rebuild the Hogs. Yeah. We got to find a way to get that back.
Yeah.
And then as soon as they get Jayden, It wasn't about the offensive line anymore? Yeah. I thought that dichotomy was funny.
He has an ability to make it happen.
Mm-hmm.
So, but you don't want him to have to utilize that all the time. If you give him help to where he runs only when he needs to run, not wants to run, needs to run, that defense has a problem. Let me read this from Dez Bryant, okay? Dez Bryant was listening to the Cam Newton stuff, and Dez Bryant said, Jayden Daniels is here to stay. Nothing about how he plays the game of football shows he's a one-hit wonder. Out of all athletic dual-threat quarterbacks who have played the game, Jayden Daniels reads the defense the best.
Wow.
He doesn't rely on his athletic ability, and that's what makes him dangerous. And I think that's the real reason why people like Cam. They don't like to give credit because what did they say about Cam? What did they say about Robert? They have to learn how to read the defense better. Jayden does that, but he can also do what they did. And he does the other part better because what do we say about Lamar? Lamar is great. And now I agree with you that Lamar can pass better than people give him credit for. But every time he gets into the playoffs, teams say, don't let him run, make him throw. Because they feel that he's not quite yet there in the passing aspect. Although he does better than people say he can. But defenses would rather him throw it than run it. Because him running it, it's a problem. Jayden already, people realize we don't know what we can do. Because we run man to man, he runs. We run zone, he picks us apart. Or he just gets, they need 5, he gets 6.
Mm-hmm.
He gets 5 1/4. The guy has an ability. So people that want to sit up here and just throw him out there and whatever, I call it hate. Get mad at me all you want. And I've been watching Cam enough, man. Cam likes drama.
Oh, 100%.
He
liked it when he played.
How the hell you at a flag at a 7-on-7 and you getting in fights with kids? Come on, dog. Grow the hell up.
By the way, Dez Bryant saying that, he might be my least favorite player of all time. I might have to change my opinion a little bit. I might have, if he's complimenting the quarterback.
Some guys that were crazy on the field, they got some intelligence if you just listen to them. They know football.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that from Dez. Coming up next, Barstool Nate going to join the program. We'll get his thoughts on Cam Newton's comments and also talk a little bit more about the Commanders. Barstool Nate comes up next.
I'm Earl Forsey. This update is brought to you by I-66 Express Lanes. Let's start with the sports action underway right now. That's tennis in London. Year's third Grand Slam. Number 5 seed Taylor Fritz has just finished off his quarterfinal win, 4 sets over Russian Karen Khachanov today at Wimbledon. American Amanda Anisimova will play her quarterfinal later on this morning. Yesterday, 7-time champ Novak Djokovic advanced. Top seed Jannik Sinner as well, even though he was down 2-0. His opponent, Grigor Dimitrov, then had to withdraw, had to retire from the match with a pec injury. Women's side, former UVA star American Emma Navarro was knocked out in the round of 16. We'll see if a change in managers, GMs, makes any difference for the Nationals. Bench coach Miguel Cairo takes over as the interim manager tonight. The Nats on the road all week. They're back in action in St. Louis, 7:45 first pitch here on The Fan. Nats will finish up the first half this weekend in Milwaukee before the All-Star break. And WNBA, a matinee for the Mystics, back in action today, hosting Angel Reese in the Chicago Sky. That's at Eagle Bank Arena over in Fairfax. Early start today for a camp day game. Thousands of local kids getting a chance to attend the game this morning. 11:30 tip-off coming up soon over on 1580 AM. What's the road to a reliable commute in Virginia? That's easy. The I-66 Express outside the Beltway is the answer you've been looking for. Get the inside track to express travel on I-66 outside the Beltway at ride66express.com. Guess less, no more. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Welcome back. It is B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP all week. It's time to get out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And welcome in from Vegas, the one and only Barstool Nate. Nate, what's going on, man?
Hello. It's beautiful, beautiful morning in Vegas. How are you guys?
Doing great. How did
doing back in Vegas?
World Series of Poker.
I thought they had already knocked you out.
They knocked me out again, Beamit.
You out again already?
Out again already.
Oh, man. So what you going to do? Just hang around, play golf, go watch the Summer League? What?
No. I just changed my flight to tomorrow afternoon.
Wow. So what's happening with this? I know how to play poker, Nate. What you like? You don't know how to play poker, Nate, now?
It's not going well, B. Mitch. It's not going well at all. As you just so lovingly recalled, I went out to Vegas about 3 weeks ago and got my butt kicked, and now I came back for round 2, and it did not go any better. So I have to do some deep reflection. I have to, get back into the lab, and I got to figure it out.
What went wrong specifically, if
Everything,
you could pinpoint anything?
So this is the main event. This is what you watch on TV. This is the Chris Moneymaker. This is the $10,000, granddaddy of them all. And not one, like last year I cashed. Last year I made the money, which was a big, big deal for me. This year I came back to try to put together a little winning streak, try to cash 2 in a row, and nothing went right. Nothing went well. Everything went wrong. It just, anything that bad could happen happened. Nothing went right. I never had any sort of momentum. I never really won any hands over the course of 2 days.
Damn.
And it was just a whimper in the wind. And now I'm out.
Nate,
still in though.
Hit you
from the morning show is still in. He has a lot of tips.
Cakes is rolling.
Who?
Yeah. So today's day 3.
Cakes is out there.
Cakes is out there.
Well, let me hit you with this, Nate. So I started going to Vegas like 20 plus years ago.
Yes.
And I rolled in and I killed it.
Yep.
And all of a sudden I started losing. Then I lost like 5 to 7 years and I went back and I ended up winning this huge, I was playing blackjack, won about $50 now. And then I started receiving all these little comps from all these hotels.
Mm-hmm.
And I realized at that point, like, the more you win, the more people come after you, and you're going to lose. So now when I go to Vegas, I stay on a golf course, and I come back with more of my money than I normally leave with. You know what I mean? Because I win money. I don't lose on the golf course a lot. So I make money on the golf course. I save my money from not being in the casino, and I come back happy. You need to learn how to play golf.
You don't come to Vegas to save your money. No, Vegas is not a bank account.
I go to the golf course, I do my great gambling, then I go to the clubs, I have a lot of fun, I come back smiling like everybody else, but my pockets are not like rabbit ears. They're not inside out.
Yeah, can't relate. No. Yeah, it's been a tough go of it, but it's a good experience. It's fun to be out here, and 363 days I'll try again.
Have you caught up with Cakes at all?
Yeah, we had breakfast yesterday. He had the day off yesterday, so today's day 3 for him, and he has a lot of chips. He's doing well. He's playing well. He's focused. Obviously, everybody should be rooting for him. Follow him on Twitter because he's our last hope. Everything else is falling to pieces, but Johnny Cakes Allville is still in it to win it.
What was Cakes' advice to you?
Well, Cakes' advice to me, don't play like an idiot. But, sometimes it's in one ear out the other. No, I didn't play bad. I didn't play poorly. I didn't really do anything stupid. I didn't really mess up. It was just, the cards were what they were.
That's the way to blame the cards. There you go.
Talking with Barstool Nate on the Rude Guest Hotline. So I saw that you'd seen that obviously Mike Rizzo, Davey Martinez let go over the weekend. What were your thoughts when you saw that?
Yeah, I have mixed thoughts on it. On one hand, the team is bad. They're not winning. Davey's already thrown the team under the bus. And it's just kind of like, I feel like both of them had kind of reached the end of the road in Washington. The organization is kind of just in this flux position where I don't think ownership knows what they're doing. I don't think they're communicating well with Rizzo. I don't think Rizzo and Martinez were communicating well with the learners. And, you can only get your butts kicked by, the Rockies and the Marlins, and they get swept by the Red Sox. Nobody was, this team was not scoring runs. It just seemed like a lot of toxicity up and down the organization. And I don't want to use the word fair. It's sports. You're paid to win games. When you're 37 and 53, heads are sometimes going to roll. Is it their fault necessarily? I don't know. Probably not. I think there's just a lot of dysfunction within the organization. I think everybody was trying their best, but nobody was on the same page. So maybe you don't want anybody to be fired ever. Maybe it was just best for all parties to go their separate ways. I don't think this is going to fix the organization. I don't think the team is magically good now that Rizzo and Martinez were fired. I think, Davey said it, like, if the players aren't producing, and I think Rizzo wanted to bring people in and he wasn't given, the money to do it. I just think everybody was on different pages. I don't really like where the Nats are right now as a team, as a franchise, as an organization. I think a lot of people, Mark Lerner especially, have to figure out what they want to do. Are they keeping the team? Are they selling the team? Are they spending money? Are they happy as is? Because if you're not going to spend and your general manager is just sitting there like, hey, I want to bring in pitching. We have no pitching. Our bullpen is the worst bullpen ever assembled. And if he's not allowed to do it and Davey's losing games and then they get fired for it, that seems kind of messed up. But so again, there's a lot of moving pieces. I feel bad for them that they lost their jobs when it might have not necessarily been their fault, but you're paid to win games. They're not winning games, and you can go in circles with that. I think the learners, at the end of the day, they have to figure it out. What do you guys want to do? You have this amazing young core that you fleeced the Padres for in the Soto deal. Are you going to let it go to waste? What are you going to do?
What's your hope for this team moving forward? I know I just was looking at Miguel Cairo, and some guy said the question was, can he coach them up to a wild card? You have that expectation, or do you just want to see them?
The bullpen is so bad. that, without making moves, if you just sit stagnant and you're just going to get swept by bad teams nonstop, this team can't win. Like, it's just as built, it can't. Now, the core, with like James Woods and Mackenzie Gore are incredible. Like, these young players are so good, and the future should be bright if they're willing to spend. This is baseball. We know how it is. You have to spend money to win in Major League Baseball. And if they're not going to do it, they're just going to be, this so-so club for the rest of eternity. If they're going to spend money and make the Nats competitive, that's the hope, right? Like, they haven't finished higher than 4th in the East since winning the World Series. So I understand, again, letting go of the old guard, Rizzo and Martinez, and starting fresh, but you can't start fresh if you're not willing to spend and put in the pieces necessary to make the team competitive. And not having finished above 4th since 2019, that's not competitive. So something has to change.
What is it about? What was your interest level in the team, during this stretch of that 2012 to 2019, where seemingly they were competitive every single year? And then coming out of that, where do you find yourself now that you're not, here every day? Obviously here we're talking about them quite often, or we're going to games quite often, but being a little bit detached, have you found yourself just, you don't really care that much?
Like, they're still my team. I still care. It's just, you see these other teams in Washington, like the Cap, they get all the headlines with Ovi and, being first in the East, and then Jayden. And I mean, I love the Wizards, and, they're building something young and cool there. And then you have the Nats, who have just been treading water when during those great, like, Harper, Strasburg, Soto years, making the postseason, pretty much every year from 2014 to 2019.
Mm-hmm.
It was exciting. It was fun. The stadium was packed. The fans were loud. And now it's just been, you pay to go see Michael Phelps. You don't pay to see a guy do doggy paddle for a 162 game season. And that's what we've been doing. We've just been treading water since 2019, and you can't have that. So, I mean, interest in baseball is going to fade if you're not competitive. And if that's what the learners want, that's fine. If they're cool just cashing checks because you get the TV deal, good for them. But that doesn't make the team good or interesting or the fan base, excited. Like, I thought the learners wanted to win. I truly did. Now I'm not so sure.
Talking with Barstool Nate here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Now that you've gotten to this period of time, like, what are you interested in? Are you watching baseball a lot? Or I know there's been some soccer to care about. Or what are you dialed in on right now?
Toby, I'll tell you what, I'm not dialed in on soccer. I get dialed in on soccer every 4 years for the World Cup when I put on my USA shirt and I go, rah, rah, go USA. And then we lose to, Cambodia in the opening round, and that's it for me in soccer. I'm a patriot soccer fan. I root for Team USA and my beloved DC United, Freddie Adu. But besides that, I can't. I'm a huge soccer guy. I follow baseball like everybody else does. I'm up in New York. I see a lot of Yankees, a lot of Mets stuff, and then I watch MLB on my laptop if I want to catch the Nats game. But I mean, to me, baseball is just like such a long season that unless it's the leaves are turning colors, I'm not watching the split screen 4 different games on July 8th. I'm going about my business.
Well, Nate, everybody else was trying to get tickets for Madrid today. Did you get on that list? Because Toby he had dropped down to 300 and something thousand.
I'm not getting
them. And then they sold out. Are you planning to go or what?
It would be very fun to go to that game. I've never been to Spain. I actually just got back from Portugal. I don't know if you saw that. Portugal was beautiful. But no, I don't think I'm going to go to the Madrid game unless you're firing up the PJ. I will hop on the jet with you, B. Mitch. But as of right now, I saw that list, though. That's the queue to get the tickets. Insanity. So that's a good problem to have. It means, a lot of interest in the team and all that other good stuff, which obviously Jayden is just the needle mover. So I as much as I would love to go, I think it would be very cool. As of right now, no plans to go. But hey, plans can always change.
Nate, I don't know if you saw the comments that Cam Newton said about Jayden. If you did, what's your comments? If you didn't, we can let you hear it.
No, so Cam, correct me if I'm wrong. He doesn't think Jayden's going to be a one-hit wonder. I think he
didn't say he doesn't think it. He was trying to push it toward he think he'll be one. He was comparing to Robert too much.
Yeah, so that's always going to happen. And okay, first of all, and I think you're going to 100% agree with me on this, B. Mitch. I don't care about anything Cam Newton says. That man's crazy. He is a wild card, and I don't care about anything he says or any of his opinions. He types in hieroglyphics. Like nothing he says matters.
Gotcha.
So that being said, people are always going to compare Jayden to Robert. That's just what's going to happen. They're both on the same team, both running quarterbacks, and I think and we're going to talk about this forever for his entire career. The difference between them is Robert wanted to be running first. Jayden's passing first. Jayden is way more accurate. I think he's just a better all-around quarterback, and he uses his legs to open up the passing game. And anybody who says differently, I think, is fooling themselves. I have no time for anything Cam Newton says negatively about my beloved Jayden Daniels, and I won't hear otherwise.
Two deals going on out here that were kind of in flux. The RFK Stadium deal, the Terry deal. Which one of those things do you have a little more worry about?
Ooh, do I have more worry about? I'm not worried about the stadium because the stadium seems like it's just DC politics as usual.
Yeah.
Everybody's trying to get their piece of the pie. Everybody's trying to get the deal on the low, trying to get a little bit of extra money where they can. And I think that usually comes out in the wash, and the stadium will happen. The Terry deal seems like, JP has been, I'm not worried since the first day of the offseason. And I've been a little more, I don't know. It doesn't seem like anybody's on the same page there. It doesn't seem like they want to give Terry the money that he wants. I think Terry still signs, but day by day, I get a little more worried about it. I do. I just, it's hard not to get a little more worried as the days go by about the Terry deal.
Do you have a walkaway point? Is there a number that you're looking at and saying, I love Terry, but I can't go to that number?
Not me personally. If I could do it, I'd give him $1 billion. He's my favorite player to ever play for this team. He's earned every penny that he can possibly get. What I always come back to, and I know I've said this so many times, is Adam Peters knows what he's doing, and whatever Adam Peters' walkaway number is my walkaway number. Because at the end of the day, as sad as it is, as we're going to hear it a million times, the business is the business, and the players, they just have to look at them. And as a businessman, and Adam Peters has to just do what he thinks best for the overall health of the team, blah, 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 blah. So if Adam Peters is like, I just can't go that high, I trust him that he knows what he's doing, as painful as it might be. Now, I think they get it done. I think they meet in the middle. I think the contract is signed and he'll be there. But I am growing a little bit worried.
Yeah, I think it's understandable. It's getting to a point where,
I'm not there yet.
It's reaching that breaking point. I don't think it's there yet. Like you said, B. Mitch, I think that breaking point, or that first time of maybe a little bit of a crack for some of the people that haven't been worried like JP is started training camp, and that's coming up in just a couple of weeks.
Couple of weeks, a lot can happen.
We see it all the time. Players hold out. Training camp starts. They get fined a couple times. The deals are made. We see it. It happens every single year in the NFL. You just don't want it to be, Terry McLaurin. That's why I'm not worried. Deals get done late all the time. I don't like the anxiety of it. I don't like the anxiety of will he or won't he. I wish it was already done. I don't want to have to worry about it.
I kind of like you having anxiety though. I like to see you sweat.
That's like me cooking you when we race. Like when I look back,
you
and
have
just dripping
never
sweat.
ever tried to race me. Stop lying to the people. Get the people the
Well,
truth.
that would be senior abuse. I wouldn't do such things to you. You're my guy.
Nate, appreciate the
You're
time,
hilarious.
man. Sorry for your bad luck in Vegas, but enjoy the rest of your time out there.
If you stop lying to
That's
everybody,
all right.
maybe you'll win in Vegas.
I'm gonna go get a great hearty breakfast now. Thanks for having me, guys.
All right, see you later. That's Barstool
right,
Nate. He joined us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We talked a little bit about the RFK Stadium deal with Nate there. Could the federal government end up getting involved in this? We'll talk about it next.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. We get back to baseball for the Nats tonight with a new bench boss. Interim skipper Miguel Cairo takes over for the Nats on the road all week before the All-Star break. They play the first of 3 in St. Louis tonight, 7:45 first pitch against the Cards here on the Fan. Tennis, year's third Grand Slam at Wimbledon. Number 5 seed Taylor Fritz won his quarterfinal in 4 sets today. American Amanda Anisimova just underway, up 3-love in her first set in her quarterfinal match right now. WNBA Mystics back in action. They'll tip things off in a few minutes at Eagle Bank Arena in Fairfax, 11:30 a.m. start for the Mystics and Chicago Sky over on 1580 a.m. And remember, football tomorrow, the Commanders hopefully unveil the new alternate uniforms, helmets, and jerseys tomorrow. And don't forget, we're approaching quickly decision time for the new stadium deal in D.C. City Council faces a deadline 1 week from today for budget approval before their summer recess on July 15th. When your HVAC's throwing heat like a busted bullpen, call Foley Mechanical, the go-to for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Foley Mechanical proudly installing Amana systems. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Welcome back, B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP all week this week. Appreciate Barstool Nate for joining us. If you missed that, you can always check out the podcast or rewind on the Odyssey app. Coming up at noon, Sam Blum going to join us from The Athletic, talk a little bit more about Davey Martinez and Mike Rizzo being let go, and Santana Moss going to join us coming up at 1 o'clock. Right now, though, I want to talk about the RFK Stadium site. So yesterday, I'm not exactly sure where the president was, but he was asked while he was still on the tarmac about the RFK Stadium site, and here's what President Trump had to say.
D.C. City Council has not approved a new stadium for the Commanders. If they don't approve it, will you step in?
Well, we see what happens. I've been looking at the deal, and, I don't blame them. It's a very important piece of property. It's a great piece of property, so we'll see, but if I can help them out, I will. Ultimately, we control that. The federal government ultimately controls it, so we'll see what happens. I saw the plans. I saw the stadium. The owner's very, very successful and a very good man. I know him a little bit, and it would be a great place for the NFL to be there.
It's interesting that we're getting to this point now. The deadline comes up in a week.
Interesting. Listen, bro. From the beginning, when they gave approval for D.C. to have control, how many times have you seen 100 senators agree upon what? They don't.
Yeah, it doesn't happen.
And then in that paper, number one, after that one dot whatever, it was stadium. This was probably given with the belief that that is what was going to happen. And I had said, listen, man, just remember, if they agreed on this and they put that as that, this is what they're expecting. And then all of a sudden, last week we heard that someone said plan B would be to be able to go back to the White House and ask for help. I think that's always been in place. And I think a lot of times politicians, everybody wants to one up the next. And what's happening with the council right now, you have a chance to revitalize the area, build up something that's an eyesore right now. And you're arguing because you may not like the mayor for the most part. And I understand trying to go and fight for the best deal. But I ask one question. What damn deal you have right now? None, right? So if you are struggling and needing money, how do you completely try to stop the possibility of making money?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting to see, like you're saying. I mean, it felt like this always could end up being the thing because you don't have everybody agree that they're going to give this land over. Which, remember, that almost felt like a Hail Mary, right? Where
Uh-huh.
they stuck around after hours and brought this back up and got the vote approved. And so that felt like a Hail Mary. You don't get that sort of a thing to happen for then the DC Council to kind of hold this up and make it not come to fruition.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you don't have that sort of a thing. And so I think part of them getting back involved if they need to is understanding that they had a plan for this place, and maybe they didn't necessarily write out the plan of what the stadium's going to look like and all the
I didn't
stuff
write it
around
out,
there.
but I have to believe that somebody's voiced something.
Yeah, they wanted the stadium.
I can't believe they did all that, worked it out, and nobody said anything. I guess just some people maybe thought that, it's going to just not be like that this time.
Well, and I wonder, does this change any of the DC Council members' minds that are against this? Does it change any that are undecided? Or
maybe,
is this
maybe not? But
because is it a bad look to you if the federal government, President Trump, whoever has to step back in here and is like, hey, by the way, get this done. This is what we gave this to you for.
Is it a bad look? I would say, yeah. When you have something in front of you, and listen, people are going to tell me about how much money it really is. Well, I know for the last 20, 30 years, nobody has invested in the property. No one. Now someone's trying to at least invest to put the centerpiece to begin to build stuff around it, and you're going to stop that. As I stated before, if you can't come and say, well, if that doesn't go, we have this in hand. If you don't have that, then what the hell are you stopping it for?
Yeah, if you don't have some sort of a plan, I know JP's kind of talked about, would it be like if someone else came up with something, whether it was like, you wanted a hospital or just throwing out different ideas, then maybe we could have that conversation. But you didn't get this land just by happenstance for you to then decide that you need something else. Like, it was clearly given to you for the purpose of becoming RFK Stadium.
It really, really seems that way. And I think at this point, when I heard that, someone had mentioned it to me yesterday, I was like, I've been expecting that for a long time.
It kind of,
it didn't just come on my radar last week when there was an article written. This has been on my radar since the day that they gave it. And when you started reading the thing, number one stated stadium site. Once I saw that, I said, okay, it was not agreed upon for nothing else, but for that to be the first thing and then whatever else is going to follow it.
It's just, I think it would be a bad look for the DC Council if you have this opportunity ahead of you and you can't come to a consensus on this. Because to your point, I understand trying to work out the deal, and I understand trying to find stuff and make sure that you get exactly what you're looking for, all those things. And everyone's going to have to compromise, right? There's going to have to be some understanding there. But what's going on there right now?
Yeah.
Nothing. Like, what's
the
better option?
Always asked.
What's the better option for that place than revitalizing it with RFK 2.0? Like, what is the other option? That no one's laid out another plan for the place. No one's laid out another, because I think the mayor brought up a good point when she called into the station. I think it was probably a month and a half, 2 months ago on Grant and Danny, and was saying that, some of the council members have talked about other areas that have been revitalized and brought back to life. And she talked about the areas that they mentioned they had to invest money in to improve parks and build infrastructure and different things. And this is the same sort of thing, just on a larger scale.
Yeah.
No one goes down to that area, really. And so you're going to be able to revitalize that entire area with the RFK Stadium site. I think it'd be such a bad look for the DC Council if they're not able to get this thing figured out. And the people that granted you the land with the understanding that you'd get it through and work through the nitty-gritty details of this have to come back in and say, hey, get it figured out. This is why we gave it to you in the first place.
Yeah. I just think that to think that because someone is investing, they have to do everything and you do nothing, it's ridiculous. because the infrastructure and all normally is done by the city or whatever. You want me to do everything? I think it's a great chance. That's a Hail Mary for sure. But intelligent people don't come in and put up everything and then you expect them to give you something. If I'm gonna put up the bulk, I want to get recoup. I want to recoup mine too. And if you put up some, you're gonna recoup yours. How quick did everything get recouped over here? You know what I mean? We're in the Navy Yard right now. Why? Because that stadium is there. We're not here because this building was here. We're here because the stadium was there first.
Yeah.
And I think that's the ultimate thing. But we'll see how it goes.
Well, and I think
I'm just not shocked that this has come about.
At some point you have to get to a point where you're actually making the decision on this thing because they want the stadium built by 2030, the World Cup coming in 2031. But I think for us here locally, obviously it means something in terms of being around it. But I think even nationally, it's just a bad look when your nation's capital doesn't have a viable stadium to host big time events. Like, do you think there's any chance, B. Mitch, that they'd host a World Cup, which is coming here next year, by the way, too, the Men's World Cup as a part of the USA, Mexico, and Canada? Do you think there's any chance that England would host the World Cup and there's no game in London? You think that there's any chance that in Germany there's not a game in Berlin or France there's not a game in Paris?
See, the thing about it, when you watch the Olympics this year in Paris, wouldn't you believe that if they had a stadium in this city that you wouldn't have that here?
Yeah, I don't understand why. It's a bad look for our country. Frankly,
people don't think beyond right in front of them. A lot of times, like it becomes like personal vendettas. I don't want you to get credit, so I'm gonna try and stop it. When ultimately, it's not about anybody getting credit. It's about how long can this. You think about stadiums being built. You're talking about 30, 40 years down the line, they still making money off of it. You have to be able to look at that. And I understand everybody tries to say, well, you don't live in D.C. I probably spend more money in D.C. than a lot of people spend. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of people that live here. I spend more money than them in this city. Let's be real.
It's true.
Whatever, man.
Netflix just dropped Quarterback Season 2. They've had one season of Quarterback. They've had a season of Receiver, and now Quarterback Season 2 coming out on Netflix. We'll talk about that. Also, Kirk Cousins saying he felt misled going to the Falcons when they drafted Michael Penix. We'll talk about that next year on The Fan. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer in for JP all week. Quarterback Season 2 releasing on Netflix today. B. Mitch, you going to be interested in watching this?
I'll look at it. And I'm not the one that's going to be out there to watch everything immediately when it comes out, because I'm the type of guy where I'll go back and check it out. You know, I don't feel I have to be there and be the first person to watch it all, because I like to watch it when I'm going to be able to just sit and chill and watch the whole thing. Because if it comes out on a night where I got something going on or whatever, or have an event, I'm not going to miss my event to watch it.
So Quarterback Season 2 is following Kirk Cousins with Atlanta, which is the second time he's doing this, I believe. And then Jared Goff and Joe Burrow. And I already saw one clip floating around of Joe Burrow. Do you remember this season, Cincinnati beat Tennessee? And after the game, or the final couple minutes of the game, there was a viral clip of Joe Burrow sitting on the sideline, and he just looked mad as could be. They won by, I think, 10 points. But they're like, man, Joe is losing it. And we got the version of that because I think they had 6 false start penalties that game.
Well, that would piss me off if I'm a quarterback.
Well, and that's the thing. So he's frustrated. Zach Taylor comes over and says, hey, man, it's all right. And we still won the game. He said, screw that. We would play the clip, but there's so many expletives, you wouldn't even really be able to hear the clip.
Yeah, but if you keep having those things, you're not going to win many more games.
Exactly. And so I think
I love that about him.
I like seeing that sort of insight into how he is as a leader, because that to me is how you continue to take that next step, is you don't get complacent with where you're at. You might win, but you got to still try to improve. And so hearing that from Joe Burrow, I thought was cool. Now, another thing off of this is Kirk Cousins says that he felt misled about when he was brought over to Atlanta and then they drafted Michael Penix Jr.
I doubt if they told Kirk, we're going to bring you over and we'll never, ever look for your replacement. I think they signed Kirk Cousins, and when he got there, they realized something was off with that injury. And they said, listen, every team, every general manager, they are there to always put the team in the best position. You don't wait till Kirk can't play to start getting somebody. If you already notice that this injury is going to start messing up, you start getting that guy 3-4 years before. You know, but I'm amazed at people who feel like every player on the team can be challenged or have to compete. But the quarterback, you just let him go through things all willy-nilly. He never has to be. If you're going to tell me the most important team and the best player on your team should be your quarterback, then you know what? He should be mentally tough as well.
So here's what Kirk Cousins had to say. He talked about being a little misled, but he said, certainly if I had the information around free agency, it would have affected my decision. I had no reason to leave Minnesota with how much we loved it there if both teams are going to be drafting a quarterback high. But I've also learned in 12 years in this league that you're not entitled to anything. It's all about being able to earn your spot and prove yourself.
Well, he should stop lying. You know why he left Minnesota? Because they wouldn't give him over 2 years guaranteed. Okay? So he went to Atlanta because they gave him the 3 years guaranteed. So don't sit up here and say what you would have done. You had the opportunity to stay. They offered you a contract. But like we just said, Kirk Cousins should be in the Hall of Fame of getting paid. He knows how to get done. Him and Bradley Beal are the best.
Very good.
All right? They're the best. But he left because he didn't get the guarantees he wanted. Both of the teams were going to draft quarterbacks no matter what. Why? Because you had an injury that people normally don't come back from. You can scramble a little bit, but you wasn't very fleet of foot already.
Well, he was already in an issue where what is his strength? Running the play action game and specifically running a lot of play action bootlegs. He can't move well enough. And maybe this year, another year removed from the Achilles injury, he'll be all right.
Better. Yeah.
But that was a big part of it. That was a big part of the downfall. And he still had some good games. I remember talking with you about this.
He had a 500-yard passing
Exactly.
game.
He still had some good games. So it's not as if he's just completely washed up. But it got to a point where they needed to see Penix. And by the way, you go back and watch the game against Atlanta here, Sunday Night Football. Washington finally clinches their playoff spot. Zach Ertz hitting the end zone in overtime. Penix missed some throws, But Penix looked really, really impressive at
He
times
did.
in that game as well. That final drive where they needed to go score a touchdown, and he just drove him right down there, found Kyle Pitts. That was an incredible throw.
See, the thing of it is like this, man. When you start watching sports, and the unbelievable thing is, it's a competition thing. But you find out some of the biggest names don't want to compete. I don't care what position. Hell, I competed from year 1 to year 14. I don't care that you're the quarterback. Because if I don't believe you're mentally tough, it's going to be hard for me to follow you. So in other words, as long as they were just say, hey, you just go, you do everything, that's okay with you. But as soon as you got to compete, you fold? Nah, man. You walked in here when Robert was complaining about you being on the team, you didn't think Robert had a gripe?
Yeah.
Or right? Why the hell are you complaining because they brought a quarterback in? You've now played double-digit years, made tons of money, and you're complaining when a guy coming into his first year had to deal with you on the team too? What make you laugh? Make you cry. Ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. It's all the country saying. And all of a sudden the rabbit had the gun. And he didn't want to deal with it
anymore
because he wasn't the rabbit anymore with the gun. Come on, dog, please.
I'm curious, with quarterback now coming out for the second season, we've seen receiver. Is there another position? Maybe,
pass rusher.
Maybe not even football. But
show me a pass rusher.
I think pass rusher would be fun. I think offensive line would be interesting.
Yeah.
The injuries that these guys play through. Because
How about the center?
I think that'd be really interesting.
Yeah.
With having to understand all the calls and everything.
There you go.
But Kirk in his first season, remember, he was dealing with the rib injury and all that stuff, but seeing the stuff that he was going through with rehab just to get out there on the field and the pain that he was playing through, I would love to see that with offensive linemen or defensive linemen, just to see the stuff that they're going through and how they just power through all that stuff.
Hey, I love the fact that they show this behind-the-scenes stuff because, I sit and I listen to fans and media people talk about guys. When you start seeing what guys really go through to get out there to entertain you, instead of knocking, give a little bit more respect.
I mean, every time I watch...
a little bit more credit.
Every time I watch some of these things, someone said middle linebacker in the chat, by the way.
Yeah.
Every time I watch these things, you hear one of those hits, I'm like, thank God I never made it to the NFL.
But when you see it, though, sometimes you will hear people be so callous and casual about injuries. And you watch guys after a game, they can barely damn walk.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, the next Sunday, they're walking. And it doesn't just happen. And yes, they chose that sport. But just like you would want someone, let's say if you're a guy on the radio and you have laryngitis, you want a level of respect given to you. Why the hell you don't give it to a guy that just has so much pain he can't walk? Probably can't do the everyday rigors with his kids. But then you feel it's okay for you just because you sit behind a damn mic or whatever to just knock them completely. No, it's a level of when you learn and you see it, then it changes your mindset just a little. I lived it, so I understand it. But I also know, like, my thing is, I'm going to critique a guy when I don't think they put the best into what they need to get prepared, because I know if you work hard enough, you can get through a lot of stuff. But if you are lazy trying to get prepared for the game, I will knock that. But injuries, that happens.
The other things that I'd be interested to see, so they've done a basketball one. They had, I think, like Tyrese Halliburton was a part of it, Anthony Edwards, some of those guys. If they were to do a baseball one, I'd be interested to see how pitchers go through their routines.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd be interested maybe in relievers, because you could see the conversations they're having in the bullpen.
I want to see how many pitchers get pissed off when they get pulled out of games.
I would love that.
They pull guys out of games too readily for me these days.
And then maybe I'd be interested to see hockey players and understand what they're going through.
You find out why they're nuts. That's what you'll find out.
The injuries that they're going through a lot of times are crazy as well. Programming note, coming up at 2:00 today, Grant and Danny are going to have Jason Worth joining the program. Going to be talking about Davey Martinez and Mike Rizzo being let go, so make sure you tune into that. Jason Worth going to be joining the program next, coming up at noon right here on B. Mitch and Finley. Sam Blum from The Athletic. He's going to join us, get his thoughts on the Davey Martinez and Mike Rizzo moves. Does he think it was the right time? He recently wrote an article saying that they'd kind of deemed the rebuild over and looked at the record and said, well, it doesn't seem like that. So we'll get his thoughts on those moves next. Over? He thought that they kind of said it in West Palm.
Obviously, those people don't know nothing about baseball.
That might be why they're out of a job, frankly. We'll talk some baseball next.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Will a wholesale shakeup make a difference? We're about to find out tonight. The Nationals, just 2 days after they clean house over the weekend, we'll get back to it tonight. Playing on the road in St. Louis, 7:45 first pitch here on the Fan. First game for Miguel Cairo as their interim manager. Nats are on the road all week to finish up the first half. They'll play 3 in St. Louis and then 3 more over the weekend before the All-Star break in Milwaukee. We're approaching decision time for the Commanders. B. Mitch, Toby talking about things. RFK 2.0, the stadium deal. City Council facing a deadline 1 week from today for budget approval. That's before their summer recess coming up on July 15th. Also getting close to a new football season. Commanders training camp only 10 days away now. It can't get here soon enough. Rookies report July 18th. First preseason game just a month away, folks. Friday, August 8th. And new unis, only a day away. Commanders' new alternate uniforms expected to be unveiled at some point tomorrow. Tennis, Grand Slam action at Wimbledon. Number 5 seed Taylor Fritz won his quarterfinal in 4 sets today. American Amanda Anisimova just won the first set of her quarterfinal. Women's top seed Aryna Sabalenka stressed a little bit, rallied today after dropping the first set to win her match. She's on to the semifinals. And WNBA, the Mystics in action today, a matinee against Angel Reese and the Chicago Sky. They're playing at Eagle Bank Arena over in Fairfax. Second quarter, Mystics in front 24-19. You can listen to that game on 1580 AM. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
It is noon in the District of Columbia. Toby Altizer in for JP on B. Mitch and Finley this week. It's time to get out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, and welcome in our guest from The Athletic. That is Sam Blum. You can follow him on Twitter at SamBlum3. Sam, how you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well, man.
So you recently wrote an article before the moves made with Rizzo and Davey, talking about how before the season, Davey, Rizzo, those guys, even some players with the team kind of talked about, hey, we need to get back to winning ways. We need to get to a spot where we're competing for something other than just last place. Mm-hmm. And then you end up in the spot where they're in right now. How much do you think that played into the decision that we saw on Sunday where they ultimately dismissed Rizzo and Martinez?
I just think it seemed like a little bit of a situation where the players, the coaches, nobody could really explain why they were in the position they were in. I even go back a couple weeks before that when, Davey was talking about how none of this was on his coaching staff. And, I think the implication of that is that this is on the players. And, just you get into a situation where nobody feels like they're on the same page. I don't think maybe there's not as much trust in the coaching staff. Maybe there's a bit of a fracture there. And that could be the explanation that nobody really wants to say. I mean, I want, for that article, I wanted to sit down with Davey one-on-one, but, the PR staff said I couldn't. And then I went out and approached Davey himself, and he was like, no, I'm busy. I got to go out. And he never, made an effort to actually answer any of my questions, in that type of setting. So it was just really like get the one question into him. And I just don't think anybody really wanted to explain why they were in the position they were in. And, ultimately, it's because it's gone really poorly. And I think that's probably why they made this move.
When you look at that team, for me, I don't think they have enough talent on the team to compete. So if they voiced that the rebuild was over and they really believe that, then I can understand. But if anybody looks at that team, they know there's not enough talent for them to be competing at a high enough level.
I mean, I think that there's enough talent to be better than where they're at. I mean, the last 2 seasons they won 71 games each. I think you could have reasonably expected with some of those players progressing a little bit. Some of the veterans that they brought in, this team would be at least better. And, I don't think anybody thought they'd be competing with maybe the Mets and the Phillies, or even the Braves, obviously, who are, in their own, kind of malaise themselves. But I think people thought the Nationals would be a better team, and they just simply are a last place team. Even the Marlins, who kind of, restarted their rebuild like 4 years after the Nationals, seem to be in a better position right now than DC. So it just felt like this was turning from a rebuild to just kind of like a perpetual stagnation. And so, yeah, they had to make some sort of decision. It's a little surprising, maybe some of the timing of it, but if you don't trust your front office to make the picks in the draft, then maybe this is why they had to do that. I'm not saying that's exactly what happened, but I think that could be.
Talking with Sam Blum from The Athletic about the Nationals, and I'm curious because you don't cover the Nationals on a daily basis. You cover the Angels, you also cover Major League Baseball as a whole, but I'm curious, when you look at Mike Rizzo, everyone around here, or at least a lot of people around here, still talked about him with a lot of reverence, and understandably so. He was the architect of the 2019 team that won the World Series and the decade of the 2010s that led to a lot of success for the team. But I'm curious, with how things have changed around baseball to where we're at now, was he still viewed as a top executive, one of the top guys, or we may be a little bit biased toward Mike Rizzo in terms of what his actual view is around Major League Baseball?
Yeah, I think it's probably a bit of a mixture, right? If you win a World Series, I think you earn the reverence, in my opinion, just based on the accomplishment alone, right? Like there's an element to that where it can never be taken from you, and you don't win a World Series by accident either. So you have to I think, appreciate that he built a team, both through some really high draft picks, obviously, but also by some great decisions in free agency. You look at like Max Scherzer being very, very probably one of the best free agent signings ever, I would say. So it's they made some really good decisions, but I think when you look in the last few years, maybe some of what they were doing was a little outdated. I know the Washington Post has covered that pretty well, like the technology, some of the elements of maybe strategy. I think that's probably maybe the way he was viewed as someone that had accomplished so much, but also maybe was kind of not updating the way they needed to operate to do that again. And I think, that's certainly how I viewed it. And I think when in Major League Baseball, like I spent the last weekend in Colorado covering the White Sox and the Rockies, and it's not to say that the Nationals are any comparison to them, but I do think that when you're not doing the same strategies as the rest of the competitive teams in Major League Baseball in this modern era of Major League Baseball, you're going to fall behind, and possibly by quite a lot. You're seeing it with some of the really, really bad franchises, but you don't want, as a Nationals organization, to even go in close to that direction.
So you heard the comments about them not having this pitching machine that most teams have, and I know a lot of people in this town played that the learners wouldn't spend the money. Well, if you're saying that a guy is stuck in the old school way, they may not want to do some of those things. Could that have been, like, I know the narrative is that the learners wouldn't give them the money. Was it just that they didn't go out and try to get that product?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly. It's tough for me to speak too authoritatively on that. I was reading, like I said, in the Washington Post about Mike DiBartolo, I think, being more analytically driven. I mean, to some extent that could be, in an ownership issue, and I think there probably is an element of truth to that, right? The ownership, and even just look at the payroll. I mean, payroll is down from where it was when they were really competitive, in the 2010s. I mean, that's a fact, and I think that's something that would tie directly to ownership. But yeah, I mean, there's also just like strategic ways of handling your front office that, from what I've read, it sounds like that their interim might be more embracing than Rizzo ever did. So yeah, I mean, everyone's got their strategy. Some things work, some things don't. But I think if you're not operating like a very, very modern Major League franchise, you're probably going to, feel some pains from that.
I'm assuming you were out there for the series where they took 2 of 3 from the Angels not that long ago. One of the really the final series that Davey had as a manager. What were your takeaways from being around the ball club, just in general? Because I'm curious to hear your thoughts on that. Because Barry Svrluga of the Washington Post, I'm sure you read this piece as well. You mentioned you've read a bunch from the Post recently. He talked about how Davey, Rizzo, and then even here on our station 106.7 The Fan with the Sports Junkies, he kind of mentioned that there was an air of comfortability, almost complacency at times, maybe from Davey, maybe from Rizzo, but also a little bit from the players. Did you get that sense?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, I mean, it was, just from talking to those guys, I think that was what kind of came through in the article, which was, yeah, I mean, like, no one really, like, no one really like understood what was happening. But at the same time, I think if you're the players, I can't blame them if they feel like a little bit detached from the organization when the manager is going out there and saying, none of this is on the coaches. I mean,
Yeah.
I think if you're a player, like you want to feel like, okay, we're all dealing with this together, and I think there's a chance you could lose a clubhouse. It's very, very, very hard to get a clubhouse back if you've lost it. And they played really poorly after that comment. I mean, they lost a lot of games. They almost got swept by the Rockies. I mean, this is. I think that that's the way I look at it. Like if you as a manager can't take responsibility, your coaches aren't taking responsibility for the failures, then the players are probably going to be like, well, I'm not going to take responsibility. And that was kind of the sense I got walking in that clubhouse was everyone was like, yeah, I don't know, man. It's just, we think we're better than this, but it's what it is. And that's, that I think translates to what Barry wrote, like you said, and just like an air of complacency. But, I don't think that starts with the players. I think that starts from the top and it goes down to the players.
Well, Sam, you're looking at DeBartolo and also Cairo, two guys that were on this staff that was here with Rizzo and also Davey. Do you expect the big change? I know sometimes coaches are on staff, and if you're not the leader, you don't get your say. Do you expect something different moving forward?
I think that's why you make a move like this. It's not always because you sit here and say, Miguel Cairo is our best chance to, win a World Series this year. But, you hope to mix things up, I think, and, get a voice in there that people respect, that, everyone could kind of recalibrate and be like, we're going to do things a little differently. I think that's important. I think it's important for a manager in this position to step in and say, we're going to mend fences to some extent. We're going to fix this. I don't know if that means the Nationals are going to go on a crazy run like they did, 6 years ago and make the playoffs. But I do think that there's a chance you could see them, maybe playing a little more inspired, maybe playing a little bit more like this matters to everybody. And, that's what you do. When you make a move like this, it's to shake things up and to signal to the team, to signal to the players, to signal to the fan base that this wasn't working and we needed a new voice. And I think people respected David Martinez. I mean, he obviously won a World Series. He had a lot of success. But you also, there is something to the fact that like these jobs, I think, are very finite in the amount of time you can actually be in them. And there's always going to be an end date on it. And this was just where it ended up for Davey, in my opinion. Like he had been in this organization maybe too long, had that seat too long, and it was starting to, I think, cost the organization, and so they needed to make a move.
Talking with Sam Blum from The Athletic here on B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP this week. On a positive note, I know we've spent plenty of time talking negative about the organization with Rizzo and Davey being let go, but James Wood is a massive bright spot. Seeing what he's been able to do this season, how impressed have you been watching from afar and then getting to see him in person? How impressed were you when you got to see him?
Yeah, he's one of the best players in baseball. And, I think the funny thing, we talk all about Rizzo. I mean, at the end of the day, he made one of the best trades, I think, in modern baseball history with Juan Soto and what they got back. It's just he didn't do enough other good things. But, that, like you said, like that, getting James Wood, getting C.J. Abrams, getting Mackenzie Gore, these are three all-star caliber players. I know Abrams still needs to maybe find his way in, but, they should all be all-stars. And certainly James Wood is one of the best young players in baseball, young superstar. This is a guy that, could be like a kind of Juan Soto type of talent. So it's just, that was an excellent trade. The Nationals have some pieces to build around. That's why I think you make these moves. You have enough, you have Dylan Cruz, you have, James Wood, you have some of the best young talent in Major League Baseball, and they should be better. That's just the beginning, middle, and end of it. And now maybe they're putting themselves in a position to actually elevate some of this talent to the point where they can be better.
Now, this is like they weren't held accountable, and now I'm wondering, can James Wood be better? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If he could be better, then he didn't get there because of some of the complacency. Then maybe this is the right move, although the timing is off.
Yeah, listen, if James Wood could get any better, then that would be dangerous for the rest of baseball.
No question about it. One final one for me, Sam. When you look at the guys that are on this roster, that with the trade deadline coming up, Mike DeBartolo going to be able to kind of leave his imprint with the draft and then what he does at the trade deadline, are there guys that you think are reasonably attractive that contenders are going to want to go after from this Nationals roster?
Yeah, maybe like a Kyle Finnegan. I think probably was the name that jumps out to me just I know that you don't want to subtract too much from the Nationals bullpen, given what it's been like. But he'd probably be one of the best relief names out there. Like in the Nathaniel Lowe or something like that. But they don't have a ton of guys that really stand out as super valuable, like maybe Paul DeYoung. But I would think Finnegan's probably the number one name on that list, and hopefully he can get something back. But the Nationals obviously will be adding in the next couple of weeks with their number one overall pick. They have a lot of good young players in their system already, so it's not like a make or break trade deadline for them, as I would say, which maybe played into why they made this move when they did. But it's still an important one, and I think you got to maximize. Anything you can really get at this point is what they should be very aggressive. Even if it is like a Paul DeYoung who's not going to be incredibly valuable, but might be able to latch on for a prospect or two, then just do it. Just acquire whatever you can, whatever young talent can keep infusing your system, and I think that's probably the best strategy they can have. But there's not a ton of great. Obvious, at least, trade deadline chips, unless they want to, make some more aggressive moves, leaving some of the younger players or players under team control for multiple years.
Sam, as you look at this draft coming up, has any player stood out as the number one consensus guy, or is it multiple guys? Because normally when a guy's the number one consensus, that's easy to pick. When you have two or three guys, you got to choose the best one. Then you show me your talent.
And it's interesting because it's, I think the reason why this draft is interesting is that, you have kind of two different groups of very available, interesting players, which is like young high school infielders and some really great college pitchers. And it really depends on where the Nationals kind of view their priorities. I mean, they could also always go Seth Hernandez at number one, which is an interest. You don't usually see that from a, right-handed pitcher, high school pitcher. That almost never goes number one overall, but he's a supreme talent, so that's an option too. But really, I think it comes down to whether they want to, build around, a young high school shortstop or go for a more ready-made, collegiate pitcher like, Kate Anderson, Liam Doyle, Jamie Arnold type player like that, or if they want to go Ethan Holiday, which I would think it probably makes the most sense. Ethan Holiday probably is the more consensus number one overall pick, or like Billy Carlson or an Eli Willits or something like that. But my guess is they'll probably just make the obvious choice here and go Holiday. But there's different avenues they can go, and I think it really comes down to if they are willing to be patient on a high school infielder or want to infuse that system with a pitcher that they can basically put in the big leagues, either by the end of this year or middle of next year.
If you were making the pick, would you go Holiday?
I'm not a scout, but I would go with the talent that you think has the most upside. And if generally, I would say that Holiday or Willits or Carlson, like those players, those are the most valuable players out there, and that's probably what I would do. But you also got to trust your player development system, and there's not a ton of trust in that right now. So there's that's always something to consider too.
Yeah.
Appreciate the time, Sam. Fantastic
Sam.
piece, and obviously you were just a bit ahead of the news that was to come a couple of days later.
Always, yeah. Well, thank you so much for having me on, guys. Take care.
All right, man. Take care.
That's Sam Blum. He joined us from The Athletic. He joined us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. If you want more Nationals talk, just a reminder, coming up at 2 o'clock today to lead off Grant and Danny, Jason Worth going to join the program, and B-Mitch. Mike Rizzo going to be on with the Junkies tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Really?
His usual appearance, even though he's no longer with the Nats.
I wonder
Mike Rizzo still showing up for the boys.
Some of the answers, some of the answers that you give, and it's expected, you answer questions more in a political way because you're under contract. Does he answer things more openly?
Well, and does he still play it a little carefully because he maybe wants another job?
Yeah.
So
and I think
that'll be interesting to see.
That's another thing too. But hell, hey, would they give you? You said that they were supporting you and giving you financial backing. Was that really true?
Well, I think I can tell you that answer. But regardless, we'll see what Mike Rizzo has to say. Going to be must listen tomorrow at 9 a.m. as Mike Rizzo joins the Junkies. Coming up next, let's talk about the Commanders' tickets going to Madrid. Did you get some tickets today? Feel free to call in 800-636-1067. I did not get tickets.
You better go. I'm telling you. Somebody else just got them off of the site.
Absolutely. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. We're talking about the Commanders headed to Madrid next.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. So you heard the big news. Former GM Mike Rizzo going to join the Junkies tomorrow morning, normal time, 9 a.m. for Mike Rizzo talking to the Junks here on The Fan. Nationals get things going with the new brain trust in charge starting tonight. Bench coach Miguel Cairo takes over as the interim manager starting this evening. Nats on the road all week before the All-Star break. They'll play in St. Louis tonight, 7:45 p.m. first pitch here on The Fan. Tennis action continues to Wimbledon. Number 5 seed Taylor Fritz winning his quarterfinal in 4 sets against Russian Karen Khachanov today at center court at Wimbledon. American Amanda Anisimova won the first set of her quarterfinal. They're playing set number 2 right now. And women's top seed Aryna Sabalenka had a rally today, dropped the first set, but got it done in 3 sets to advance into the semifinals. WNBA Mystics back in action playing the Chicago Sky right now over at Eagle Bank Arena in Fairfax. You can catch the action on 1580 AM. Summer heat's on the way. Replace those inefficient vinyl windows now. TheWindowman.com's fiberglass windows offer maximum comfort and are now $200 off every window. Visit TheWindowman.com for your free consultation. $200 savings per Infinity replacement window only. Minimums and installation apply. TheWindowman.com, the educational window company. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Welcome back, B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer in for JP this week. So if you were up early this morning, you had a chance to get in line with, according to the site, like 600,000 other people. Yeah. You had a chance to get in line for a pre-sale, which started at, I guess, 6 o'clock, 5:50. Everybody was thrown into a queue. You had a chance to get your Commanders General Public tickets to go out and watch them play in Madrid against the Dolphins. If you were able to hop in, tell us your experience, 800-636-1067. If you're going to the game, feel free to hop in as well, 800-636-1067. So, B-Mitch, I missed out. Yeah. I did not end up getting in, and now the link that I was given.
What time was your first time checking in?
7:29.
That was too late, Toby.
I mean, I'm not waking.
These guys said they've been doing stuff since 5 and 6.
I wasn't gonna wake up crazy early. First of all, I completely forgot that it was.
You got complacent, Toby. You pulling the David Martinez. you didn't get your tickets.
I was up too late to wake up at 5 a.m. to hop in the queue. And I guess
that they were giving those. They was putting those tickets.
I didn't know it was coming.
Early?
I didn't know it was coming out at 5 a.m. Honestly, I completely forgot. So I hopped on Twitter, saw that Tailgate Ted was on it, and said, "Oh, better hop in myself." And I paid the price. I didn't get any, and sounds like I'm going to be paying a steep price if I want to go getting them on the resale.
You're gonna get them for the regular price, but you're gonna pay some fees.
Yeah, the fees are what get you.
I think that's what Congress need to get involved with. All these damn ticket companies, these damn fees.
The fees are crazy. So, for example, I've seen some on some secondary sites where you could get them for maybe $160, $170. That's what they're listed for, B. Mitch.
Yeah, go for
by the time you go to checkout, it's $250 plus.
Yeah.
So you're going to end up paying a lot in fees, but we'll see. I'll probably still find a way to get some tickets. But if you had that experience, let us know. 800-636-1067. Let's get out to Alejandro in D.C. What's going on, man?
Hello, guys.
How you doing, man?
Thank you for taking the call. Yeah, I'm so excited. I just got the tickets maybe an hour ago, like before noon. I woke up today at 5:30 a.m. I put my alarm, and I've been waiting since pretty much 5:30 a.m. So when the clock hit 6, I was like, "What the hell?" It's crazy. I'm I was putting like 400,000 people like behind me. I was like, I'm not gonna get it. I'm not gonna get it in here. So, and I was like getting on Twitter. Like then I saw Tailgate Ted, like the same thing. I was like, I was 11 a.m. But then it says like on my queue, like I put my email, so it gave me a link to put my email. And so I was like, I closed my window. So I put my email. They give me a link. I received it. So you could, with that link, I was checking like every 20 minutes, like what spot was in the queue. So when I was like, it's your time. So it's like when it was my time, I see the tickets. They're like, oh my God, I'm actually in. So like, and when I was trying to click in on the seat sections, I couldn't. I was like, it wasn't following through. It was like, what the hell? Now it's frozen. Now I can see the prices and everything. It was like, and I can see the section C and the category of the seat, but now I can follow. But now I'm not able to follow through to pick up the seat. So finally, I was able to pick up the seat and then to pick up the one I bought was the category. It's called category 2. So it's like in the lower seating.
You got some good seats.
Yeah, there you go. You're going to be enjoying some.
How much did those hit you for?
Pardon me?
How much did those cost in the area where you're at?
I paid 297 euros. Okay, like converted to dollars, it was like around 350, I think.
All right.
Well,
it's definitely better than having to pay an extra 90 in fees or whatever if you wanted to get those on the secondary.
Yeah. I mean, the tickets were face value were actually kind of affordable. Like pretty much like I don't know, like going to a game here at FedEx or Norwest Stadium, but. So, I mean, that's why I was surprised. I was like, the tickets were affordable when I actually got to see them for the first time.
All right, man.
I appreciate it, Alejandro.
Appreciate you, brother.
800.
Enjoy.
I think that's going to be a blast.
Oh,
800-636-1067. We got the, what are we going to call him? He's like the official correspondent that knows what's all going on with the Madrid tickets.
Ooh.
Tailgate Ted is on the line.
What up, Ted?
What's up, Tailgate?
What's going on, gents? How y'all doing?
We're good, man.
Great,
What's
man.
happening?
I can do some coffee. It's been a long day so far.
What time did you get up?
How long you been up, man?
I couldn't sleep last night because I was so worried about oversleeping. So I finally just got out of bed at 4 and then sat at my laptop to join the pre-lobby before you could actually get the tickets. And I got in there at 5 a.m. and there were already hundreds of thousands of people in there. So
you know what I'm finding out? I don't know if it was hundreds of thousands of people. I just think that some of these ticket companies had hundreds of thousands of bots in there to make sure they got as many tickets. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Well, shame on them. What they did was Ticketmaster, whatever, out in the UK or in Spain, kicked everybody out that was already waiting in the lobby. And then you had to re-authenticate to get back in. And we were all randomly given a number. So all those people that sat in there that waited that long were having to just get back in again, and then you were placed no matter wherever they put you. So someone that logged in 5 minutes before could have gotten number 100, and someone that logged in 3 hours ahead could have got number 400,000.
Yeah, I kind of see that as that was purposely done.
Did you eventually get in to get tickets?
Easily. I eventually got some seats, and I'm happy about it, and I'm good there. I do know a bunch of people that had some heartache because the credit card companies declined them because they were trying to do a transaction in Madrid and they didn't notify them ahead of time, and they lost the tickets in their shopping card. So it's been a mess. But I'm just going to tell the fans out there, I'm not sanctioning any of these third-party sites. There are seats out there. So if you guys are going, you already got your plane tickets. I know Easy Street just pick up some tickets on StubHub and some other spots. There are spots available for us to get seats from.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good crowd out there. It seems like, I mean, they're not cheap, but I think, if you were expecting to have to pay $500-600 for a single ticket, you can still find some well under that price.
Oh yeah,
even with the fees.
Yeah, they've got uppers for that price that are. I mean, I paid $400 something for lower level seats, face value. So one thing I did suggest to the team when I had a sit down with them 2 weeks ago was have a watch party out there for fans that are holding out hope to try and get stuff cheap, but it'll also help spread the Commanders' word when we're there too as well.
Yep.
So maybe they can organize something like that, B.
That makes sense, dog.
I don't think it's a bad idea. Tailgate, appreciate the phone
I
call,
did.
man, and hopefully I'll see you in Madrid.
I'll see you there, Toby. Take care.
Bro. Later.
Tailgate Ted. I mean, that's a long day if you're getting up just for tickets at
Hell
5
yeah.
a.m.
I was up at 5 a.m. Went to the bathroom and went back to sleep.
I was not up at 5 a.m. To hop in the queue, but that is kind of stupid. If like Tailgate was saying, where you hop in the queue at 5 a.m. If I would have done that, Mitch, I would have gotten up at 5 a.m., thrown my email or whatever in there, and then gone back to bed. If you kicked me out and I woke up at whatever time I was going to get up that morning and I wasn't in the queue, I'd be pretty frustrated.
Yeah, you'd be pissed off. But it was purposely done. Listen, man. If it's being controlled over there, come on, dog.
I'm excited to see what the crowd is going to be like, because I would bet you that a lot of people from this area are going over there to watch the team, and I think it's going to be. What do you think the Dolphins crowd is going to be like for that game?
I think there'll be a lot of people there.
Well, I don't doubt that the thing's going to be sold out, but like, are you thinking there's going to be a lot of just general football fans from Europe? I'm sure.
Yeah.
There's also going to be obviously Commanders and Dolphins fans. What percentage do you think is going to end up being Dolphins fans versus Commanders fans?
I think it's going to kind of be like a 40-40-20.
Okay. So you think it's going to be pretty split?
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Listen,
I might just enjoy staying in Miami in November.
People like going to like games that are away like that. Like, just like weddings that are like destination weddings.
Yeah.
This is like a destination game.
A destination NFL game?
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, if you're living in Miami, though, you might just want to stick around. Miami's not too bad.
Miami's
the
fun.
destination itself.
Yeah.
It's going to be a great crowd just because it's the first game in Madrid.
Yeah, first game.
It's
Yeah.
historical.
So it's going to be people
why I
there
had to
that
get there.
really want to be there as well.
I thought he was going to say it's going to be a great game because Jeff's going to be in the crowd.
He meant that,
Man, I don't mean to toot my own horn, but whoever
Don't
in our
worry.
section, we turn
ain't
it up.
nobody listening to it. It's not working.
Jeff, what's the plan for Madrid while you're over there?
Dude, I'm going to just explore everything.
Hey.
I'm not going to sleep.
Toby,
if I got to walk, if I got to
I'm bringing my extra cachet.
and
make sure I
I'm-
have some cash to get him out of jail.
And I'm annoying B-Mitch the entire trip.
Oh, I'm not worried about you. I got security following me. I got some security. I'm gonna say, hey, you see a guy that looked like a overweight what's my man name from the Rams?
Aaron Donald.
Aaron Donald. Shoot him.
Well, one dude thought I was what was the Raiders coach name? Antonio Pierce?
People thought you were Antonio Pierce?
Man, he came up to me while I was on the metro at work, and I'm like, dude, they don't even play here this week. Why would he be here?
B. Mitch, how long are you going for? You gonna be there all week?
I think I'll be there from that's the 13th is Thursday, right? I'll be there Thursday through I'll be back on Monday, I think.
There you go. You gonna get some Spanish golfing?
Nah, I'm gonna be busy. I'm gonna be making that cheddar. I gotta get Jeff out of jail, dog. I mean, Jeff gonna do something stupid, and I'm gonna have to get him out. So
Nah,
I'm making
one
sure
thing
I'm gonna have enough in my stash so I can make sure I have to bail him out.
I don't mess around with no international policia. No.
Well,
I'm not
when
even,
I tell them what you did, they're gonna be looking for you.
I'm not even gonna walk out of a bar drunk over there.
You're not?
No.
If you walk
I'm gonna
in the
stay
bar,
till I'm
if you
sober.
walk in the bar, you gonna walk out drunk. Believe me.
They would not get me for public intoxication.
Man, I walked out of a bar in Berlin. It was daylight. I went into the thing like 7 that night, and I came out. The sun was up.
Throws you off.
Huh?
Throws you off.
No, it was the next day.
Oh.
Well,
You were hanging out.
Oh,
you were hanging out.
Boy,
800
Thunder, boy, I tell you.
I bet you Madrid's going to have a couple of Commanders fans and Dolphins fans doing the same thing.
Yeah.
800-636-1067. What was your experience like getting tickets for the Commanders in Madrid? Did you get tickets? Are you going to be going over there? Feel free to hop in. I need to know also what to do in Madrid. So if you've ever been over there, hit us up with some ideas on things to do in Madrid. It's B. Mitch and Finley on the Fan. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer in for JP this week. What did JP call this place one time? A chair graveyard? You're doing surgery on the chair.
Yeah,
in the break?
I mean, I don't know who unscrews these screws here, but once every 2 weeks, I got to put a screw back in.
It's a chair graveyard in here.
Because if you don't, the arms of the chairs fall off.
800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. You going to Madrid? Did you get tickets today? Did you have a chance to get in that pre-sale and end up getting tickets? If you did, feel free to hop in 800-636-1067. Let's get out to Morgan in Bethesda. Morgan, what's up?
How you guys doing?
We're doing good, man. How you feeling?
Man. I'm feeling great. I waited in line like everybody else. I was like number 737,000 in line. Got down to about 250,000 before they closed it and sold it out. Picked up some tickets on StubHub though. Got 4 of them together. It was like $330 a piece, but the fees were about $130 each. So it's like $500 a piece.
Wow.
The fees are what kill you.
Hey, 400 level corner end zone. I'm okay with it. I haven't been to a game since LeVar Arrington was playing. I'm good.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. That's been,
hey,
welcome been a minute.
back.
It's
Welcome
been a minute.
Yeah, I never went away. I just couldn't give that man my money. You know what I mean?
All right. Well, I understand.
What brought you back more?
Yeah,
What brought you back more? Going to Spain or seeing Jayden Daniels?
Oh, I can't answer that. That's the land of pork, man.
The answer can be both, I guess. Both.
Yeah, absolutely.
Appreciate it, Morgan.
I appreciate you, brother.
All right.
That's awesome. Hadn't been a game since LeVar Arrington. That's been a minute.
I'm about to tell LA, man. Dude, stop going when you were playing, dog.
Commandante Tequila is on the line. Commandante, what's up?
What's up, buddy? How you guys doing?
How you doing?
Did you get tickets?
Hell yeah. Come on, man.
What number were you? Or did you have to go on StubHub?
75.
You were number 75?
75.
When the hell did you start? When did you call in?
Dude, when I started calling in at freaking 1:45 in the morning, Pacific time.
Wow.
Did you go to sleep last night?
I'm not having sleep yet. I'm ready to go to sleep right now.
Well, so am I, but
I'm tired.
Wow.
I'm just tired of it, but I'm happy.
What big plans do you have for Madrid?
You and Jeff hanging out?
A 5-day vacation.
You and Jeff gonna be hanging out, man?
I'll get him real drunk.
Oh,
I'm gonna have him talk Asian, man.
All 3 of us hanging out.
Toby, Jeff, and
I don't think that's happening.
Yeah.
I don't think that's happening.
Toby,
Jeff,
you gotta
Tequila,
go watch him,
and
dog.
B. Mitch.
No, I'll hang out with B. Mitch. Maybe I ain't hanging out with.
B. Mitch gotta work. He can't hang out with y'all.
All right, appreciate it, Commandante.
I gotta work. I can't hang out with y'all. No, not happening.
Appreciate it, man.
All right.
What is maybe I'm ignorant here. What is Spanish cuisine from Spain? I know paella. What else am I missing here?
That's enough right there. I love that.
What else
Well,
is
I'm
it?
sure they have all the other stuff that everybody else
Lots
has.
of seafood.
I mean, I'm totally down with a lot of seafood.
You said? Oh,
Lots of seafood,
I'm
lots of
going to
rice.
How about pastas? Rice, they have like rice more with seafood?
Yeah, it's mainly seafood and rice.
Basically like Louisiana.
Then like pastries for breakfast.
I don't want no pastry.
Do we have any Spaniard listeners from Madrid? Like,
I'm sure some.
Y'all gotta call us.
Yeah, call in and give us
what to eat.
ideas. 800-636-1067. Give us not even just things to eat, but things to do. What are some must-do things in Madrid? Because I'm
Bring
not
your money to get Jeff out of jail.
Morgan just told me there's a 5-level club there, and it's a different genre every floor. You think I'm not about to put my bid in the DJ over there? I'm about to find that club.
Jeff, they already have the DJs over there.
Hey, if I tell them, yo, I'm coming from America for the game against the Dolphins and Commanders, and let's throw a party, trust me, it will work.
They're gonna say, well, our dude, what's his name? Jose gonna be doing it that night. He said he got the US music. He ready for some stuff that they don't even haven't heard yet.
Just always remember this. It's a difference if I make some tacos and Jose makes some tacos.
All I'm saying,
same with the music.
If you take your equipment over there, you gonna have to fill out a visa and everything else. You're just making everything wrong for yourself. You won't be getting in then.
I'm a little disappointed. Maybe I'm gonna have to look at Atletico Real Madrid, where the Commanders will be playing at their stadium, Santiago Bernabeu, they're not home. They're home November 9th and November 23rd. So there's that 2-week stretch in between there where they're not home. Obviously, the Commanders playing the Dolphins on the 16th.
That was probably done on purpose.
I would assume so, but I would love to get to
Isn't one of the
a
guys,
Spanish soccer game.
One of the guys that's a member, one of the owners of this team, he has some ownership in Real Madrid.
I'm not sure.
I think so.
Let's see.
That wasn't mistakenly done.
I would love if Atletico is in town. They also have a 2-week stretch. I wonder if that's a.
No, but you're gonna be paying some fees for that ticket too.
I wonder if there's a international break for that, or if there's maybe a Champions League break for. I don't know exactly the soccer schedule, but if you're there a week early, you can go to a Real Madrid game. If you're there a week after, you can go to a Real Madrid game or Atletico Madrid game. So I would love to go to a soccer game. Would you be interested in a soccer game over there?
Be working out.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, if you had extra time, would you go to a soccer game over there?
No, I'm going to the beach.
I don't blame you on that.
I'm hoping the beach is. I hope it's warm.
I would assume it is, but I have no idea. I've never been.
Yeah, because I've been to some countries, and you go over there.
Andrew's in Warrenton. Andrew, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? I didn't get tickets, but I've been to Spain. So what you're going to look for food is when you go to the beach, that's when you get paella in Barcelona. In Madrid, you're looking for tapas. It's all about small plates. You'll get a ton of that. And then do not mess with their siesta. It is real there. That 1 o'clock hour hits, you will not be able to get a grocery store or anything. So have everything you need before that.
I'm down for a siesta. What do you think about incorporating that into the show?
It's 2 hours?
It's an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours sometimes, depending on what city you're in.
What do you think about incorporating that into the show at 1
siesta?
o'clock?
Nah.
I'm down with the siesta.
I get here at 10, man. I'm not sleepy by 1.
Appreciate it, Andrew.
Appreciate you.
Yeah.
I'm always down with the siesta. You're down with the siesta, Landfill?
No, just some updates. Real Madrid doesn't actually have owners. They're like a club type situation.
They're the Green Bay Packers?
Yeah, sort of. But the other thing is that the Commanders game is during the one of the international breaks. So Real Madrid's not playing, but Spain does have a match 2 days after the game, which I guess is a Tuesday.
Oh, at Bernabeu?
No.
I'd be interested in that. Be interested in international soccer.
It's some place called Albacete.
Yeah, no idea.
No idea.
Yeah,
I know.
Went there yesterday.
I know Bernabeu, and then I think it's Camp Nou in OU is where Barcelona plays. I think that's about all I know. Seth is in Arlington. Seth, what's up?
What's up, guys? How are you?
How's it going, man?
How you doing?
I lived in Spain for like 3 months studying abroad, and a couple things, man. The caller before, the siesta's real, but they don't eat dinner until like 10 o'clock at night, so you need to get ready for that.
I'm cool with that.
So that sucks. But then, are y'all gonna have a translator with you?
Probably not.
Say hable español.
Yeah,
it ain't Jeff. I can tell you that much.
What, man. It is. I went over there to study Spanish, and I picked up a little bit. But if you don't have somebody over there that knows where they're going and what they're doing and can speak the language, you can get turned around quick. Of course, I'm sure you guys are going to have people with you, but I mean, it's a confusing city if you don't speak Spanish.
Yeah, well, hopefully Google Translate and all those things
Again,
get me around.
What I say earlier, I'm bringing money to get Jeff out of jail.
That's right.
Appreciate it, Seth.
Yeah,
Jeff
man.
gonna say, I was just asking for a ride. Hey, you get arrested.
Football Day Americano. That's all I'm gonna say. Football Day Americano.
Let's take a break. When we come back, Santana Moss, the Cowboy Killer, going to join us here on B. Mitch and Finley.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. So baseball, we'll see what kind of effect the changes have. Nationals' new interim manager, Miguel Cairo, takes over tonight as the Nats are on the road in St. Louis. Speaking of the changes, appointment radio tomorrow, folks. Former GM Mike Rizzo is going to join the Junkies tomorrow morning. His normal time tomorrow, 9 a.m. Mike Rizzo with the Junks here on 106.7 The Fan. Nats baseball tonight, 7:45. First pitch for the Nats and Cardinals here on The Fan. Tennis year's third Grand Slam continues in London. Number 5 seed Taylor Fritz won his quarterfinal in 4 sets over Russian Karen Khachanov today at Wimbledon. American Amanda Anisimova just finished off her quarterfinal win in straight sets. Women's top seed Aryna Sabalenka won, had a rally, though, after dropping the first set. She is through, advancing into the semifinals with a 3-set win. Hockey, the NHL and Players Union have agreed to a new labor contract that will run now in the NHL through the 2029-2030 season. WNBA Mystics in action today. Matinee in Fairfax, Eagle Bank Arena against the Chicago Sky. Right now, late third quarter, Mystics in front, 52-46. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Final hour of B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP this week. It's time to get out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Welcome in the Cowboy Killer himself, Santana Moss. Santana, how you doing today?
What up, fellas? How y'all?
We good, man. Hey, Tony, we find out that Fred can't cook, right? So Fred been buying cookies from Wegmans?
Oh my God! So I'm gonna say this. Now I've had a lot of Fred. I guess you can say things that he's baked, and they came out pretty well. But I've always scratched my head and been like, Fred, is this store-bought? Because it's just too good to be true. And so when the cookie ordeal happened, I was like, bro, I haven't seen any perfect cookies like that in a long time. I haven't personally baked cookies, but I've been around a lot of people who can bake, and I've never seen their cookies come out that perfect. So
I know cookies come out like that. Wegmans cookies come out like that.
But I want to give my dog a little credit because he had brought some things in there, man, that was point, that was on point, and I don't think it was store bought. But
I'm gonna follow him. I'm about to follow him from now. I'm gonna find out for real.
Oh man!
So the story is, somebody posted that say Fred is always at Wegmans. Those cookies that he bring are Wegmans cookies. The lady said she work at Wegmans, so Fred, they know Fred. Fred talk to everybody.
Yeah, he spoiled his secret.
The cat is out. Mm-hmm.
So Santana, I've seen recently the team put out a podcast called Hail Tales. It's really cool, going back through memorable moments throughout Redskins football team Commanders history. And recently they put one out for the Monday Night Miracle. Take us back to that night and how special that was.
I mean, it wasn't special the whole night up until those 2 touchdowns, if you had to ask me. And that's one of the reasons why when I'm asked all over, what was my favorite moments, it's hard to say that. But after walking these streets up in the DMV and understanding what it meant to the fans, their take on it won me over. So that's why I give it, number 1 on my chart now. But leading up to those 2 catches, man, it was just one of those situations where it was only my second game as a Redskin, and we just wasn't playing right. We hadn't scored any touchdowns yet that season. The first week we won with 2 field goals against Chicago at home, and then now we in game 2, which is a Monday night in Dallas. And if you know the history of, Redskins Dallas or Redskins Cowboys, and and the history around that franchise at the time with Dan Snyder being the owner, we hadn't won in Dallas yet. So I didn't know all these stats as I, just being, involved into this rivalry. And I go out there the last couple of plays, I guess you can say before that drive. And I remember me and CP on the sideline just talking, and I was ticked off. And Portis being Portis, he walked away from me. I'm thinking he's finna just say, let me leave Tanner alone. And he comes back with the head coach, and Coach Gibbs asked me did I want to run the plays that I had mentioned, and the rest was history, man. So leading up into the moment, it wasn't special, but after it, man, I can't put another game in front of it.
So he asked you, did you want to run the plays, and he called the plays? I like that.
So all week long, you got to think about it. When these guys just, acquired me, they had been asking me questions about things I like to do in the offense. We hadn't got there yet because we just, we were still trying to get acclimated with our passing game. Our run game was sound. And so being that I'm newly acquired and, they still trying to get the hang of what I can do and what I can't do, as a receiver, that's the one thing I will say. People ask me all the time, Tanner, did you ask for the ball? No, I didn't. But if you ever had to ask me, what can I do? I can do it all. And I'm not saying it just to say it. Uh-huh. You watch the tape. I felt like a guy in my structure at 5'10", I can run any route, known to man, when it comes to being a receiver. And whether I'm, asked to do a jump ball, I can do that too. I was a jumper in high school and college. So when he asked me, hey, that week, I gave him a set of plays that I know that we can run against a particular guy that was playing corner, which was Aaron Glenn at the time. Aaron Glenn was my former teammate with the Jets. So I remember guys running certain plays and certain routes on him. Being a receiver, studying football, I like, okay, Aaron Glenn is so good, but these guys seem to get open on these routes. So I brought that to the coaches that week. We hadn't ran the entire game until I mentioned it to Portis, and that's when Gibbs came back and said, Tanner, you want to run the Dino route? Sure, coach. Fine time, but sure, let's do it.
Let's get it.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Santana, someone that's played with a bunch of different quarterbacks in your time in the league, how important is it to have continuity year to year? Thinking more so like Terry McLaurin, where they're going to get this contract situation figured out, I assume, and he's going to be back with Jayden for a second year. It's the best quarterback he's played with in his career, but he's going to have continuity with Jayden and some of that chemistry that he can build on year to year. How important is that, and how does that look as it evolves?
I think it's very important, but I also think as a receiver, being a pro, sometimes you have to overcome a lot of that stuff when you don't have that continuity. And Terry is, by example, he has shown you that year after year. He played with more quarterbacks already thus far in his career than I probably did, and I played with 15 in my 14 14-year career. So, but to have a guy like Jayden now at this point in his career, man, I think it's huge, and I think you saw how big it was for him individually last year. I think that was one of the better seasons that we saw from Terry, despite him having 1,000 yards every year, since his second year in the league.
Tanner, we were talking a lot about, they have a lot of games next year, but, people look towards the game in Madrid. And they had 700,000 people, spots on this thing waiting for tickets today. They finally sold out. I think there's a lot of bots on there. What's your thought on that game? Are you looking forward to it? Just playing over there, watching them play in Madrid for the first time.
I think having a seat that we have, yes, I'm looking forward to it. But I think what will make it special, no, we have a good time on the road. You know that. But I think what will make it special if we having one of those seasons where we in the hunt. You know what I mean? I'm not sitting here trying to, get too far ahead of myself and say I want to have the same type of season last year. Sure, we all do. But I want to be in the hunt. I just want to be a good team that's trending in the right direction by the time we get to Madrid. And I think that what makes it even more something, for looking forward to these fans to go up there and see our team, compete. But I think when you look at it, just being out the country, these fan bases now, man, we saw how our fan base traveled to our away games this past season. So you can just imagine what it's going to be like for them to get out the country and be able to sit back and enjoy some good football. So when you have a guy like Jayden Daniels and staff, when you have a staff, that Dan Quinn has put together, it's just, man, it's one of those things that give you something to look forward to. And I'm looking forward to all of it, but Madrid is definitely high on my list, as far as the games I want to see this year.
Talking with Santana Moss on the Rude Guest Hotline here on B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP. You talk about the fan base. How have you seen the fan base evolve as your time obviously playing for the team and then to where it is now? It felt like it died down a little bit, but last season it felt like it kind of reinvigorated the fan base, seeing the winning culture again, seeing Jayden Daniels play so well. How did you kind of see that yourself?
Yeah, reinvigorated. That's a good way to put it, man. Because I think when you look at 4 or 5 years previous to that season last year, we weren't looking good, man. I mean, you go to that stadium, it was just a lot of the other team colors there all the time, and it's tough, man. It's tough to be a home, to have home field advantage, and see your opponent's colors at home more than you see your own. And not to say that we didn't see our own, but it's just tough to see a lot of your home, the opposing team colors at home, And so just to see last year, a lot of those fans, and you got to think about it. Me and B. Mitch, we have our share with these fans. We go to some of the things that they put on through the off season where we're trying to get season ticket holders to buy back in and to probably get some of these suites. We have a chance to talk up close and personal with these fans and see what they want and see why they are back. And to tell you the truth, man, some of the stories I've heard, it goes to show you how important it is to put up, I guess you could say, something that these guys can call theirs, and I think that's a good team. And that's what you see that these guys have done, when it comes to our GM, our head coach, and these players, for them to go out there and deal what they did last year, it's one of those things that you say, here you go for being who you have been to us for so long. And that's what I felt like when I saw those, those fans back. They was appreciative again of what our team was doing, and that was playing good football.
I know we went to games. The game in Arizona, they took over. They took over Tampa. They took over that. Detroit thought it was going to be an easy run. I mean, but I'm talking about, there are fans on the road that don't even go to the game.
Yeah.
They at the hotels, they're hanging around. They have watch parties on the road because they want to be in the city.
Yeah.
So, they're coming back. I saw some great years at some time. I'm telling you, it is back. And I think that the way they stay here is the team have to go out, not necessarily be exactly what they were last year, but be something competitive. As Tanner say, being a hunt.
No doubt.
Being a hunt.
Santana, when you look at so you play, we were talking about this earlier. Cam Newton had some comments about Jayden, talking about, is he a one-hit wonder, and talking about RG3. You played with RG3. Now you've obviously have a relationship with Jayden being around the team. What are some of the similarities and differences you see between those two? Because immediately when Jayden was drafted, everybody draws the parallels of, they say, the running quarterback, drafted number 2 overall, Heisman Trophy winner. But I think you can see the differences in their game. But just what have your interactions been like with Robert obviously being his teammate and then with Jayden being around the team? What's the differences you've seen between those two guys?
I mean, it's one of the things that I think everybody's seen, when you really look at it, Jayden is a guy that runs second. He can honestly dissect a defense and tear you apart, sit in the pocket. And when you're young, you expect, most quarterbacks to kind of go through the ups and downs and say, you know what, he's going to try to get out the pocket a little more. He's going to try to escape so he can see things a little clearer. And I don't know if you want to give a lot of credit to just Jayden himself or both Cliff and Jayden, but we all said last year when we saw him get off to a great start, we was like, okay, when is it going to hit the wall? When is it going to hit the fan where, everybody's going to start saying, okay, now we know him. Now we know what to do. We're going to sit back and we're going to, sit in coverage and make him, pick us apart, find an open guy. They did that. And guess what? They wish they didn't. So that's what shows out to me. You couldn't just sit there and dictate what you wanted to do to the kid. He was the dictator. He was the guy that said, I'm going to go out here and show you that you can't present nothing to me, because if you rush me, I'm going to step up in the pocket. I'm going to look to throw it. And if there's nothing there, I'm going to take off on you. If you don't rush me, I'm going to find the open guy, whether it's I'm dinking his ball off or getting us 5 or 10 yards, but I'm going to find him. So that's what I saw that was different. I think with RG, I'm not here to say that he couldn't do that, but I think the offense that the Shanahan's put in place for him was perfect. That year one, that was what we wanted. Unfortunately, he got hurt, and I think that led to him not wanting to run the ball as much. And, when you're a kid, you don't know, man. You really don't know if you're crippling yourself by making some decisions. And I think, to me, the injury played more into Robert saying, I don't want to be a runner, than more so than him just saying mentally, I can't do it. Because if I'm having a season that Robert had that first year, run me, coach. Keep running me.
All day.
That won the game. You know what I mean? That made us win. And that's how I looked at things. I thought as soon as he went away from that, that's what allowed teams just to be able to tee off on him and sit back and say, now I found an open guy. And that didn't work out that smoothly.
I think what I noticed about Jayden is if he struggles with something this game, try the same thing next game. He's going to pick it apart. He was he reinvented himself every game. And like you stated about young guys normally don't do that. I've always said that you have to not only watch film of other people, but you watch film of yourself to see what kind of little tips you're giving off. And you watch Jayden play, and he doesn't do the same bad thing twice. So I think he's also correcting his stuff and finding out, because he talks to Bobby Wagner so much, who's probably seen every offense under the sun, and he probably tells him, well, you're giving off this. And then he changes that. And I think the thing about a young quarterback, normally when a young quarterback come in with a lot of hype, they don't listen to anybody. That kid listens. And that makes a world of difference for me.
Yeah. You got to be a student of the game, too. I think that's one of the things that's bright about him. When you get a chance to step out, see him outside the field, and especially just talking to his parents. Like, I spoke to his dad a couple of times, spoke to his mom, and it's two different personalities, but you hear the same thing. So, and just knowing what his dad taught him, his upbringing, through the sport, you can see it actually displayed each and every time he steps on the field. He's a student of the game. Like you just said it, B. Mitch. You can't present something to him once and think that you're going to be able to do it twice. And they just asked him this question earlier this year, during the offseason, like, what are you doing right now to make sure that, you don't have one of those sophomore, I'm not going to put it out there in the air, and he said it. He said, look, man, I'm studying, watching what I didn't do so well last year. And I'm going to try to make sure I do it better. And that's a student of the game. That's a guy that understands that regardless of how good I played last year, it's about the things I didn't do well. And I want to be able to go out there and acknowledge that and say, okay, this is what you got to, work on. And having a guy like Bobby Wagner, being a guy from the West Coast with him, he talks highly about that friendship. I mean, we can't give enough credit to this staff bringing in guys like that, a Wagner, Zach Ertz. That's what you need. You need that veteran leadership that has been to the pinnacle, that has seen it done on a high level, that's able to give guys like Jayden and all these other young guys those nuggets that they don't get from coaches, that they get from the players themselves that played, that's been through those lines. And that's great to have a guy like that. So I think it's phenomenal to have those guys, but I also think it's phenomenal to have a young guy that understands that it's all about correcting what you didn't do so well.
Talking with Santana Moss here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Last one for you, Santana. Luke McCaffrey last year, he was you saw flashes at points, and I think when you got the ball in his hands, he could make something happen. What do you need to see out of him this year, or what does he need to improve on to be a bigger part of the offense this season?
You just keep getting better, man. It's not one or two things here and there, man. He showed me things last year that I didn't quite expect to see last year, So that shows you who he is and where he comes from. I think when you look at his lineage and the kind of tree that they have when it comes to this football thing, you're not surprised about some of the things you saw last year from him, because you know what his dad did, what his brothers have done so far in his career. And I just look, I'm very confident just knowing that he's going to take care of what he can take care of. That's one of the things about being a player in this game. You only can take care of what you can do. You only can control what you can control. And I think he showed you that. As a rookie, I didn't expect to see some of those flashes. I expected a guy that, they might put in the game here and there, but they showed that, hey, they had confidence in, where he was at, that far in his career. And I'm looking forward to him just getting even better, because when you have a chance to be around that offense or any system and a quarterback that we have, man, you can put a subpar receiver out there on the field, and Jayden's going to make him better, because he's going to find when he's open. He's going to give him the ball at the right time. And so if you any if you're anything at your position, it's great to have a guy like Jayden Daniels because guess what? He's going to make the world see it because he's going to give you the ball at the right time.
Then I was telling Jeff, I have to make sure we bring some extra money because Jeff claims he's going to Madrid. So, we got to make sure we get him out because, he'll do something to end up in the slammer.
Hey, well, we got to make sure Jeff and Fred ain't together because they bringing Fred too.
So my Lord! Oh hell! We got to bring all the credit cards down. We got Fred and Jeff. Oh my Lord!
Yeah, man. It's gonna be one of them kind of trips, man. It's gonna be one of them kind of trips.
Oh boy!
Well, Santana, appreciate the time today. Enjoy the rest of your day, man.
All right, brother. Y'all take care, man.
All right, man. Be cool.
That's the Cowboy Killer himself, Santana Moss, joining us on the Rude Guest Hotline.
I'm serious.
It's going to be.
I'm about to bring some of my spidey senses out there to make sure I keep you out of trouble, boy.
Coming up next, Pro Football Focus ranked the offensive line units. Where did Washington rank, and do we agree with the ranking? We'll talk about it next here on The Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Start with baseball. All the changes made this weekend. Bench coach Miguel Cairo takes over starting tonight as manager on an interim basis when the Nats hit the road before the All-Star break. First of 3 in St. Louis tonight. 7:45 first pitch here on the Fan. And oh, by the way, if you haven't heard, former GM Mike Rizzo is going to be with us, joining the Junkies tomorrow morning. His normal time, Wednesday morning, 9 a.m. Mike Rizzo with the Junks tomorrow morning to talk about all the changes made this week here on the Fan. Tennis year's third Grand Slam continues at Wimbledon. Fifth seed Taylor Fritz a winner today in 4 sets against Russian Karen Khachanov, so he's on to the semis. Carlos Alcaraz is in front right now, 2 sets to none in his match. American Amanda Anisimova, a winner in her quarterfinal in straight sets, and women's top seed Aryna Sabalenka moved through in 3 sets. WNBA right now, Mystics and Chicago Sky all tied up at 66 apiece with 5 minutes to play. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer in for JP this week. I was telling B. Mitch in the break, I wish I could find a picture back when I was a kid wearing nice little. I know I had a white 89 Skins jersey wearing around Santana Moss.
You got to find it, man. Need to see that.
I'm sure it's somewhere. I
saw you in the Champ Bailey jersey.
I had a nice little Champ Bailey jersey when I was a kid.
Yeah. Look at that. Little Toby.
I have plenty of Redskins jerseys throughout my time. My most obscure one, Chris Horton. I have a Chris Horton jersey. Heck of a rookie year.
Yeah. Chris ended up being a special teams coach in the league. I
think he's with the Ravens right now.
Yeah.
Special teams coordinator right now. I grew up, Clinton Portis was a poster on the back of my door growing up. I also had a Wizards poster.
You're young as hell. I just talking to Toby in the break. Toby, I basically got 3 kids, Toby age or older. I take Toby age multiplied times 2 and add some stuff to it. He still ain't to me.
I have I had a Wizards poster hanging up in my room growing up too. The original Big 3.
Karan Butler,
Gilbert Arenas, and Anton Jameson.
Antoine,
yeah.
Golly, boy. I was hanging out with them dudes.
It's crazy. Anton Thomas kids were homeschooled with my siblings.
Wow.
My mom, like, yeah, Mr. Thomas, da-da-da. She's talking about him. She's like, yeah, Mr. Thomas used to play basketball. I'm like, okay. I get there. I'm like, Mom, you didn't tell me Mr. Thomas was Anton Thomas that we used to watch in the MCI Center.
Yes. Yeah. Antonio Daniels was my guy back in the day. Love watching Antonio Daniels. Yeah. It's always fun going down memory lane. Want to talk about
hell, dog. The old dude say, man, I got underwear. Yeah, well, you need to change your underwear then, dog. The dude told me that one day, boy, you young. I got underwear in your ass. I said, well, you need to get some new underwear.
Ain't that the truth? Don't walk by me in those underwear. So Pro Football Focus put out their offensive line rankings. I think they're going through and ranking a lot of the units right now. It is list season, B-Mitch. This is when you get all these rankings and lists and all these things. Now's when you kind of get all of those things. But they're ranking the Commanders' offensive line and all the offensive lines across the NFL. Where do you think they would rank? Where would you put them right now?
Commanders' offensive line.
Remember, this is going into the season. They're not really doing much projection on what it'll be.
Not projection about what it'll be, but how they bring in Tunsil. They move over. They draft Connolly. They move over Coleman. I think they'll put them in the top 12.
Well, they're not in the top 12.
They're not? They're below?
They're ranked 19th currently.
I don't buy it.
I don't either. So my thing about this is they can rank them wherever they want to start the year. Because I think by the end of the year, they'll be a top 10 unit.
Huh?
I think we'll be having a way different
I
conversation.
think before the end of the year.
Well, I think as soon as we watch them, we'll
Think
see.
about offensive line, it comes to continuity and chemistry. And although we did get better at left tackle, I would assume we're better at right tackle. They haven't all played together just yet. And I think that could be one of the problems. A lot of those other guys that are above them probably have more guys that have played together. Who they have as number one?
I'll take a guess.
Eagles?
Yeah, Philadelphia is number one.
And you look at them, they have played together. They're massive. They're huge. And you look at some of those big guys, they're athletic as hell too.
Yeah.
Man. So I would think that after they start playing together, like you stated, they'll be in the top 10 by the end of the year. But I think once they start playing together and people see it with a Jayden Daniels back there, I think you would change that up quickly.
So here's where it's interesting. So you look through the rest of the top 10. Philly being number one. I don't know that anyone has any qualms with that.
Not at all.
Number 2 is Denver. Number 3 is Buffalo. Here's one that's interesting. Number 4 is Chicago. I don't know that I agree with that. If we're going up, they've traded for some guys and they've got some names that you know, but there's also some projection here on some of their offensive tackles.
But the thing about it is, offensive lines, production, and rank normally comes off of decision making of the quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And last year they weren't ranked very high because their quarterback held the ball. If he doesn't correct that, it won't make a difference if you got good guys in front of you or not. You can't just run around all day. You got to make a decision, let the ball go.
So right now, going across their offensive line, Braxton Jones is their left tackle. Joe Tooney, they bring over from Kansas City. I don't think there's any question about him being one of the best offensive guards in the league. Drew Dahlman, they signed as a center, I believe. Jonah Jackson, another guard. It's pretty good. They traded for him. And then Darnell Wright playing right tackle. I think the issue I would have with them being ranked so high is Braxton Jones and Darnell Wright have shown that they can be solid, but there's still some development that needs to happen there. I don't know that they're a top 4 unit right away, like they say they are right now, but Joe Tooney and Jonah Jackson, that's a good pair of guards to have up there.
It's true, but still, as I stated about Washington, they have to play together.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know if the chemistry is going to go well. And I can tell you a quick thing that makes up chemistry on the offensive line. The quarterback doesn't throw the ball when they think he should be thrown, and he's not in the spot they think he should be, it's going to be a problem.
I also think when you look at Washington's offensive line, I like the fits of these guys because doing the draft show, we were talking about should they draft Josh Simmons. They end up going with Josh Connerly, right? Simmons being the bigger tackle out of Ohio State with injury concerns, but he's maybe more of your prototypical anchor as a tackle. But I kind of like how Connerly fits. And that's something that, the note afterwards we find out from Cliff is say, take the Oregon tackle, please.
Yeah.
I think he fits exactly what they want to do. You need guys that can move on the offensive line.
They need athletic guys to run. This offense that they run have the offensive linemen moving a lot.
All the time.
And if you have more athletic than just road grading guys, it makes a difference.
And I think if you look across the offensive line, they all fit that mold.
Yeah.
Tunsil's athletic. Coleman's athletic.
Yep.
Biotish is athletic. Cosme's athletic.
Yep.
And now Connerly's athletic. I think you have an athletic offensive line, but I don't think it comes at the expense of being able to hold up against bigger defensive tackles.
What people don't understand is it's not just the 5 guys you have. It's the backups as well. And I think when you look at Allegretti and also Wiley, those, and then Trent
Scott.
Trent Scott, instead of like Allegretti and Wiley, if they start at some point in the season or not, or if they're backups, doesn't that make your first 8 more legit than they were before?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And so I'm curious to see where they end up. Some of the other, to round out the top 10, the Colts are ranked 5th. The Buccaneers are 6th. Vikings 7th. Falcons are 8th. That's an interesting one because I don't know that I think of them as a stout unit. I think of Chris Lindstrom as being one of the best offensive guards in the league. I don't know that I think of the rest of the unit as being formidable, but they're in the top 10. The Jets and then the Chargers at 10. Now, the interesting thing about the Chargers is they've got the best young tackle duo in the league. Slater and Alt. That's a nice tackle duo, but maybe they have issues inside. I'm interested to see where they would end up by the end of the season, though, for the Commanders, because
And
I
then
think
again, the fact I said 12, a top 12, then 19. Who cares?
yeah.
You know, like I just like if they were in the top 12, who cares? They still got to go do it.
Well,
You know what I mean?
I think, like you said too, it's so important to understand how your quarterback's going to play to help out the offensive line. And I think year to year, we saw the stark difference. We saw a quarterback that did not help his offensive line.
Yeah.
That's why you ended up with the number 2 overall pick in Sam Howell. And then you had a quarterback that did help the offensive line in Jayden that gets the ball out quick. And even when the offensive line's protection breaks down, he can make something of it. So I think improving that offensive line, I think, made all the sense in the world. You're protecting your top asset, which is Jayden Daniels. And I think it improves the entire offense because now it allows Jayden to have a little more freedom and time in the pocket, as well as being able to hopefully run the football.
Hey, man, they're going to do some things this year, some of the same things they tried last year, but they'll have more success with it. Listen, I'm not saying they need to block for 2 more seconds. They need to block for less than a second, a little longer, and you give Jayden a chance to make a decision. We watched last year, their unblocked guys coming, he still delivered the football to where it needed to go. Imagine if the guy is not unblocked and he can really step into it and, move into the right spot and let it go. Things would be even better.
I think there's still some untapped potential in the offense. Cliff kind of talked about this when they talked about improving the offensive line. He's like, we weren't able to get to the entire playbook last year.
Yeah.
I think the part of the playbook they weren't able to get to is the deep passing game. It showed up from time to time, but think about when you watch Jayden Daniels highlights coming out of LSU. If you pulled it up, what's the first thing you saw? Some slot fade, 40 yards down the field, dropping the bucket to Malik Neighbors.
Yeah.
You didn't get a lot of that last year.
They practiced the dropping the bucket a lot, too.
And I think that's going to be a big part of the offense this year because that was one of the selling points on Jayden is his deep ball accuracy.
He's good.
He's really good at it. I don't think we got to fully see that in his rookie season. Part of that is the offensive line. And so if you improve that offensive line, imagine Terry tracking down a ball deep down the field. Jalen Lane, one of the fastest guys in the draft. Virginia Tech didn't really use him that way, but I would assume that with that speed, that the Commanders are going to try to use him deep down the field as a receiving threat.
I believe he'll be involved.
I think he's going to be really, really good this year.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
I like the kid.
Debo being around the line of scrimmage, I think, is going to be good. I just think with the ability to have that offensive line, the big thing for me is it obviously helps out the passing game. I think a big part of the success of the team this year and being able to take that next step, they need to be able to run the football.
Yeah.
And so improving up front is going to be huge. And I don't know, we'll see if Brian Robinson takes a step forward and gets back, because we saw flashes last year, but there were definitely some times where he struggled. But improving up front, does that make the run game effective enough? Because the second half of last year, so much was on Jayden's plate that I want to be able to take a little bit off and help him.
I think it does, because last year I know Brian Robinson took most of the blame, but when Brian began to struggle and the running game struggled, the offensive line was battered. And we can go through that whole stretch where they played the Eagles up there in Philadelphia. That whole time you saw offensive linemen banged up. When things was better, the offensive line wasn't banged up. And if you can keep guys healthier this year, automatically the running game gets better. As a running back, if you get the ball, as soon as you get it, you have to make a move, you're gonna have problems. But if you get a ball, you can hit the line, hit the line full speed and make a cut off of that. You normally have a lot more success. I'm expecting this year where guys can be hitting it downhill. When we saw early in the season when Brian had a lot of success, he was hitting it downhill, full speed. He didn't have many problems.
And I'm curious if they need to make some tweaks in the way that they run him. Maybe not as much out of the gun, maybe a little more out of pistol or under center.
I think everything is going to be more about how Jayden Daniels operate.
Well, and
the other guys got to fall in line.
For sure. And I think, but it's just, that'll be something to monitor if they maybe make some tweaks there, but maybe it needs to be Eckler.
But he picked up more stuff when Eckler got hurt.
Sure.
But if Eckler stays healthy, or even Krosky Merritt, or
I'm excited to see him.
If one of the other guys step in and play better, you have other guys that can do it. But Brian was your bell cow. And when Austin went down, they felt more comfortable with Bryant than anybody else. If somebody else could step up to where you have more depth in your running back room, then good things happen.
I think the secret weapons of this offense could be Jalen Lane, and then if you get Krosky Merritt, he's got an explosiveness in that backfield that the other guys just don't have.
I'm looking for it.
I think he could be a home run hitter. He'd be a lot of fun to watch. We'll wrap things up next. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan.
My daughter.
Final couple minutes, B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer are in for JP this week. The Nationals announced a couple of coaching changes, obviously, over the weekend. Now we're getting some more clarification. Miguel Cairo, the bench coach, now taking over as the manager. Henry Blanco, who's the catching coach, is taking over as the bench coach. And Bob Henley, remember that name, he's joining the staff as a Major League field coordinator. Just a reminder, coming up to start Grant and Danny in just a couple of minutes, Jason Worth going to join the show talking about Rizzo and about Davey being fired. And tomorrow, 9 a.m., get your popcorn ready. Mike Rizzo joining the junk. So plenty of national stuff continuing on this week right here on 106.7 The Fan. It's fun running down. I walked in the other studio. We're running down memory lane of favorite Commanders, Redskins, football team players. And Ryan said his favorite, Stallion said his favorite all time is Santana.
Yeah, you said that?
Yeah. I think Terry's up there for me. I really enjoy watching Terry. There's something, though, with the nostalgia of who you grew up watching as a kid.
That's what it is.
Who was your guy as a kid? Maybe not a Redskin, but
Tony Dorsett.
Yeah.
Wasn't that big, but he had success after success. And I'd always thought I was going to be a running back until I became a quarterback. Then I eventually ended up being a running back. So I liked him, and I love Walter Payton. Because Walter Payton was 205 pounds, and he would run through people. And they would just reach and have to grab onto whatever they can grab onto.
I used to have a gray Chris Cooley jersey I'd wear every game day. So Chris Cooley might be up there, 47. Let's check in with the aquarium. Jeff, who was your guy growing up? Who was your favorite player?
I had two, and the first one was Sean Taylor.
Yeah,
I love Sean. Like when he died, I really was depressed. Like I was crying in my room in his jersey. Then it was Santana, dude. The first time when I worked with 980 and we were at the other location, and I was doing the pregame with it was him and Julie. Dog, I'm trying so hard not to just fan out because I'm talking to them in the pregame.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yo, I'm texting my boys because we all Commanders, well, Redskins fans.
Yeah.
I'm like, dog, I'm over here working with Santana Moss. Everybody like, yo, calm down, calm down. But yeah, it was definitely Tanner, man. I used to, when I would be outside, I'd catch the ball and we were playing football and I'd smoke people up the sideline, truck a few people. Hit him with the little.
That's the added lie he telling.
No,
Yeah.
oh no.
He wasn't smoking nobody.
He might catch the football, but that's where it ended.
And then he went down.
If they had a backyard football league, I was going all Madden.
I don't believe you.
But yeah, nah, man. I used to love spinning the ball on the ground and hitting the little, when Tanner hit the little head shake this and go for the first down. That was my boy.
All right.
Landfill, who was your guy growing up?
I really like Darryl Green. Also, Coach Prime, because I have his autograph on a Redskin seat cushion.
There you go. There you go. White Brian?
You're welcome for that autograph.
Who was your dude?
I was a Corey Webster guy.
Who?
Corey Webster for the Giants.
What do you play?
My favorite Redskin was probably Roy Halou.
Roy Halou.
What?
Shout out Nebraska.
That's the name.
Oh, what did Corey Webster play?
I know. I don't recognize that name right away.
He had that big interception against Favre, and he was just really good.
And then you threw out Roy Halou.
Roy Halou. I love watching him play.
Why?
He was on my fantasy team a couple years, and he did well.
Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about
when
right.
he was here, or when he went to? Didn't he go to Denver or something? Like
I don't remember where he went.
When he was in Washington, he had a couple years where he had a good amount of receiving yards.
Okay.
All right. I mean, if you're
so.
doing that, Chris Thompson was the way to go. Let's get to Heard It Here first. What happened yesterday?
Everybody lost.
The Dodgers got destroyed by the Brewers.
They got crushed. I turned the game on in like the third inning. It was already 5-0. I don't know what happened.
All right, my bet kicks off in 10 minutes. I'm taking e-basketball again. I'm taking the Suns.
Why do you gotta go with e-basketball?
Because, bro.
I don't get it.
I was going to take e-soccer, but the game started and the dude scored in the first 2 minutes.
That's absurd. That is absurd. Give me the Chicago Cubs to beat the Twins tonight. And then why not? Give me the Washington Nationals to get a win tonight and Miguel Cairo's first game managing the Nats.
Okay. I'm taking the Giants and the Dodgers.
Parlay my East basketball with the Yankees over the Mariners.
Oh, so at least you're picking one real sport.
Hey, it is a real sport.
No, baseball is not e-basketball.
It's a real sport.
Warriors plus 3.5 in summer league.
What do you got, Landfill?
Toby, you stole my bet. I'm also taking the Nats.
I like it. We'll see if they can get a win tonight. First time with Miguel Cairo. I think they're going to be talking, the reporter's talking with Mike DeBartolo here in a couple of minutes, so keep an eye out and see what he has to say in his first time meeting with the media as the general manager of the Washington Nationals. Appreciate everybody that joined the program today. Barstool Nate joined us at 11, Sam Blum at noon, and we just heard from Santana Moss to kick off the 1 o'clock hour. You missed anything, you can check out the podcast or rewind on the Odyssey app. Remember, Grant and Danny going to have Jason Worth joining the program to start right off the top at 2 o'clock. For Brian Mitchell, I'm Toby Altizer signing off. Grant and Danny coming up next.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're sponsored by Door Pro America, Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Baseball, we'll see if all the change means something. Nationals get back on the field tonight. Miguel Cairo takes over as interim manager as the Nats begin a road trip before the end of the first half of the season tonight in St. Louis, 7:45, first pitch on the Fan. And oh, by the way, must-listen radio tomorrow morning. Former GM Mike Rizzo will join the Junkies tomorrow morning, his normal time, 9 a.m. Wednesday morning. Mike Rizzo tomorrow with the Junks here on the Fan. Tennis, year's third Grand Slam continues in London. Number 5 seed, Taylor Fritz, winner in 4 sets over Russian Karen Khachanov today at Wimbledon. Two-time defending champ Carlos Alcaraz just finished off his win in straight sets. American Amanda Anisimova won her quarterfinal in straight sets. And the women's top seed, Aryna Sabalenka, dropped the first set today but rallied to win in 3. She's in to the semifinals. Hockey, the NHL and Players Union agreed to a new labor deal that runs through the 2030 season. And WNBA, the Mystics already done. They were in action today. Matinee against Angel Reese and the Chicago Sky. Mystics win it 81-79 to snap a 2-game skid. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Good Tuesday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. You are locked into 106.7 The Fan, and we will take you all the way up to 6:30. As you just heard Earl say, the Nats are in St. Louis, so we've got a full 4.5 hours tonight with a start time in Central Time for the Nationals and more time to dissect what's going on with that ball club. Also, an opportunity to get into the big Commanders news of the week. Terry McLaurin at odds with the team and whether or not the federal government could engage in the ongoing stadium negotiations. So we'll be busy. Danny, great guest lineup today. Jason Worth is joining us in just a couple of minutes right off the top here.
Right off the top.
To talk about one of the biggest weeks in Nats history. Also, Steve Phillips, former Major League Baseball general manager, at 3:30 on GM candidates that would make sense to him for them to reach out to. I want to do a deep dive on the organization, their draft and development issues with Brian Kenny, the analytical mind at MLB Network. That should be fun at 5 o'clock. And Spencer Nussbaum of the Post, who's been doing a lot of reporting on everything going on with the Nats, joins us at 6. So we've got everything covered today. It should be a very entertaining show. That's a very nice Robin's Egg Blue T-shirt you're wearing. What is that?
It's not a big deal. I mean, it's as somebody that's an affiliate and a partnership with YOLO, pretty much the foremost pickleball name. Cakes and I got to visit one of their flagship locations there in Rockville, behind the scenes to their new testing court and stuff. I mean, we signed, some just a small contract and got a couple T-shirts and gifts and a couple collectible items and brand spanking new Agassi paddle, 16 millimeter, Grant, which is a really good all court paddle.
You're not using a 16 millimeter.
I am. I didn't think I would. I didn't think I was that guy, but I am. It's that good of a paddle, and it's a YOLO shirt, and it's a very handsome shirt, if I can say that. I get compliments every time I wear it.
Do you work in inches or millimeters generally?
That's millimeters, for God's sakes. I mean, thank you for asking questions so that everyone else could understand that isn't as familiar as you are with the pickleball paddle. But like usually the 14 is where I go, and I'm like, is it going to feel heavy in my hands? Am I going to be able to play fast to the net? The answer is yes. The answer is yes with that Agassi all court. I love it.
Season 2 of Quarterback dropped on Netflix today. In fact, that means on Netflix things come out at midnight. So I've already cranked out a couple of episodes. I am loving me some Jared Goff. So Ryan, move over. You got company now. In fairness, I mean, Jared Goff as a quarterback, his status in my mind can't change. It is what it is. He's fairly limited. But I like the personality. I like the person a ton. Joey Burrow is going to be tough for me, I will say. I've always loved Burrow. That's my guy. Great quarterback. Zero Dark Joe Burrow 30, whatever we're going to say about him being a badass.
Mm-hmm.
The meeting with fashion people who are telling him what his jacket's going to do for him, and he is an eclectic dude. I think I'm more of a Goff guy than a Burrow guy, just if I got to kick it with someone for a day off the field.
Yeah, but I'll take that guy with a little bit of swagger that's tough to deal with, that's a little bit ornery. You know, I mean, that's not really that great of a personality to hang out with as long as he's dropping dimes on the field.
He seems like a good dude. I don't love my quarterback having meetings with their fashion person.
And buying the Batmobile. Like, I'm not that into that.
The Batmobile's kind of cool. You got enough money to throw coin down on the Batmobile from the movie Dark Knight? Okay, I'd like to ride around in that with you and go get a Slurpee, or maybe we could go through the drive-thru at Wendy's and get a Frosty in the Batmobile. That'd be badass. But just the idea of meeting and talking about, well, this color will pop and people will talk about you if you have this jacket on, not necessarily for me. A guy that I don't think ever had someone counseling him on his fashion or any type of person he hired on his staff to tell him what to wear is on the Rude guest hotline right now. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Long time friend of the program, Jason Worth, is back on Grant and Danny. J-Dub, did you ever pay anyone to tell you what to wear after games leaving the clubhouse?
No, but I'm slowly becoming a WNBA fan.
You know what?
That's a pivot.
That works. I mean, they walk in and, we see like the NBA, the WNBA, what are they wearing and how that, is going to affect their fandom. I mean, that's a thing, though. I'm watching this quarterback show, Worth, and Joe Burrow, one of the most popular quarterbacks in America, one of the best athletes we have going right now, has a full-time fashion guy that like lays out outfits for him for the week and discusses his looks. I can't believe it.
I came from the school of if you look good, you play good, and I mean, I looked like 4 hits every day. So what are you going to say?
And sometimes you got those 4 hits. What a week for the
Sometimes it rains, Sometimes it rains.
You were brought to D.C. by Mike Rizzo. He was negotiating with your agents. He was the one that brought you to the city, and you know the learners so well. What do you make of this week and this decision? He'd been here for 19 years, 20 baseball seasons, essentially the entire time the team had been.
What happened? I've been in the woods.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, like you said, 19 years is a long time, a hell of a run. World Series title. When I came to Washington, we were fresh off 200 lost seasons. Mike, Mike was of the mind that things were going to turn around. And they did. I think that, when I met with the learners, Mark and Ted, the idea was to turn this team into a winning franchise. And I believe that, they accomplished that. Now, we've kind of since moved on past the winning seasons and into more of a rebuild, but I wasn't part of that. I don't, I've been removed from the sport, and I'm doing other things now. I don't have to worry about going 0 for 4 and swinging at sliders in the dirt. I gotta worry about post times and who's running where and what these horses are doing, which in my mind is a much better option.
What were those recruiting pitches like? Right, because you had options coming off of heading to free agency. You could have gone and signed a lot of places. What were those pitch meetings like with Rizzo, and how did he sell you on his vision?
Well, I mean, I think the big thing was that they wanted to turn the corner. They were serious about winning. Ted Lerner he's a winner. He was he won in life, and he he took over. I don't want to say a bad situation, but I mean, looking back, it wasn't the best. The MLB had done them no favors with the way they were running the organization, and when they took it over, it was tough, right? It was a tough thing to walk into. So the sell was that they were serious about winning. They were wanted to bring in guys that could help that along, and my deal was pretty much done with Boston. I was going to Boston. My grandpa played in Boston. My mom grew up in Boston. I always wanted to be a Red Sox, and Philly was out, and we had a lot of conversations with the Red Sox. But at the end of the day, the Nats came in. They offered me they guaranteed the 7th year, which is something Boston wouldn't do, and they guaranteed me they gave me a no trade clause, which was at that point in my life was the one thing that did. The money was about the same. I want to say it was a little bit better in Boston actually, but no security. It's the NL East. You're up against the Titans of the sport, and at the end of the day, the big sell was for me was this was a family play. This was something I could come in and be part of something that changed the culture, changed the sport of baseball in Washington D.C. Be part of a winning franchise, or help turn the Nats into a winning franchise. Tons of young talent, more of a mentor situation for me. Guys like Bryce Harper and Strauss was just coming off Tommy John, but I mean there was a lot of upside with the Nats that really wasn't wasn't there with Boston. It was a lot of stress, and then that group that in Boston that they brought in, Carl Crawford was kind of my comp that year, and I signed before him. He went to Boston, and you saw how it went for him in Boston, and I know I made the right decision, and coming to Washington and be part of something unbelievable. We turned the tide, and Mike was a big part of that. He was instrumental in making the changes to the organization that needed to happen to become a winning franchise. And to his credit, some of the stuff that he did, some of the levers that he pulled along the way were tough decisions. I think he probably, the learners as well. They had hard decisions to make, but I mean, at the end of the day, like that was an unbelievable run. And to win a World Series in 2019 was kind of the culmination of that. Now, since then, I've kind of been doing my own thing. I don't really know the ins and outs and how we got here, or what decisions were made to ultimately land on these times, I guess. But I feel like I'm a Washington National for life.
Jason Worth on Grant and Danny. There is a perception, that the acquisition of you back then, and you just kind of went through the negotiation, they paid a loser tax basically, right? They've got to give you the extra year or the no trade because they're trying to prove to you. They had proven to nobody at that point they're serious. Like they're not Boston. There's not banners everywhere. So they've got to do that. And then you come in, and the way it's always been told to me is that behind the scenes, everything from what food they're serving to being angry about Teddy losing all the time, like you're trying to show them this is not how it's done in winning places. This is not a culture that can ever allow us to thrive. And there's this perception now that maybe they're missing something like that. Like they need to go get, whether it's a player coming from a market like Philly or not, this Worthian influence for this next iteration with a really young team and a bunch of guys that don't really know and behind the scenes, on the club, on the field, like what it is like to win and what those other buildings are like. We had Jeff Passan on the show yesterday from ESPN, and he talked about, his big question for them is how self-aware are they of like how they run things compared to how everybody else runs things. Can you go back to that part of it and just trying to almost teach the people around you in some way, like this is how we do it, but it's not how we should be doing it?
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I see is, it's like this horse racing thing has really opened my eyes to, different side of sports, so more of an owner. Each horse is its own franchise in a sense, so you're kind of looking at things a little differently. I was the horse, right? Now I'm the owner. So I see things through a different lens at times. And I still see, I did it for so long, but there was a lot of that, like we hit practice balls for batting practice. I think we were the only team in the league that hit practice balls. It's like, the food wasn't great. The travel was okay. And, we changed all that. We changed the culture of the Washington Nationals, and ultimately, that led to a lot of fruitful seasons. I mean, I think we were the best team in the National League when I was there. Then, take out 2018, and then 2019 you win a World Series. So I think they did the right things. But that's kind of the state of baseball. People ask me like, would you want to manage? Would you want to, the GM job's open in DC? Like, I mean, I like what I'm doing now. I think it's a lot of fun. I don't work for anybody. But I do see the side of it, like, in horse racing, where if your horses don't run or they don't win or they're not any good, well, I mean, you kind of go broke. In baseball, that's not really the case, right? You can kind of, there's no incentives. It's not an incentive-based sport anymore. So there's that. It's just they run it as a business as such. So I don't know what like the ins and outs on that side from that, but I do see things a little differently now that I'm kind of managing my own sports franchise myself.
Yeah, which is something people can look into. And we've talked to you, the Icon Racing team that you've got. You've had multiple races now in the Derby, and you've got your podcast with Sean Keller that I listen to off the rails. It's so good. Jason Worth is with us on Grant and Danny.
You do listen, see?
I told you I listen. You guys have had some. Anytime you get an old school Nats guest on and you guys start sharing stories, that's catnip for me. I mean, that's the best.
Well, we got some good stuff. I think we're gonna keep building on it, see where it goes. But now I'm media now, so we're like, we're on the same page.
Yeah, you're a credentialed media member. Well, and
Media
now you
guy.
now you just have to stop working out and shuffle along like the rest of us. You were talking about some of the things behind the scenes. The little observation, like we wouldn't even notice the practice balls thing. There was this story this past week that came out, and we talk about this on the outside about how big of a deal this stuff is, and we really don't know. But the Nats don't have this. I'll just give you the backstory really quickly. There's this state-of-the-art hitting machine that teams have been using for 5 years. The Nats are one of the only teams that doesn't have it. And basically, it's something like I've used at Funland times 1 million, where like there's like a digital pitcher that you're watching, and then you're able to program with pitch shape and velocities every pitch he throws. So you can literally take it in that bat against a guy with timing before you actually do it. And like all the other teams are now using this thing that the Nats don't have, that Rizzo said this week they'll be getting. But I guess in that case, I just use this as a way to ask, when you are using those types of baseballs, like someone could say, well, why does that matter? Or who really cares? Like, how big of a deal is that stuff? And in what ways does it present itself as an issue in the clubhouse or with players?
Some of this stuff, and this is the first year that I've been interested in getting back into the game. I went to spring training. I started asking some questions, and the game has changed a lot in a short period of time. You have all these nuanced philosophies and theories and on hitting and pitching for that matter. You have all these different machines. I mean, guys don't even throw batting practice anymore. They hit off a wheel machine. I've seen that, and maybe it's gotten better. But I was kind of like at the end of my career, and I was somewhere, and they had the prototype for that machine you're talking about. And I hated it. Like I thought it was terrible. So I don't think it's not a cookie cutter thing. Like some guys like wheel machines. Some guys like Iron Mike. Some guys want to hit off the tee. So it's more out of necessity, really. Like, what do your players want? And I think that's the one thing that the Nats, to the Learners' credit, that's the one thing that they did really well when I was there. It took some time. It took some time to get Teddy across the finish line, but what do the players want? What do they need? What do we need to be successful? And I think that's to the family's credit, to Mike Rizzo's credit, they really went the extra mile to give us everything we need. And I know it sounds like, oh, you spoiled professional athletes. You guys get whatever you want, but I mean, the reality is, like, fans want winning teams. Fans want a good product, right? They want to go there and they want to cheer their team on. They don't want to finish last, So I think there's part of this where, and it's not easy either. You can't, there's a business model. I can't go buy $1 million horses, a year in, year out and expect to win the Kentucky Derby. It's just, I'm not one of the sheiks from Dubai. It's just not in the cards for me. So gotta do what's right for your bottom line. But I think you gotta give the guys what they want. You gotta give them every chance to succeed. I think when we were going through this, early on, I even asked, and this was before I knew anything about horse racing. I said the comment to Mr. Lerner. I said, "Do you own race horses?" And he said no, and I was kind of hoping he did. But and I said, well, if you did, you can imagine you wouldn't stop at McDonald's on the way to a race and expect the team to win, right? Like you'd give that horse the best food, the best training, the best staff, the best therapy, and give him the chance to win. And they did that. So I do think that there's part of that where you want to cater to the player, but you also have the bottom line stuff as an ownership group to do what's right. But I mean, for the most part, I mean, when I was there, they bent over backwards for us. They turned the franchise into a winning team. You won a World Series in 19 to their credit. All the stuff that's going on now that went down recently. I mean, I've got no, intricate details. I'm not really a part of the organization per se. I'm always a Washington National, always be there if needed. And really, I'd like to be more involved going forward. I was talking to Riz about that. Unfortunately, he's moving on, but that's just that's part of life.
Give me a time where it wasn't rosy. Like I know we know about the Matt Williams stories and some things like that, which you've told us and you've been out front about on your podcast at different places. But dealing with ownership, where it's like you're trying to make them see something and maybe they didn't, just because that's the rep, Jason, is they do things their way. And the story you're telling kind of, paints a different picture, which is awesome. But that's sort of their rep, baseball wide and business wide, is the way they do it is the way they do it. Doesn't matter if you don't like it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of that way too. I'm kind of like in that same boat. That's why I like horse racing so much, because it's, I call the shots. I do it the way I want to. If you don't like it, I don't care. Obviously, that with Icon Racing, it's a partnership, and we have, it's more of a democracy. It's kind of like democratizing horse racing in a way. You can get in and be part of it. Everybody's got a vote. But that's Icon. The other side of it, the 2A racing side of it, that's where I get to be the owner. So, I mean, I get that. I think that, I maintain that the whole Teddy Roosevelt thing was just was ridiculous. It took us a while to get.
So
there.
That's true, Jason. That story that you basically were miffed beyond belief on that and fought to have him win. That's legit.
Well, yeah. I mean, it was the whole culture of the team at the time. Like, just losing was okay. Celebrate a president that was whether you like his politics or not, was the president of the United States. Like, to celebrate him, him losing was just all part of the whole thing to me. Like, why are we celebrating losing? We got to turn the corner. And it took that first year was tough. Davey came on and in 11, we turned it around in 12. So it was, I think those instrumental changes at the ownership level, they think about things, and it takes a little time for them to make the decisions maybe, but I don't know. To get back into that sport for me, and to have to deal with media and people sitting there second guessing and all the stuff that goes into it it's just crazy. I went through that life. I've moved on. I don't think that's something I want to get into. But that's the thing. Like, people sit there and they complain about the teams. They complain about what the owners are doing. Like, I mean, that's baseball. That's you want to be part of something where you can call the shots. Like, give me a shout. IconRacing.com. You can come be part of Icon. You can have your own sports franchise, and you can fire your trainer. You can fire your jockey. You can do whatever you want. It can be yours. You know what I mean? The rest of the time, it's kind of tough to go buy a baseball team and be an owner. So I see both sides of it. It's not easy. Being a manager, a big league manager is it's one of the most thankless jobs. I did see the thing recently where where Davey said it wasn't. It was on the coaches or something. And
yeah, I want to get into that with you actually next. And we got Jason Worth with us. Yeah, let's do that next, J-Dub, because I got questions for you about that. And as a longtime player, not only your thought on that, but if you were taking over in Miguel Cairo's situation here, you have your first meeting today before the Cardinals. Like, what are you saying? And how do you, without rocking the boat too much, try to implement some type of changes if that's what's necessary? We're chatting with Jason Worth. Huge week for the Washington Nationals. They are back to action tonight against the Cardinals on the road. You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan.
Brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka, or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. And that's back in action tonight after the major shakeups that took place on Sunday. It'll be Miguel Cairo's first game as the interim manager. That takes place tonight in St. Louis versus the Cardinals. It'll be Jake Irvin on the hill for D.C. It is a 7:45 first pitch. Pregame coverage is rolling at 7:15 as Charlie and Dave bring your nats on deck. NBA news, Dallas Mavericks star Anthony Davis underwent a procedure to repair a detached retina that he suffered during the season. That, according to ESPN Shams Charania. Davis expected to be healthy for training camp. It'll be his first camp with the Mavs after being dealt to Dallas in that blockbuster trade this past winter. Mystics were in action earlier this afternoon, playing host to DMV native Angel Reese in the Sky. They were 81-79 winners. Kiki Irefin, the rookie all-star for the Mystics, led the way with him double-double. She registered 11 points and 10 boards on the night. There's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Look for the can with the sunset stripes. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
Back live on Grant and Danny on this Tuesday on The Fan, continuing to discuss the dismissal of Mike Rizzo and Davey Martinez by the Nationals. We'll talk with former general manager Steve Phillips and MLB Network's Brian Kenny on the show today, among others. Also, the Commanders are just a few weeks away from training camp, and Terry McLaurin does not have a deal yet. We'll get to the bottom of exactly what's going on with the wide receiver in Washington. But on the Rude Guest Hotline right now, our guy Jason Worth, who is playing in a pretty significant golf tourney this weekend, we can discuss. But J-Dub, right before we took a little respite there, because alas, we've got breaks on terrestrial radio, unlike your pod with Sean Kelly, where you just let your hair down as long as you need to. You had brought up the Davey Martinez comments of a few weeks ago, which felt like kind of the beginning of the end in terms of the coverage of him. It changed. Talking to some players in the clubhouse, they didn't love it. What did you make of his comments when he said it's never on the coaches?
Well, I mean, you got to know. I don't know what was going through his mind. What was going on behind the scenes. It might have had something to do with something unrelated. Obviously, it caused some backlash, and I can imagine some of the players didn't like it. But there could have been ulterior motives. I haven't talked to him about it, so. I think, as a manager, your job is to, that's what I was getting at. It's a very thankless job. Like it's like being a catcher. It's like the pitcher throws a great game. It's the pitcher's great. If he gives up a home run, you put down the wrong sign. It's kind of along those lines. It's not as glamorous as everybody thinks. It kind of sucks. So I don't know what was going through his head at the time, and what he had going on there. He could have had ulterior motives. Maybe he was trying to get the team to make a big trade before the deadline, or I don't know. Who knows what type of conversations they've had. It's to my point, like I was saying before. It's like the expectations are expectations. If you expect to lose, it's like the Teddy Roosevelt thing. It's like we're gonna celebrate losing and we're gonna try to win. So I don't know where his head's at, where the team's head's at. Obviously, the time has come to go a different direction, and those are things that I currently don't have to worry about.
Here's something, Jason, that I can't get over with this whole process, right? You were on, you played in big leagues a long time, a decade and a half, right? Really, really good career, obviously. You were on good teams, bad teams, and everything in between. When something's
Not many bad teams.
Not many?
Not many.
Fair enough. And so, but you were around the bigs enough to know that bad teams exist, right? You've seen that. Okay? Yeah. Here's what I can't get over. While the bad thing is happening, they're losing 11 straight, really, really struggling, no changes are made at all. Like I'm like the third base coach that's got a million guys thrown out doesn't have to like take a couple of games off or Gerardo Parra's over there at first. I'm not saying any of these things are his fault, but a millionth guy gets picked off. Maybe swap them out, or somebody do something at some point. No one lifts a finger. Everybody comes on and says, "Nope, we're staying the course, staying the course, staying the course." And then the two big decision makers get fired. That part of the process to me is just kind of stunning with all this, that nobody pulled the lever. Nobody tried to do one thing and replace a coach somewhere just to say, "Hey, look, we're trying." It just sort of was like, we're just going to run this into the mountain and see what happens.
Yeah. I mean, obviously people call me and want my opinion. And I was like, kind of, it's more of a shoulder shrug. Like, I don't know, like typically it's your pitching coach, your hitting coach, or, make a move, whatever. But, and Davey, I was like, oh, well, there you go. There's their move. So like I said, I think they think about things, in their own way. They have their, look, they're successful people, whether you like their decisions or not. So when I saw that with Mike and Davey, I was kind of like, okay, well, there you have it. So, you got, like I said, if you don't like it, get your own team.
If only I had a couple of $1 billion. By the way, they wouldn't sell it to me because they're not willing to sell it right now.
Well, I mean, they bought it first, so
that's true.
That's my point with this horse racing thing. Anybody can own horse races, obviously, racehorses. Obviously, it is a money game. You want to buy the best horses and play at the highest level. It's expensive, but Icon Racing is a breakdown to barriers into the sport. You got My Racehorse where you can buy fractional ownership. It's just a very underrated sport, and it's an alternative to baseball. This time of year, there's not a whole lot else going. You got baseball, horse racing, and Tres Leches.
What was the third one?
Three Milks.
Tres Leches, the girls over there in Indiana, WNBA.
Oh, well, you have the WNBA is ongoing right now. You've got
there's not much else going on. Is what my point.
Yeah. Well, it's a light time for sports, no doubt. All right, last thing before we let you go, Jason Worth is with us on Grant and Danny, which would be, what would you say in the clubhouse? What would you say to, if you're taking over, you're Miguel Cairo, you're addressing the team. How do you kind of send a message? You were just Davey's guy for this long period of time, yet you're going to try to separate yourself a little bit and do something different, I guess. What is that like in the early days?
Well, I don't like. Sorry, my dog's escaped. Say, what's the question again? You were wondering what I would say to the team? Is that what you said?
Yeah, like if you're taking over as an interim manager, it's not like you're coming in from outside, though. You've been on the bench with Davey already. So what does that look like?
Well, I don't know. For me, it's like, I didn't play on too many bad teams, and like in 2011, that was the whole point. Let's change the culture. This is on the players. I think to Davey's point, maybe like you guys gotta show up and win the games. I mean, the coaches, the managers, everybody else, they can only do so much. These guys are gonna have to show up, take ownership, and ball out and start winning baseball games. I mean, at some point, the managers and coaches, they take responsibility for the losses, and after a while, I wish if I was Miguel Cairo, I'd go in there like, look, I don't know what you're here for, but last time I checked, if you don't win, you typically don't stay around. So that was my point to those guys when I talked in spring training. You got an opportunity, and they don't come along in sports. They definitely don't come along in baseball. You got, some guys aren't going anywhere. James Wood's not going anywhere. Some of these guys, but the rest of these guys, I mean, everybody's replaceable. And I think, if I was Miguel Cairo, I'd walk in there and be like, look, it's time to go. Like, we can sit here and, play the marketing game. We can, do TikTok dances and you can come on my podcast, Off the Rail podcast. Me and Sean Kelly, we have a good time. But I mean, I said that I didn't play on bad teams. I really didn't.
It's true.
The 2011 team was coming off 200 loss season. We played 500 ball. That was a win. We were the best team in baseball in 12. we didn't play good in 13. That wasn't a bad team. We were right there. I think we ran second. We ran out of I think we ran out pitching late in the year, but more hitting, however you want to look at it. But I mean, we had expectations to win every year. I think at some point the expectation needs to be that we're here to win. And when I went to Washington, that's what I was all about. When I was in Philadelphia, that's what I was all about. When I played in LA as a rookie, as a young kid, like that's what it was all about. Like the only bad team I played on was the 05 team in LA, and we had Jeff Kent and JD Drew, and we were supposed to win the World Series, and we sucked. So I think the expectations need to be that we're here to win. If we're not going to win, then you're not going to be here. I stand by it. I live by it. And you say whatever we want about my time in Washington. Sure, we didn't get through the first round ever. It's not easy. Nothing's guaranteed when you get into the playoffs. But we were there. We should have been there a couple more times. We didn't. We never got through the first round. But by God, we were the best team in the National League.
Jason, awesome with us, buddy, as always, man. Appreciate the time and have a good week.
All right, guys. Take it easy.
We'll see you, buddy.
Yeah, go hit him good. He's playing in the American Century Championship, Danny, by the way. He's about to go play in one of the Pro-Ams and one of those really cool tournaments all the celebs take part in.
That's neat.
So good for him. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. You know what I want to get into next? We have not talked about Terry McLaurin since the weekend. And there was this poll I saw in Hogs Haven asking fans how confident they are that a deal gets done ahead of training camp. And the results were stunning to me. Like the amount of confidence that this works out, even though all the reporting on this right now is not positive, has not waned at all. People are sure that this is going to get done and there's going to be no issues. We'll get into that next on the Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back, and thank you for making the show part of your day. Steve Phillips, former GM of the Mets, now on MLB Network, will be joining us coming up in about 45 minutes to discuss all things going on with the Nats. Right now, though, Danny, a chance to navigate away for a respite here after what has been wall-to-wall Nats coverage on this show since the start of yesterday's program. How about this? On a Terry McLaurin extension, this is from Hogs Haven. I just want to get your reaction to this to see if it's similar to mine. They have several hundred votes, close to 1,000 votes, I think it was when I looked. And they gave these options, okay? So how would you vote? Fully plays out the final year of his deal without an extension. Gets a deal done before training camp. The deal is done before the season ends, sometime between, say, camp starting and the end of the football season. And then he's just traded and he's played his final down with Washington. Of those four options, how would you vote?
I would bet on gets deal done before training camp, but it's not a slam dunk.
Of course not.
I think that's the most likely outcome even still. Even as the percentages are going down, it's still the one that makes the most sense to me.
So I would too, for the record. But here's, maybe it's hypocritical, why I bring this up. 83% of people are saying gets deal done before camp. 3% say he actually plays out his contract this year in his final year without an extension. 8% say doesn't happen before training camp, but sometime between the end of camp and the end of the season, they get a deal done. And then 6% say he gets traded, which is to say that 91% think eventually he's going to sign a contract, which makes more sense to me. But that level of confidence flies in the face of the current reporting that is out there and updated every single day. Last night, another update. Terry McLaurin is, quote, not happy with the progress of extension negotiations with the Commanders, according to Jeremy Fowler of ESPN. That was the latest, and there have been a plethora of those. Not happy, upset, frustrated. Now, it could just be posturing. It could just be that the team is doing what San Francisco used to do when Adam Peters was there and waiting until the final possible hour to really start negotiating. Look back at when Nick Bosa and Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel and Trent Williams and all these other guys got their extensions. The earliest was kind of the end of July, and more often than not, it was into August, late August, even close to September before those extensions were done. So I still think this is just about timing, and this is how Adam Peters is going to operate here. But is that surprising to you at all that despite everything we're seeing, reading, hearing, all the reporting saying one thing, we're going, yeah, but this is Terry. It's going to be fine. It's like we're not even listening, and we're just assuming that it's all noise.
Yeah, there's a lot of assumption. Yeah, a lot of assumption happening. I'm with you. A lot of the, I can't think of an occurrence like this specifically, but there's over the history of sports, there's this, hey man, there's this % chance that this happens. Yeah, but come on, we know the big thing's going to happen. And the big thing, the main thing that everyone thinks is going to happen might happen. And I always feel like I'm the one going, it's not that easy. Like, in other words, the stadium probably ends up at RFK. But now we're seeing it happen in real time. It's not that easy. In 100 years, when they look back at the deliberations, it'll look like, yeah, over a couple months, they hammered it out and it was done. But right now, while we're in it, every day, it's okay. They went to Cafe Milano, and now they're dealing with this council member, and now there's another deadline. If it's not done by August, then we won't get the Women's World Cup that time. I mean, everything, well, you're in it. And my point is, I do think a deal gets done. But the thing that I've said from Jump Street, from the beginning, and that I still kind of continue to hammer is, it ain't that easy. It's not that simple. It's not just, okay, now it's July 17th, so we'll start talking. You know what I mean? Like these, there's pain in this. There's angst. There's ups. There's downs. There's, hey, you know, Terry, if we don't do anything, we can just franchise tag you at $28 million. And, you know, we'll kind of put it there, right? I mean, that's an option for us. We don't want to let you go, but we also don't need to pay you $35 million to have you play for us for 2 more seasons. We'd much rather do that than give you a contract that's kind of out of whack. That might hurt a player's feelings, but that's also a reasonable negotiating stance from the team. So I don't know, man. It's the kind of thing where I still think it gets done. I still think that's the best percentage chance. That's your safest bet. But the assumption, the skipping to the end, like it's easy, is the thing I guess I've always kind of objected to, because it ain't. Like this, they are, by all accounts, far apart right now.
That is true. It's not easy. But you also, with stars of teams, don't often get this type of reporting. TJ Watt and the Steelers are apparently not close. We have not heard one time that Watt is angry, to my knowledge, or that he's, his frustration is increasing. I'm sure it is. And I'd have to look. Maybe there's similar reporting, but the diction being used, the terminology being used here does feel a little bit more incendiary, which is to say that maybe they're further apart than Watt and the Steelers are. I don't know. You brought up the stadium in comparing what is a arduous, long process. You're saying, let's just talk when they park the car, basically, but how they'll end up having done it doesn't really matter. You took out some paint, you ran into some mailboxes, but the car got there kind of thing. This is actually a potentially interesting poll of the day, Darius, for our Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll on the 1067 The Fan Twitter. Local, long-distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. I think we've got 2 things we talk about with the Commanders on the show a lot that everybody assumes is a formality, and right now it's a giant pain in the butt to get it done. The McLaren extension and the stadium in D.C. If only one happens, which one would you bet on? Which one is actually more likely to happen? Because I think they're both in the 90-plus percentile, right? With Terry, it's like 85%. With the stadium, it's probably similar. It's something like that. But if I tell you right now, looking at the crystal ball 5 years from now, only one of those happened, a big, juicy extension long-term for McLaren or the stadium in the city, which would you go with? I guess I would side with McLaren because I just don't see any possibility of them not agreeing. But I say that on one side of things, and then I look at the stadium and I go, there's no way they're not going to be in D.C.
They can't muck that one up too, can they? Yeah, I mean, the stadium part is out of their control to a degree. So that's why it's the McLaren is my answer for that one. Because remember, all it takes is one council member going, oh, they gave me that? Well, what else can I get? And then at the 11th hour, tearing up the deal going, remember the thing for Virginia was, I need toll relief. Okay, here you go. Nope, we're not doing the deal. That can happen. Like the whims of politicians, you being involved with them, that third party. Here, these are adults that I trust, right? And that's only adults that I trust in one room versus you are sitting there going, okay, we did everything you asked for. And then at the 11th hour, somebody does something insane. So that's why the McLaren answer is there. But I think it's a valid question.
I want to open up the listener lines next. How sure are you guys that this McLaren extension happens before training camp? And where does that confidence and conviction in that come from? 800-636-1067. Are you buying the reporting of growing animus from McLaren especially? 800-636-1067. We'll get to that next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
I'm Linnell Willingham, and here's what's happening. The new look Nats will try and pick up the pieces after the catastrophic moves made on Sunday. David Martinez with the club since 2018. Mike Rizzo with the club since 2006. Both relieved of their duties over the weekend. The show must go on, though, and it does tonight in St. Louis as the fellas get geared up for a 3-game tilt versus the Cardinals. It'll be Miguel Cairo's first game as interim manager of the Washington Nationals. Jake Irvin gets the ball for D.C. It is a 7:45 first pitch pregame coverage. It's going to 7:15 with Nats on deck right here on The Fan. To the ice, the NHL Board of Governors and NHLPA's full membership have both ratified the new collective bargaining agreement, which begins in the 26-27 season and runs through the 29-30 season. While the full details of the new CBA won't be released to the public until a later date, sources confirmed to ESPN this afternoon that the new CBA will include an 84-game regular season, up from 82 as well as shortened max-term contracts. NBA news that came in late last night, Orlando Magic star Paolo Banchero agreeing to a 5-year, $239 million max extension that could reach up to $287 million. The deal also has a player option for Banchero during the 2030-31 season, and for the first time, it's the first time a rookie max extension has had an option since 2021 when Luka Doncic and Trae Young completed their rookie max deals. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
It's Grant Nanny here on The Fan, hanging out with you guys until the full 6:30. It's the fully armed and operational Grant Nanny radio program. Phone number at the moment, 800-636-1067 is the answer. I believe Steve Phillips joins us in about 25 minutes, but until then, your telephone calls. Why the certainty? How sure are we? How sure are we that we are ready to rock and roll here and that Terry is signed, sealed, and delivered? GP, you found a poll on Hogs Haven where it just seems people are kind of going, yeah, man, wake me up right before training camp. This thing's getting done.
83% of respondents, Danny, say that Terry McLaurin will sign ahead of training camp. And while I'm stunned by that many people being so confident, with another report last night saying that he's increasingly annoyed by what's going on, I would vote that same way. And I'm just wondering, are we not giving enough credence to some of what we're hearing? Are we not opening our minds to the possibility that this could actually go sideways? 800-636-1067 is the number, as you mentioned. I guess for me, my confidence that they get this done is based on a few things. I think everyone's working from the same place, which is that this is the ultimate professional in McLaurin, who is the antithesis of a problem child. It is just hard to imagine him going full diva receiver, and whether that means eventually asking for a trade or not wanting to be here. It's hard not to assume that he won't play ball and sign whatever their best offer is whenever that comes, when they get to a market level and a reasonable offer. And then on the other side of this, there is a lot of goodwill built up over a very short time for this front office. It seems like they work while in the shadows, and we never really know what they're up to. I take some credence in the possibility that maybe they are farther along and being able to offer what it's going to take to get this done than is being reported, because time and time again, I think reporters have not been able to keep up with Adam Peters, who is very anonymous in his dealings. But I also have no reason to believe that this culture-first front office that is all about establishing core commanders won't take care of the commander, the number one poster child for what they're trying to become. And then the last thing I would say, the question is, where does your confidence come from that this is not going to go badly, that this is going to end with McLaurin getting a deal? I don't know if it's head of training camp or not, based on this argument I'm about to make, but I know that it's going to happen. Look at the history of San Francisco when Peters was there, albeit not as the GM, that was John Lynch, but as his assistant who was doing a lot of the work. He was the DeBartolo to the Rizzo, right? And in that case, Nick Bosa got extended on September 6th. Brandon Ayuk was holding in on August 12th. Deebo Samuel signed his 3-year contract on August 1. Trent Williams got his big, fat, juicy extension after his holdout in July of last year. I'm looking at a story. Holding out for training camp, contract reasons. They never solved these things on July 5th or 7th or 8th. So I think he has brought the San Francisco playbook with him here, whether you like that or not. They often get it done, but it is not on the normal NFL timeline that is kind of when things are quiet right now.
That makes sense. I mean, to me, I've seen enough guys go, I'll never play here again. I want out. Oh, I got a new contract. You know what? It is about winning, but it's about winning here. See Myles Garrett, just this offseason, or, if Hendrickson ends up signing a deal in Cincinnati, with all the bad feelings, we're not even approaching that level of disgruntlement from McLaren. So, yeah, I mean, a couple of things have leaked out from the agent side. You would think, I'm not quoting that, but it just seems obvious that that's where any kind of dissatisfaction with negotiations would be coming from. You wouldn't think the team would be doing that. Wherein, yeah, everybody's trying to push for a better deal. It's going to take a little longer. The team knows it's got the team knows it's got more leverage, but you still want to be delicate with a guy that is one of your cultural leaders. That's one of the dudes that everybody's supposed to point to. So you got to handle this. Kid gloves isn't the right phrase, but you got to handle this with, delicate. It's white glove service here, right? Where you got to make sure that you're taking care of the guy, not disrespecting him, not, poisoning the well against him, and have him be a guy that, even though he signs, is pissed off at you and kind of, isn't the same guy that you signed anymore.
Which I don't think he has that here.
I don't either. But you got to do right by them. I mean, and their whole MO is to do right by people, period, end of story. So you would especially take care of this guy while still at the same time trying to get the best deal for your team. Again, I keep coming back to this. The franchise tag this year for a wide receiver is $28 million. By all accounts, he wants more than that, right? If they do 2 straight franchise tags, it's 28 and then 33. That's probably less than he wants. And they could go, we could just do this, have you for 2 years, not have to worry about you on the back end at 33, 34, 35 years old, if you've slowed down at all, which people tend to do as they get into that age group. And that's a pretty good deal for us. We've got that in our back pocket. We don't want to do that because that doesn't, it's not something that would make you happy, but we've got you very affordable this year in the low 20s, 28 the following, and then 33 the year after that.
This year's tag. Next year's tag will be higher.
That's fair. So, but not by much is the point. I mean, it
would be 33 and probably like 38, or it's the deal that he's looking for probably over 2 years that they don't want to give him, right? I mean, it grows several million each year.
Well, I'm looking at the 2026 projected franchise tags. 26 projected is 28 for receiver.
Okay, so I thought you were saying this year's tag. You're saying next year's
year.
projected tag.
I misspoke there. Yeah, 28 the year after that.
Okay,
would be 120% of that, which would go up to 33.
Absolutely. That is a reasonable thing they could do. It's the Cousins plan, a non-quarterback. It makes a little bit more sense with this guy at his age than getting into bet over a 5-year commitment where he's going to be declining on the back end. I mean, the one other part of this that we bring up as frequently as we can is you're not paying your quarterback, Jayden Daniels, yet. So there's a lot less of an excuse to not be willing to, and it is an overpay, I think, but to overpay the face of your franchise, essentially, in this case, in Terry McLaurin. But if you would answer succinctly what we're going to ask on the phones next, and we're going to get to the calls in a second, so line them up 800-636-1067. Where does your confidence come from to be one of that 83% that says they'll do this ahead of training camp? And my answer is, I just think Terry's the kind of guy, the quality of person with this front office that is the quality and the decent front office that we've seen so far, that they're not going to want to be at odds over a couple $1 million. They're going to get this thing hammered out. I'm probably overvaluing what is kind of like the decorum of these people when it's just business. It doesn't mean Adam Peters is a bad guy or Terry's a bad guy if he goes scorched earth. It's just business. Sometimes business goes bad. But for me, I think he's too important. I think he's too good a player, and they're going to want to prove that they're willing to pay you if you do everything right. And then the second part of it is, why am I so confident? The timeline in San Francisco says that just because there's not progress being made right now doesn't mean anything. Where does your confidence come from?
Yeah, for me, it's twofold. One, the team has too much leverage. They do. The team is in a good spot with the way the CBA rules work, with how you have what you have to do to accrue seasons to get value, the way finding works. I mean, they're in the driver's seat here. They've got them on a more affordable deal this year, and again, they've got levers in their back pocket. Should it go to DEFCON 5 or whatever, right?
To that point, by the way, just so people know the new CBA numbers, I'm pretty sure they can fine him $50,000 a day for not showing up at training camp. Now, what almost always happens is once you get a deal done, the team forgives you and doesn't make you pay those fines. They have the choice to make you pay them, obviously, but you can negotiate that possibly into whatever your agent is doing with the team when you're finalizing the deal amid a holdout. But to your point, if you're saying I'm not showing up for work, they go, okay, cool. 100,000 over 2 days, 200,000 over 4 days, 600,000 over 3 days. You're pretty quickly at $1 million after a week of not going to work.
Right. Yeah. So tons of leverage. So number one, the team has tons of leverage. Number two, the team is too smart because of everything we're talking about with the quality of the person that you're dealing with. They understand this has to get done. So they are in a position of strength, and they're also in a position of intelligence. So they'll play harder ball for a little bit longer, maybe than a lot of teams would. They might just say, yes, whatever you want, my lord. Of course, Terry. Of course. They might push this a little bit longer, but at the end of the day, they get who he is. So their leverage and their intellect, to me, tells me anyway, this will get done.
Let's go to the phones. We'll start with Russell in Graysonville on Grant and Danny. Russell, where does your confidence come from? Seems like everybody's quite sure that McLaren will get a deal ahead of camp.
Hey, good afternoon, and God bless, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey,
I've got to agree. You made some very valid points. And yes, there's always a business side that's scary. But given who Terry is, not only as the player, both on and off the field, his leadership, the quality of our front office, and obviously where he's at. The connection between him and JD just started to bloom. And that should only get better, obviously, adding, pieces to our front line. I just got to believe deep down what he brings to the team, his value overall is substantial. And I just have a hard time not seeing, the front office, valuing Terry for who he is and all that he has been. I mean, he's the professional of professionals. And so it's just deep down. I'm thinking, 3 years, 90 million, whatever the guaranteed money is, I'm not sure. But I believe, this will get done maybe, at the beginning of camp, if not long after. Being, as you said, some valid points in San Francisco with some of the late signees there. So
that's how they did it.
I just got to
was a part of that. Thank you for the call.
Appreciate you.
I mean, the 3 and the 90, not to quibble over a very specific point of your call, but that probably doesn't do it because McLaurin's asking for more than that at this point based on the DK Metcalf contract. It looks like McLaurin's probably asking for 32, 33, something like that on an APY basis. I was talking to Kevin about this today, and he asked me something to the effect of, if there's a holdout, and so I'll even add lengthy holdout, but he said if he's not at training camp, everyone's going to start picking sides. Are you Team Terry or are you Team the front office? And he said, what side will you be on? I ask you the same question.
Team.
So I think I generally am on a player's side when they've earned the money. In this case, my answer to him was, I've got to know what we're haggling over money-wise.
So
I want to.
Yeah, so let me jump in. Me guessing team is guessing the ballpark of where the money is. Now, let's for the sake of argument, let's say this is Bruce Allen again, okay? If I assume they're being ridiculous and stupid and petty and foolish, then I would probably side with the player. This, to me, is a case where I can absolutely see the desire not to pay somebody a deal that's not practical. Like, I totally get that. And I get
which I agree with, but the market is the market, right? And so that's where my point was, if Terry McLaurin's asking for DK Metcalf money, 32, 33 million a year, I don't have to love that contract, but I would probably side with him. That's what it costs. That's what the market is. This goes back to the Grant and Danny, economics class with Kirk Cousins back in 2016, 9 years ago, right? If they're offering $33 million and Terry wants 35, Jamar Chase style, or I guess that would be Justin Jefferson style, 36, Well, now I'm on the team side. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
That's outrageous. What are you talking about? Why would you possibly want that? So I'd have to know probably where the negotiation is. Generally, I'd be on with you. I'd be on the team side until I found out that they're lowballing him. Like if they're offering him $27.5 million right now and it's a hard line and McLaren wants 33, then he's right and they're wrong. I mean, the market is the market. It's there for you. Let's go to Disco and Laurel on Grant and Danny. What's up, Disco?
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
Hey, buddy.
So my confidence lies in the fact that this front office seems to be pretty smart. And they know that they cannot go into a season with your star quarterback and potentially Deebo Samuel, Noah Brown, and Luke McCaffrey as your starting wide receivers. So that gives me confidence. But I think one of the things, guys, that we haven't talked about, and Grant, you made a great point a couple of weeks ago. We've got Adam Peters with his golden boy looks and things. We haven't really seen the business side of him. And, maybe this, we're starting to see, okay, we don't really know him from a business standpoint. So I think this is very interesting. And then the last point that I will say is, isn't it funny a short time ago where we see these leaks about the players unhappy and fans would immediately take sides and say, oh, this team is crazy, it's ridiculous. Remember, agents and players used to take advantage of the bad reputation of this franchise. And I don't think they can do that anymore.
It's a great point. Yeah, as soon as you heard that, you knew somebody was doing something dumb, or you assumed it. And they weren't always, by the way. They had a bad batting average, and they weren't very good at their jobs, but sometimes they were doing things correctly, but they were paying the price.
You would never know,
of the fact that they were already guilty in the court of public opinion. That's all it took. Right now, Terry and his agent are putting the word out that they're unhappy. Well, 4 years ago, with a different regime.
Here goes Bruce again.
Yeah, pitchforks are out. Let's go to Darren in Alexandria on Grant and Danny. Darren, your confidence that something gets done despite all of the reporting on this comes from where?
Yeah, I mean, this is a little confusing for me because you talk about market. You mentioned DK Metcalf and the market for a wide receiver like Terry being in the, I don't know numbers that well, but $30 million range, something like that. But the thing with Terry is that it's not just who he is as a player and not even just who he is on the team as a leader, which even adds more value, but what is your season and what are your locker room dynamics going to look like if this deal doesn't get done? And I feel like that gives a lot of leverage, like a ton of leverage back to Terry, which I love Terry. He's a great guy and he seems like a great player. I'd love to have a deal done with him, but if you're looking at it at a logistics standpoint, at a money standpoint, how much is Terry going to try to get out of this organization? And is that what's best for the team?
Thanks for the call. It's a really good point on, we're looking at the numbers based on value at wide receiver. And he's saying DK Metcalf just went to an organization where he's never taken a snap. This guy has bled and sweat.
Done everything ever been asked of him.
Given the speeches for 3 different team names. It's certainly the point his agent's going to be bringing up, that this is bigger than just his, catches, his yards per catch, and his touchdowns.
For sure. And I think that's the dynamic. And that's why I say it's a two-parter for me. 1, the team's leverage, but 2, the team is smart, right? They get those things, those elements, those, somewhat hard to quantify at times, elements of who Terry McLaurin is. This is not just a receiver that had 1,000 yards last year, right? Albert Connell had 1,000 yards in 99. This is different. You know what I mean? Like, this is a different dude that has done everything that he's supposed to do at all times without fail. So you reward that guy. And that guy's more important than wide receiver 5 on your roster, the guy that just caught up from the practice squad. That's him. And so that's what they'll get that. They'll understand that very quickly. Each new regime that's come in figured out very fast, I need number 17. I need it to be part of my program because that dude does it right.
Can I do a quick impression for you?
You won't.
Would that be okay?
Yeah, you won't do it. All right, fine. I'll play along. Hey, wake up.
Oh, it's me, Danny Rouillet. Anybody know anything about Albert Connell?
Yeah, don't leave your wallet out in the locker room.
I mean, the casualness of sleeping on a guy who robbed from his teammates, allegedly, but also went for 1,000 yards in D.C. with Michael Westbrook going for 1,000 in the same year. My favorite Redskins team ever.
Sorry about that
1999.
offense, by the way. Sorry
If you can
about
name
it.
his jersey number, I'll give you $1. Because you're the worst at jersey numbers.
Literally the worst. The worst. Westbrook wore 82, I feel like.
That's true.
And this is me stalling, by the way. I don't know the answer. So I'm gonna say a number. I'm gonna say 86.
Memory serves, Albert Connell wore 83.
Let's look.
And I'm gonna just downplay it and act like I'm not positive just to make it look better for you. But he wore number 83.
That's
what
look at
happened.
that. Let's just
Kurt
see.
is in Ashburn on Grant
Kirk
and Danny.
or Kurt?
I believe it's Kirk.
Kurt.
What's up?
Yeah, K-U-R-T. Good afternoon. You know, there was a holdout, and I don't remember the name of the coach. It was a prominent coach, a prominent team, and when the guy held out, the coach held the news conference. We'll say the guy holding out, his name was Jones. He said, what are the teams? The Patriots have decided to play the season without Mr. Jones. You know, I don't respect holding out when you got a contract signed. I know what he means to his team, and I'm one of his most ardent fans, but I just don't respect that. If they pulled the reverse and said you had an off year last year to anybody and said we want to renegotiate and stay away from cap until we renegotiate, they wouldn't like that either. So I sympathize with his wanting to get more money. Who doesn't? But I just different ways to pursue it. And frankly, I don't worry because worry never influences the outcome of anything. I don't worry about it. And if he doesn't show up, so what? Season goes on.
I appreciate you.
Thanks,
yeah,
Mike.
I once heard that 90% of things that people worry about don't actually come to fruition, and you're kind of going very like psychologist with us and going, why would I worry about it? I'm not in charge of getting him signed. But we're talking about your fandom and just whether or not one of your favorite players is going to get a contract done. Surely you can understand that.
But so his feeling, though, is the way everybody used to feel, right? That's how everybody used to talk about it. With the players' strike in baseball, and every holdout was the greedy player, right? That's what everybody thought.
Next, we got a Major League Baseball general manager of years past coming on to talk about the firing of Mike Rizzo. Steve Phillips gives us some thoughts on what the Nats did and where they go from here on Grant and Danny. You don't want to miss that on The Fan.
We're brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. The Nats back in action after having last night off. Tonight, they'll begin a 6-game road trip that'll take them into the All-Star break. It begins with 3 in St. Louis versus the Cardinals. Tonight will be game 1 with Miguel Cairo as the lead man in the dugout as he takes over as the team's manager on an interim basis. There are other tweaks to the Nats coaching staff as well. According to Mark Zuckerman of Masson, Henry Blanco replaces Cairo as the bench coach, and Bob Henley is joining the staff as the Major League field coordinator. You can hear the new look Nats in action tonight right here on The Fan. First pitch set for 7:45. Pregame coverage gets rolling at 7:15. According to reporter Martin Ostermuhl, there was some mild drama in the D.C. Council this morning over the fate of the proposed Commander Stadium deal, with some council members accusing Council Chairman Phil Mendelson of, quote, keeping them in the dark on the next steps. The issue revolves around an independent analysis of the stadium deal the council has commissioned, which was initially due on June 30th, but has been delayed. Mendelson has seen drafts of the report, but they have not been shared more widely. The main frustrations came from Ward 7 Councilmember Wendell Felder, who represents the RFK site, saying, quote, it seems like you're the gatekeeper of this body and you make all the decisions on RFK, he told Mendelson. So things getting messy in the D.C. Council as they try to come to a resolution on the latest with the Commanders' potential return to RFK. Keep it locked right here on The Fan to hear the latest on the Commanders and their pursuit of RFK 2.0. Summer heat is on the way. Replace those inefficient vinyl windows now. TheWindowman.com's fiberglass windows offer maximum comfort and are now $200 off every window. Visit TheWindowman.com for your free consultation. Get $200 in savings per Infinity window replacement only. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Welcome back, and thank you for listening to the show on this Tuesday, July 8th, 2025. The Nats have another 5 days of baseball ahead before they get ready for the All-Star break, and they've got to get started in St. Louis, taking on the Cardinals tonight with a new manager on the bench in Miguel Cairo and a new front office structure led by interim GM Mike DeBartolo, getting ready for the Major League Baseball draft 5 days away. Former Major League Baseball GM Steve Phillips, who works over at MLB Network Radio, you watch him on MLB Network, joins us now on the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Steve, first off, just how surprised were you? We're talking about the second longest tenured general manager in baseball in Mike Rizzo, who's been with the Nats for 19 years, almost back to their inception, losing his job yesterday.
Yeah, I was surprised. I guess I just thought you're in a rebuild, and I don't know if they had higher expectations than what I did, but I had expectations of a young team with talent, but that, you know, is going to have some peaks and valleys, and certainly they went through a valley in the month of June, but I was surprised. I mean, I like Mike Rizzo as a general manager and executive. I like Dave Martinez as a manager. I think they're a nice team. They've had success there together, and you know, I think that Rizzo tends to be more toward the old school a little bit, but he understands and uses analytics where it's appropriate. And so, you know, for me, I'm a little bit surprised by it. And look, what I will tell you is this: we don't always know everything. And having lived this, you know, people don't know all of the dynamics about what's going on with the relationships, with, you know, and with the longer you're there, the more the opportunity is to you know, get some baggage in relationships that at some point becomes too much to bear. And so, you know, they made the decision to part ways. It'll be very interesting to see, you know, moving forward what they do. I think Miguel Cairo could be the long-term manager. I mean, he's a guy that I think people respect and believe will be a manager, you know, instead of an interim someday. And then in the front office, I don't know what they're looking for. It's going to be interesting to see. You know, they've had Rizzo in place for a long time, and I'm curious what, you know, they believe is necessary in this age of baseball when it comes to leading an organization.
Steve, I don't want to lead the witness here, but what's the most unusual part about this to you? Is it the timing, you know, handful of days before the draft, or when, you know, these guys had options, I guess we think maybe they had to be picked up in the middle of the season? Is it that during this, you know, underachieving losing year, not a single bench coach or a BP pitcher was changed? Like, they didn't make a single switch on any member of the staff at any point while they're losing more games than you could shake a stick at. I mean, there's a number of things to pick from. What's the most unusual part of all this to you?
Yeah, I think that the timing's not that unusual, only in that, yes, it is close to the draft, but, as a general manager, I would guide, direct, but because I wasn't going to go out and see the top 30 players, it was really hard for me to say we should take that guy over that guy. What I did was I would play devil's advocate. I would challenge the logic, challenge the thinking, just trying to help flush through to come to the best decision. And so, and if you're going to make changes in the front office, you want to do it before the trade deadline because, why would you let the guy who's on the way out make the decisions for the future of the organization? And so, look, there's a logic to that. Well, why would you keep his assistant? If you didn't like the decision that were being made, the assistant was part of every decision that was made there. Now, again, it's a tough one. They're always awkward. I think the timing, is one that I understand it, although I'm surprised that it happened at all. And options in the middle of the year, as an executive, you don't mind that, having that in your contract, because if you're not coming back, you'd like to get a jump start on the next job. And so that, and from a manager's perspective, though, it's hard to be a lame duck for the final 2.5 months of the season. If you're not going to be brought back, then you might as well be let go. And so, it's the whole thing, I think that the fact that it happened is the most peculiar part of it for me. Just because I look at it and think, what did you think your team was going to be this year with so many young players and not signing any veterans to play next to them?
This year's results, to me, when you were projected to get 70.5 wins in Vegas, to your point, it can't be just about that. The one thing they could argue that would make a lot of sense is the draft history recently has been bad. And the player development, for the most part, has been bad. Now, I've advocated that a big reason for those things is the lack of investment and commitment to help them out from ownership. But if we just look at the draft history, so to speak, where they've had by far the most problems drafting bats since 2012 with Anthony Rendon, and they've gone on this run where they just can't develop consistently. What's your take on that and how we got here for a front office that did it really well for a long time? Before what is a lengthy stretch now, Steve, and we're going back to 2012, and you see what they've turned out from a big league bat standpoint, and it's just not good.
No, it's not at all. I saw the graph on that, and it's significantly worse than everybody else. And so, I think some part of it is when you win. Well, for a while, when you won, you moved down in the draft, right? You got lesser picks. But when you sign players in free agency, you lose draft picks. I went through this where. My owner would start off every year and the owner would say, okay, well, I need you to cut $3 million out of your budget that we set in November. I'm like, well, at this point, I spent the money on the major league team. We have a certain number of minor league players. They need bats, balls, jerseys, and equipment and travel. Those are sort of fixed costs. The only way I can do it is to not sign players in the draft. And I said, but you understand that I'll do that if that's what you want me to do. But you're going to come back to me in 3 years and say, where are all the prospects? Because, blue chip prospects, they're not developed. They're drafted. They're signed. The top flight guys are the first 3 rounds of the players. And you can catch lightning in a bottle with somebody in the later rounds, but they tend not to be superstars. Unless there's a dramatic, growth and development that didn't happen or injuries that hampered something. But, the development has not been strong. And it's one that injuries can enter that. You can get swing and miss on players that you draft. And, we're all accountable for that stuff. But I remember saying to my owner, look, I look at this right now. The Braves have 3 more prospects, blue chip prospects than we do, but they spent $15 million more than we did over the last 3 years. And so, what do you want me to do? Give me the money and we'll outdo it, because for the bang for the buck, we did it. So, we just don't know, right? We don't know what they've been allowed to do, what they haven't been allowed to do. And oftentimes what can happen is owners can dictate certain things that are going to hurt you as a general manager. And then they're the reason you get fired is the thing that you were dictated to do because the owner told you to do it. And it's the nature of the beast.
Steve Phillips with us here on Grant and Danny. So to that end, I have several central questions. But my biggest one here is, what was the standard? What metric did we fall short of here that says these two people need to be fired from ownership, right? Because you could easily say, you gave me 10 cents to go shop in the bargain bin and I brought you back bargains, and surprise, we're not particularly good at the major league level. I wonder what the standard was. Just sort of thinking from your perspective, the seat you've gotten to sit in. What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, no, it's a good question, and I always remember asking my owner, so what is success? Is it winning or making money? Because there are years where you may not win as many games, but you're making more money, and is that more successful than winning more games and making less money? And the answer I got was yes. That the answer to both of those is yes. Winning and making money is the so it leaves open the door that if they don't like what you're doing, they say, well, you didn't make enough money. Oh, you didn't win enough. I think that, look, if you want to make a case, you can make a case that the player development department has not developed all that well, other than the players that they got in trades coming over. So they haven't scouted, drafted, and signed players and developed them from within the organization. I've done a good job trading away some players and stockpiling the system. But from a player development point of view, they're not. You can look at it and say that some of the young players aren't developing as quickly as maybe they should. Although, C.J. Abrams, they confronted his issue last year, and it seems like he's on better behavior this year. Dylan Cruz was a rush job to get to the big leagues, and like we're doing with so many young other players, and he struggled some, and now he's hurt. But I think that you could look at underdevelopment and not winning enough. But I look at it and think, if I'm rebuilding, I want to have some veteran players who have been through it, who can be around my young players to teach them. And it costs some money for them. I don't know if Mike Rizzo was allotted that amount of money to do it this year, or whether they said we're going to wait till next year. I did hear we're going to wait till next year, but I don't know why it was and who led that. And yet it doesn't matter, because if that would have benefited winning and he wasn't allowed to do it, or he didn't do it, then there's some level of accountability that comes from him and through ownership.
Steve Phillips, former big league GM, MLB Network and MLB Network Radio. Hey, before we let you go, I know you've been looking into the draft at the top of the board, something you and I talk about over on satellite radio a good bit. And a couple parter on this. I'm wondering, people are going, oh my gosh, the week before the draft. I mean, if you could speak to 99.9% of the work is done and the worker bees are still there. So I think for the most part, it's going to be okay. But what I am fascinated by is Rizzo was still the end all be all decider in some sense. And he's out, and the guys that are left are more data-driven and analytical, and I just wonder if that could change anything over 20 rounds. Philosophically, the last 4 years, as an example, they've gone 70% bats in the top 10 rounds, which for many, many years here was the antithesis of what they did. They were the pitching, drafting team, this, and college arms. So I'm just wondering, top of the board, how you think what happened this week could be shaped.
Yeah, I think it's a wild card. I think it's an unknown. And if this was part of what ownership used as part of the criteria, then if I'm DeBartolo and I'm in there, I'm looking at it going, okay, well, I have interest in keeping this job. The owner said that he's unhappy with this, so let me counter his unhappiness and try to make him happy. And it could lead to a better pick. It could lead to a worse pick. Right? It could lead you to do something that maybe isn't the right move at this time. And so it's such a wild card to know how it's going to impact the draft. I would think that they would want some fast track college players to try to get back to winning more quickly. And, whether that's some college pitching, I think they need some pitching to go with Mackenzie Gore. They've got some interesting young position players. I mean, I generally would take a position player over a pitcher because I think you can find pitching. You can find a guy who, failed somewhere and all of a sudden you can put him back together and rebuild his career. If he's shown it once, it's in there. It's harder to find everyday position players. That being said, they need to, quantity-wise, start to develop some pitching to go along with these young prospects. And so I think it'll be interesting to see which direction they move.
Steve, great with us as always, man. Really appreciate it today. Thank you.
Okay, you got it. My pleasure, guys.
Steve Phillips, outstanding, former GM of the Mets. Check him out on MLB Network. Our double plays next on Grant and Danny. What's going on in our lives nothing to do with sports. And in about 20 minutes, our Beltway Blitz, all the teams you care about jammed into one segment with all the news of the day here on The Fan. The Beltway Blitz is about 12 minutes away. We are Grant and Danny on the Fan. I was scrolling my phone yesterday, and I came across a video that made me laugh. I thought of you. So you hate the band Train?
Yes, I do. Very much.
There's like a lot of people out there that would go, oh, Train, they're not that good of a band. That's not what you do.
Right.
You actively want them to stop playing music.
Yes, if you gave me a button and I could push that button and Train doesn't exist anymore, I don't want anyone to be hurt or injured or anything. It's just that every instrument they have vanishes and they can never pick up another one and they have to just go their separate ways and live their lives doing something else. I would do that. Yep.
So that was the song or one of several songs on your do not playlist at your wedding?
Well, that was the most important one, but I gave a list of do not plays, right? Because you meet with the DJ and it's very, very important that I was like, you can't play too much Michael Jackson. He's like, so no Michael Jackson? I said, no. Let's start again. You can't overplay Michael Jackson. Everything. I want top hits, secondary hits. I want everything. Give me lots of Michael Jackson so I can dance. Okay. And then I said, here are the do not plays. And I gave him a huge list. We're not doing any stupid chicken dances. We're not doing any too hot this time. I want to stop. One hot. We're not doing any of that stuff. We're just having a nice, fun time.
The reason I brought this up was I'm scrolling and this video pops up, and I have to imagine it's true, but I don't know. But some guy is talking. I'm guessing he played for the Cowboys or worked for the Cowboys. I don't know. And he basically said, one time he rode in a car with Dak Prescott. And Prescott got in the car and he's like, hey man, you can listen to whatever you want. And Dak Prescott was like, do you have any Train? And he's like, Train?
Perfect.
And he's like, yeah. And the guy's like, I was wondering, is there a rapper I don't know about named Train? And
Lil Train or something?
Apparently Dak Prescott just really wanted him to play Train. So they got, onto his Spotify and through his phone just started playing Train. And Dak was yelling out all the lyrics and singing along.
Of course.
With a bunch of Train songs.
Yeah, so the top of the do not playlist, because that song was popular at the time, it's the hey fart noise, should never be played. So awful. And I will never forgive that guy for playing it at the reception.
Apparently that's Dak's jam.
Yeah,
it
Dak
wasn't
loves
just that song.
That's his walk-up song.
Of Train's songs that he liked. It is time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports.
GP, happy anniversary. We were going to do something more on this, or I was going to pitch it, but so much is happening. Nats major firings, and Terry McLaurin's contract. We got a chock full show today. 15 years ago today. Who remembers? Anybody remember? You tuned into ESPN, and you were told that the major thing that was going to happen in the first several minutes. It didn't. You had 10 minutes at the start of this show of a panel of several experts discussing LeBron James and how great LeBron James was. The late, great Stuart Scott turning to the teleprompter, reading a passage about how great LeBron James was. We'll be right back. Cut to a gymnasium with Jim Gray, longtime reporter Jim Gray, asking teed up, self-aggrandizing, ham-fisted softball questions to said LeBron James about how tough LeBron James had it for LeBron James to make a LeBron James decision that affected LeBron James, and mostly LeBron James. For 12 more minutes. Things like, how tough was this for you? Very, very tough. But how challenging was it for you? Just more nonsense. Finally, 23 minutes into this broadcast, LeBron said famously, I'm going to take my talents to South Beach. 15 years ago tonight, the decision. If I may editorialize, GP, it's the last time ESPN was able to hold any kind of intellectual, any kind of high ground over anybody at any point in time. I think that's the seminal moment in sports television where it no longer was about covering the sport. It was about diving headfirst into the sport because everyone was trying to make some money. I believe you don't get the level of shouty show without it. I don't believe you get the landscape that we have today without that moment where all integrity was thrown right out the window. Everything that's happened since then, for the idiots, the buffoons, the incorrect folks that still defend it to this day for whatever reason, all he did was choose the new team. It's not all he did. That's why he didn't do it again. Everybody knows it was wrong, except for you, person that thinks he's the greatest player of all time, who is also incorrect. This ridiculous, over-the-top, back-padding infomercial for the greatness of LeBron James was an embarrassment then, and it's even more so now. Just a stunning bit of buffoonery that I can't believe people are on board with. But of course I can believe it, because you gotta suckle up. You gotta be part of the train that's this multi-billion-dollar enterprise that's rolling. And ESPN knew if we didn't broadcast it, somebody else would. And that's the day, to me, that sports journalism as we knew it went away. It no longer was about finding the facts. It was about corporate partnerships and getting the text message from the agent or the GM to get the word out. It used to be you dig up the story. Now, an hour before it happens, the guy who's in the story will text you, and it's water carrying. That was the ultimate water carry event in sports television history. I remember it like it was yesterday.
Access journalism. I mean, it certainly pulled back the curtain, if nothing else. I don't know if it began that day. I think that it probably didn't, but that was certainly a watershed moment.
Mm-hmm.
And when you look back, it's every bit as embarrassing as it felt like in the moment. The Beltway Blitz is next. Let's talk Commanders Stadium. There was actually an update within the last half hour. It doesn't sound great from the infighting at the DC City Council.
This doesn't sound great either, by the way.
Yeah.
Stupid song.
Well, this actually, if you're Dak Prescott, sounds really good.
Let's go Cowboys.
We're blitzing next on the Fan.
We're brought to you by Foley Mechanical. Proudly installing a Monica Nats back in action tonight after the major shakeups that took place on Sunday. Miguel Cairo's first game as the interim manager takes place in St. Louis versus the Cardinals. It'll be Jake Irvin on the hill for DC, getting start number 19 on the year. It is a 7:45 first pitch pregame coverage. It's rolling at 7:15 as Charlie and Dave bring Nats on deck. There are other tweaks to the Nats coaching staff as well. According to Mark Zuckerman of Masson, Henry Blanco replaces Miguel Cairo as the bench coach, and Bob Henley is joining the staff as the Major League field coordinator. Make sure you tune into the Junkies tomorrow at 9 a.m. as the fellows will be joined by former Nationals president of baseball operations Mike Rizzo less than a week after he was fired by the club. The Netflix football docuseries Quarterback returned last night for season number 2. Former Washington quarterback Kirk Cousins once again featured. The current Falcons quarterback said he might have re-signed with the Vikings last offseason had he known the Falcons would draft a quarterback in round 1. For the first time publicly, the veteran opened up on his feelings about the Falcons taking a signal caller in round 1, saying he felt, quote, a little bit misled. Training camp's heating up. Is your house? Call Foley Mechanical. They're the pros for HVAC, boilers, and radiator heat in the DMV. Privately owned, proudly installing Amana. Foley Mechanical. No gimmicks, just game-ready comfort. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
The Beltway Blitz is coming up in just a couple of moments. We'll cover the Nats with Britt Giroli of The Athletic, the Wizards with Varun Shankar of The Washington Post, and the Commanders with Michael Phillips of 910 The Fan, Richmond. By the way, Danny, you just heard Linnell in the update bring this up, but Mike Rizzo tomorrow, right here on The Fan with the Junkies. That had been his weekly appointment with them for years at 9 a.m., and he will be back on the air after having been relieved of his duties, fired by the Nats this week. But that is a grab your popcorn appointment radio opportunity for them to get the first public words from Rizzo in any interview since his dismissal.
Yeah, that's a big deal. And good on him for doing it, obviously. And, you know, him and the Junks have built such a rapport over the years. You know, that everything that needs to be asked, they'll be asked, and he'll have a chance to get his word out and, you know, message to fans and everything in between, man. That is must listen.
9 a.m. Mike Rizzo on with the Junkies. All right, let's get to the Beltway Blitz. Wizards on deck, Commanders in the hole. We start on the diamond. And we start with Britt Giroli of The Athletic, who once covered the Nationals and now covers all things baseball nationally. What is your take on the oustering of Rizzo and Martinez together here in the middle of July?
Yeah, I thought like everyone else, guys, the timing was weird. I felt like they were it was pretty apparent that they weren't going to bring either of these guys back, that they didn't want to pick up the option on either one of these guys. They don't want to pay them, you know, what is kind of turned into a little bit of a hefty sum. And I was just confused as to the timing. During the losing streak could have been fine, during the All-Star break even, but it felt very much like a knee-jerk reaction from an ownership group that we haven't really seen knee-jerk reactions from, that has been more apathetic than anything. So, you know, ultimately, if you had told me that they weren't going to be back next year, that wouldn't have surprised me. But kind of similar to the Rafael Devers trade of the Red Sox, right? It was about the when, the timing of it, that seems to be the most curious.
So I think you touched on something, Britt. I have a million questions about this, and I know I'm never going to get the answers until somebody writes the book in like 15 years. But, I mean, is this possibly, and I'm kind of looking for a silver lining here, possibly the beginning of ownership engagement back with the team? I know spending's not happening. I've kind of got that out of my brain, but I'll take an engaged ownership, overseeing things than whatever this has been for the last several years.
I don't think so. I think this was a case where Ken Rosenthal at The Athletic wrote a pretty biting column on them. I think the Washington Post did some as well. And, you know, what we know about the Lerners is they don't handle criticism well. They are thin-skinned, and I think they felt like they were tired of being criticized and under the microscope. And obviously, guys, you know, they're still under the microscope. Firing these guys didn't relieve them of any of that, but I think they felt like it shifted the onus away from them. You know, whether or not that actually accomplished that, I think is certainly room for debate.
Britt Giroli of The Athletic. So what now? In terms of a GM search, a managerial search, what should they do? What will they do?
I feel like, guys, I would be surprised if they got a GM from outside of the organization. I feel like this is a situation where, they probably will conduct a search, whether or not that is a real search or a search that, really just kind of quells people that saying, well, you can't just promote, the interim GM. I think when it comes to manager, they're going to be careful here. I think you're not going to probably get an expensive veteran manager. We know they don't like to spend a lot of money. And we know that baseball looks like it's headed toward a likely lockout at the end of 2026. So I just don't see them signing a manager who, let's say a George Rorty or a Buck Showalter, or a guy who's been out of baseball who's going to say, I'm not coming for 1 year. I'm not coming for, $1 million. So I think what you're going to have likely is a first-time manager, which, isn't the worst thing in the world. But I think until ownership allows whoever is GM to build out the infrastructure and to really, beef up the front office. Rizzo had let a lot of people go over the years. They were, really low on technology. We know their analytics, and they're behind in that regard as well. I think that they make hires that don't wow anyone, and they just sort of hang on for a little while because the sport facing the lockout, the media issues that are going on right now, I think once you get past maybe into 2028 or so, you have a much clearer situation and a much better valuation of what the Nationals are worth. And I think that, unfortunately, is going to probably be the most likely timeline for them to re-explore a sale. So I think the next couple of years, they're just going to kind of be hanging on, which I know people don't want to hear, but that's what I believe is the most likely scenario.
Where did Rizzo and by extension Davey fall short? Where you could say, okay, I can kind of see them being let go.
Well, I think with Rizzo, it was a case of developing, and obviously they have a trio of really good players in Gore, Abrams, and Wood, but they don't have enough. They don't have enough players to supplement that, and you saw that on the field. And certainly with Davey, I think you second guess a lot of his managerial decisions, and the fact that the manager does not control a lot, but they do control fundamentals, how a team plays, and they just consistently didn't do the little things right, even though that's all Davey has ever preached. So I think Davey's comments about the coaches kind of put him on the chopping block. I don't want to say he got himself fired, but it certainly, I think, sped up that timeline. And given that they had to make that decision on Davey with the option, and I was told that the option on Rizzo could have waited until the end of the season, I think they just felt like if we're going to get rid of Davey now, if we're not going to pick up his option, then we might as well clean house and get rid of Rizzo too. I don't know how much they trusted him to make the number one pick in the draft if he knew he was going to be gone. I think there were a lot of things that weighed into this decision. These two guys brought a World Series to D.C. They did a lot of good for the Nationals, and I want to make sure that doesn't get lost. But I think it was long overdue for a change, for a fresh perspective. Now the key is going to be, can they get this fresh perspective in there? Can they get the right perspective in there, right? Not just who is cheapest, who's going to save us $8 million that isn't Mike Rizzo and Davey Martinez.
Britt, it's really insightful. Thank you very much. We appreciate you.
All right, guys. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Britt.
Nice commentary there. You can check out Britt's work in The Athletic. Let's talk basketball. Varun Shankar joins us now, covers the team for the Washington Post. And Varun, since we last talked, the lads have been busy. The front office continues to assemble young talent. I was joking yesterday, they're just throwing as many 19 and 20-year-old former top-round picks against the wall as they can to see what sticks, huh?
Definitely. I mean, the Wizards are in a place where they're trying to find anyone who they think can be a potential cornerstone, and a lot of it means taking bets and making reasonable bets on players who you draft in the first round, players who were drafted by other teams in the first round, and trying to accumulate as much talent as possible and see what sticks.
Varun, what's the summer league roster going to shape up like? And, might some of these guys that are second-year guys, might we see them for like an hour, and then they'll be, flying to points beyond? Or how's this summer going to shape up?
Yeah, the summer league roster released yesterday. We actually went to the end of the summer league camp today. They will fly out to Vegas tomorrow, as will I. You saw, obviously, all the rookies from this year, but you also saw all the rookies from last year. So that's Alex Sarr, Keyshawn George, Bub Carrington, E.J. Johnson, and the guy they traded for from the Thunder, Dylan Jones, who's picked around the same range as Keyshawn and A.J. Johnson. So all of them will be on the roster. TBD how much they'll play. I'd be really surprised if they played more than 2 games max. Probably they play 1 game and then they're done.
Varun, as far as the backcourt goes, we're about to see in the aforementioned Summer League, Bub Carrington, Trey Johnson. I saw you watching them work out and have their shooting competition. How much a part of the 2025 measure of success is just those 2 guys coming together, playing big minutes, and really establishing themselves as the long-term answer in the backcourt?
I mean, it's a huge part, right? The Wizards have made massive investments in both players. I think with Bub, since he's entering his 2nd year, you want to see some improvements with how he manages the game, some more high-level passes, a little bit more ability to get to the rim and create shots for others that way, while continuing to show his really excellent pull-up shooting ability. With Johnson, you want to see that shooting that he showed in college. Both these guys are great shooters. You want to see that translate, but you also want to see a little bit more of his in-between game pop up and a little bit more playmaking.
Varun, I am not a scout, not qualified to be a scout. I'm barely qualified to do anything, if we're being honest. But I only saw Will Riley a couple times over the course of the year before we got into kind of conference tournament play. And there was never a time, I think I watched him, they got smashed by Tennessee. There was another national television game against a pretty good opponent where, I never once thought this is a guy that's going in the first round of the NBA draft. And to their credit, they identified him, I think, as a guy that's got a future. What does that future look like for Will Riley? Let's dream on best case and then maybe kind of the median case.
I mean, there are some obvious things to like about Will Riley. He's got guard skills and a forward spring. He's 6'8". I think he's got a slightly longer wingspan. Not a crazy wingspan, but a pretty good one. So he's got the versatility to guard up and down the lineup. He can dribble pretty well. He can create on the ball pretty well. He showed some ability. He is someone who already has a pretty polished scoring game. Now the question is, how does he fit that into a team context and also just get better at it so he's shooting more efficiently than he was?
What did you make of the Whitmore deal, and how much can he help them?
How much can he help them is TBD. I think he's a player with a lot of scoring upside. He's got to learn, again, another guy who's got to learn how to play within a team context. This was someone whose number 1, number 2, and number 3 objectives when he got the ball with Houston was score, and he really didn't do anything else. He's got to buy in on the defensive end. He's got to buy into a team system. But the talent is obvious. You hope that him playing for his hometown team creates a little bit more of almost an attitude adjustment, and you hope that his athleticism can really shine. I think it was a perfectly, it's 2 second-round picks. The Wizards have tons of those. It was a perfectly valid bet, but it's a bet, and it's one worth making.
Yeah, 100%. Varun, thank you, buddy. Enjoy Summer League.
Same to you. Bye.
We'll see you, man. There he goes. Hit that local 53 sounder, please. It's our pal Michael Phillips, 910, the Fan in Richmond, the Richmonder, the whole kit and caboodle. Miguel, are we kind of glossing over some of the dramatics potentially with this Terry McLaurin situation? Everyone kind of assumes it's going to get done. Should we be assuming here?
Well, I think that past track record says it's going to get done. This is not a front office that has played this game with anybody before. This is a guy in Terry McLaurin who has been a team player, has showed up, and certainly has the track record here to get rewarded. I would point back to the Ryan Kerrigan extension, Danny. You remember that was signed literally the morning they reported for training camp. And there were obviously, there were questions about that, if that would happen or not. And then the morning everybody reported, hey, Ryan Kerrigan, he's locked up. We got an extension done. I'm sure seeing something similar to this. It's Terry's agent's job to get him every penny available. You putting on my fan hat here. It's their job to pay him those pennies. I think this gets done.
Who, and Michael Phillips of the Richmonder and the Richmond Odyssey station is with us. Whose side would people be on, McLaurin or the front offices, in a world where he hasn't reported and they're at odds during training camp?
I think it would depend when the numbers leak, right? I think probably fair deal right now is 3 years, $90 million locked up for Terry. I think that's probably about where this thing lands. That's probably fair to all parties involved. If it's the team only wants to give him 2 years, we're all going to run to Terry's side. Terry is loved here. I think people will side with the star receiver who's done good things and been here through a lot with this franchise. If it's Terry wants 4 years guaranteed, okay, well now maybe the team is being reasonable and Terry isn't. So the details are always the thing that determines these things.
Warren Sharp, who I like a lot and respect, he's very smart, and I'm kind of okay in terms of smarts, ranked Washington's running back room 29th out of 32 teams. This was a drum that I was beating all offseason. I don't want to go spend on a Saquon Barkley or try to shoot the moon and copy what Baltimore did with Derrick Henry. I don't know how many of those guys there are. I thought this was an upgradable spot, though. And they said, we're pretty happy with this group. And they took a flyer on a 7th rounder who played one game last year. I don't know, man. I'm not confident in that running back room. Where you at?
Hey, you like Jayden Daniels more than Patrick Mahomes, though, so that's something. We'll give him something. I think you want to be ahead of league trends, not behind them, right? So, the Eagles, the Ravens make great running back acquisitions at the bottom of the market. Now, all of a sudden, Saquon Barkley wins the Super Bowl. Everybody's got to have a running back. The running back market was not rational this offseason. I think Adam Peters sees that and says, I'm playing a long game here. I don't need to push my chips into the middle of the table right now. I'm going to wait out this market. It's a little bit crazy this year. Now, I agree with you. Short term, that is to the detriment of this team. They could have upgraded at running back. I don't think they did. Long term, that's the correct move in terms of managing a salary cap that's going to have a $70 million quarterback in a few years, which it will. I'd add, though, I think Deebo Samuel counts as an upgrade for the running back room. Maybe you don't score it exactly that way. I think he improves the running game, though.
Michael, there's a lot of swirling winds on the stadium negotiation between the Commanders and DC. The only thing that's known right now is that there's no chance this July 15th deadline is getting met with a vote. But what's your level of confidence that they land this plane still?
Well, I think that was a misstep by the mayor to set that deadline, right? We all know, when somebody's bluffing, you call the bluff and they're just kind of standing there like, I said it. That the July 15th was never grounded in any sort of reality. And they tried this very weak tether of like, if we don't get this done by July 15th, we can't host a Women's World Cup game here. Like it was never grounded to any sort of reality about the Commanders or when they start playing. And I think City Council, now you're playing a flexing game here, right? And they got to flex back and be like, you can't tell us when to do our business, right? If there was a legitimate deadline, they would have risen to the occasion, I believe, and met it. Instead, the mayor gave a fake artificial deadline, and they had to show who was in charge by blowing past that deadline. I still have tremendous confidence this thing gets done, and this thing gets done late summer or early fall. I think it was a misstep, though, to tell these people, you have to do your job by July 15th. When that was never grounded in any sort of reality.
Let's say things do go south, or maybe a grandstanding politician posts a bunch of memes or something. I mean, I don't know. I'm just pulling on historical events. But let's say something crazy happens. Is Maryland really the current location of Nubbs Field? Is that viable for them, or do they have all their eggs in this basket?
All their eggs are in this basket, Danny. You know that. They could build Landover 2.0. They could go down to Dumfries. I'm sure there's some lovely people down in Dumfries. I've never met them, but I'm sure they're listening to this program. I don't want to knock the good people at Dumfries. There are plenty of places you can build a stadium. Danny, there's only one place you can build a stadium that would host a giant World Cup game, a college football national championship, major Taylor Swift style concerts, right? And it's right in the middle of the nation's capital. It's a showpiece arena. From the Josh Harris perspective, he wants to be hanging out in that box at a Super Bowl with Roger Goodell, with Magic Johnson, with the president, whoever that is at the time. He wants to be at an Olympics opening ceremony there someday, right? They don't have Olympic opening ceremonies in Dumfries. They don't have them in Landover. From this ownership group's perspective, the amount you leave on the table by leaving D.C., it's gigantic.
Yeah, it seems like what they want out of the next stadium is only possible in D.C. They could do a really cool stadium. It would just be a completely different situation elsewhere. Michael, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Take care, boys.
See you, buddy.
Speaking of the stadium deal that we're all waiting on in D.C., there was an update on some drama within the D.C. City Council this morning over the fate of the proposed deal. Let's get into that next on The Fan.
What do you want when you sell your home? What's up? Danny Rouillet here. It's a pretty fair question, right? You want it done quickly? You want the most money possible? Do you want trust? Like, what if you've already bought your new home and you need to get out ASAP just because that was the logistics of that purchase, right? All of those questions have plagued homeowners. Enter Sarah, Debbie Reynolds from Empower Home Team with Keller Williams. They are the best. They are my real estate agents. They sold my place. They're experts who also give back. For every family that they help, they're able to donate a portion of their income to worthy causes like the Fisher House and Children's National Hospital. With Reynolds and Power Home Team's exclusive database of qualified buyers, your home gets more exposure, more offers, and in turn, more money. On average, $30,445. I'm sure that's the number. $30,445 more than the typical agent. You want more. You want it done right. You want it done quickly. That's what they do. They will get it done the way they did for me and so many families in our area. Quite simply, they are the best at this. 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or go to DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
We're brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. The new look Nats will try and pick up the pieces after the catastrophic moves made on Sunday. Davey Martinez with the club since 2018 and Mike Rizzo with the club since 2006, both relieved of their duties over the weekend. The show must go on, and it does tonight in St. Louis as the fellas get geared up for a 3-game tilt versus the Cardinals. It'll be Miguel Cairo's first game as the interim manager of the Nationals. Jake Irvin gets the ball for D.C. It is a 7:45 first pitch. Pre-game coverage is going to 7:15 with Nats on deck right here on The Fan. Make sure you're tuned into the Sports Junkies tomorrow morning. The guys will be joined by former Nationals president of baseball operations, Mike Rizzo. It'll be Rizzo's first public comments after being fired by the team on Sunday. That's tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. on The Junkies. The Wizards held their first summer league practice, their final summer league practice in the district this morning before heading to Vegas for summer league. Over the weekend, the team traded 2 second-round picks to the Rockets in exchange for DMV native Cam Whitmore. After practice, second-year guard Bub Carrington shared his excitement about being reunited with an old friend.
I know Cam since we were 8, 9 years old. Like, he always played on the same age team growing up. He was just a grade above me, but we always people always put us together because of how young we were for our classes. Like, he's really young for his class, and I was really young for my class. So we ended up playing up a lot sometimes, and, just always ended up in the same area, same camp, same team. So me and Cam definitely go way back.
The Wizards begin their summer slate Friday night versus the 10th overall pick, Kamal Malawach, in the Suns. This July only, get $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
Thanks to Linnell for the update. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan, brought to you today and every day by the law firm Kondorian Murad. They're going to help you to draft a last will and testament or set up a living trust. They'll put together a medical power of attorney or schedule a free consultation for you right now. They'll do all of those things. All you got to do is go to kmlawyers.com and tell them we sent you, get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Danny, Martin Ostermal covers D.C. politics, I believe, for 51st News. And he's had a lot of different reports and nuggets along the way on the D.C. City Council.
Yep.
And what's going on with the stadium. And he tweeted this late this morning, right before we went on the air, early afternoon. He said, there was mild drama in the D.C. Council this morning over the fate of the proposed Commanders stadium deal, with some council members accusing Chairman Mendelson of keeping them in the dark on the next steps. The issue revolves around an independent analysis of the stadium deal the council has commissioned, which was initially due on June 30th, but has been delayed. Mendelson has seen drafts of the report, but they have not been shared more widely. The main frustrations came from council member Wendell Felder, who represents the RFK site. He's one of the yeses on this project, obviously. It seems like you're the gatekeeper of this body and you make all the decisions on RFK, he told Mendelson. Felder wants a quick vote on the proposed deal, not for the council to wait until the fall, as Mendelson has proposed. He also rejected Mendelson's suggestion that all council members should weigh in or on possible community benefits. Felder says Ward 7 should primarily benefit. Other council members seemed similarly frustrated. Again, this is all from Martin Ostermal for 51st News. He said that Mendelson's office was largely controlling the process around the stadium deal. There are council members upset by that. Some, though, gave Mendelson the benefit of the doubt on getting the independent analysis completed ahead of the July 29, 30th hearings. Now, obviously, there's a deadline coming up in a week they're not going to meet, where the mayor and the team wanted them to already vote on this thing. But we've heard from several council members, recently Charles Allen, before that, a couple of others, who told us about this independently commissioned report that they were waiting on getting back, which apparently was due June 30th. It's now July 8th, and they haven't seen it yet, according to one council member.
Isn't that funny? Remember when Phil Mendelson, what frustration did he express with us a couple months back?
Being left in the dark and how long it was taking for him to get answers from and see the paperwork he needed to see from the mayor.
Isn't that just special? Yeah. So I don't know, man. This all fits, honestly. And again, there's a being the person that knows before everybody else and having that information kind of helps you lord over folks. It seems to me, Matt, by the way, Mendelson might be a convert onto this in terms of the stadium deal. Maybe more bullish than he was at various points.
Why do you say that?
Just, I just a feeling. I can't necessarily back that up with excellent reasoning and win in a court of law. But it just going through
because nothing he said has changed. I mean, he came on our station a couple days after the press conference with us and said, it's not a no for me, but it's a no right now on this deal. And, basically kicked the can down the road. And the last thing I saw him publicly say was, yeah, he still thinks they'll work out a deal in the fall, but not this deal and not right now. So I don't think what he's saying publicly has changed at all, I guess is my point.
Well, the money being left alone, that's not changing. And, we're just moving this to the fall. We're commissioning a report. And it,
You don't think that was all part of the process anyway? That just seems like the boxes that need to be checked whether they do it or not.
Maybe. I don't know. It's hard to, again, as I said, it's going to be hard for me to defend this. Like, he went from, to me, someone that I go, he is firmly in the no column to, okay, now I'm hearing you out and there's some sense to be made. And I get the sense that there's momentum on this. So I don't know. Again, this is me talking out of my tuchus, but it felt initially to me like he was going to stand in the way, and I don't feel like he's in the way anymore. I think he's in the slowdown. I think he's a parachute on people's back as they're trying to run down the road. Right. But I don't think he's an obstacle anymore.
So you have way more knowledge of the inner workings of DC politics than I do, because you lived this for a long time and you lived in DC and you followed this and this was your life. And I remember some of the conversations we would have over the years of different things that were happening, not necessarily on air, but so you know more about like who gets along with who and whatever else. And maybe that was part of why you felt how you did it about Mendelson in the stadium. But since the day of the press conference, I've never felt like he was a hard no. I mean, he's said the opposite for what it's worth. I mean, he has never said, I'm not going to back this. And he's always acknowledged that there was a possibility of a stadium being a really good deal for the city. But he was kind of along the lines of everyone else that we've had in that was a no, which is none of them will just come out and say, absolutely not. I'm not giving a penny to Josh Harris. That's the one thing I actually give credit to the one council member, Nadu, the woman who just isn't doing media and basically put out a press release the first day and was like, nope, never, not helping you with the stadium. See you later. Everybody else is kind of going, I don't like this deal very much, and I need this or that, but I'm not a no, period. But I don't know if that's better necessarily. They're just vaguely saying, I could get behind a deal, and I could get behind a deal eventually, but not this deal and not right now, which is kind of what's on the table and the only thing that matters. So I don't know if it's better to not be a hard and fast no.
Yeah.
It seems like, I'm not saying they're all this way, but many of the no's on the city council, it feels to me like you're a no and you just don't want to say you're a no. So you're saying I'm a no right now.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, to me, the stadium guy historically on the DC City Council was the dude named Jack Evans. And you'll notice he's not on the council anymore. The reason, if I've got the story straight, if I don't, allegedly, whatever I'm supposed to say so that nobody gets mad, was he was funneling business to his business, right? To like basically his consulting firm, his friend's consulting firm. So he was, exiled off the council in disgrace. He's on the payroll all the time with the DC City Council. So he's now back working for the city council or working for the city again with $100,000+ a year gig that's right there on the books, part of the budget. You can't ignore it. It's not some crazy reporting, just a freedom of information thing. Again, it's written down. And he was the guy that helped commission the study for the stadium. You don't go to the pro stadium guy unless you want a result that says something good about the stadium. He's involved doing something again in and around DC. When I hear Jack Evans, the next word I say is stadium. If you want someone to tell you how great a stadium is, you call Jack Evans. That guy's available to tell you that stadiums are wonderful. He's back in some capacity. And maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's just as much as that, this isn't kind of like cut off at the knees or they're going to some sort of impartial type deal. And again, I don't know what consulting firm they use to do a stadium feasibility study on economic impact or whatever other fancy word. I don't know. And it's not something I'm going to go digging on. But like when I see that face again, it tells you stadium is in the air, right?
No, it doesn't make any sense if I'm being honest, that they wouldn't be willing to do some stadium deal eventually. I'm not saying this deal now, which is my preference, but they've got a job to do. They've got to get the best deal possible for the nation's capital, and they've got to do it on a time frame that works for them to get their due diligence done and whatever else they need. But it wouldn't make sense, in my opinion, to not do any deal ever and to have a stadium built somewhere else. And so right now, it seems like what's likely is the team wants a deal today and ahead of the 15th, and they want this deal. And the city council, at least the majority of them, you need 7 yeses, you've only got 4 still, which is the number you had the day of the press conference. Nobody's changed. The city council is saying, well, if you change enough things and it's actually a different deal on our timeline, then we'll do it. And the team is going, well, that doesn't work for us. We need to be in a stadium by 2030. And I don't think they're going to be in a stadium by 2030 because they're probably going to have to operate on the DC City Council's timeline. And they're ultimately, as we've talked about, going to just decide that DC is more important, even if you have to wait an extra year. The frustration they have as an organization right now is that the city council's telling them, well, you actually still could do it by 2030, even if we get back to you in the fall. And the team is going, that's not how we feel about it with the real estate people that we're talking to. But I guess the city council may know best. Just ask them. But here is this. I'm going deeper into the reporting here from Martin Ostermull, speaking more about this riff between members of the council today and Mendelson, according to at least one member holding out information. He went on to say, speaking somewhat in Mendelson's defense, Councilmember Fruman said the dealing with the budget and the stadium deal at the same time makes no sense. He says, I don't want to negotiate with the Commanders in the middle of this incredibly complicated budget, he said. Mendelson also defended himself, saying that the mayor waited almost a month to send the council the actual stadium deal bill after the deal itself was publicly unveiled, something we heard him complain about to us. He said he also says he moved quickly to commission the independent analysis of the deal. This deal, in terms of legislation, is incredibly complicated, said Mendelson, noting that as written, it includes no firm details on housing on the site, any sanctions of clawbacks the team could face, etc. As the debate closed, Felder again put in a push for a quiver vote and for Mendelson to include some of the council members in direct talks with the team. If we brought everybody together, this council, we can outline things that you and your team could miss, he told Mendelson. So answer me this, and I don't know how local politics or DC politics works. Why wouldn't all of the council members constantly be meeting with Mendelson and the team? They're all voting on this thing. Why would this be a Mendelson show with the team? Again, just reading this again, he suggests if we brought everybody together, this council, we can outline things that you and your team could miss, including more members of the council as his request. I know they were all at dinner recently to have a conversation, but why aren't they all together every time they meet?
Great question. I mean, to me, it's probably a roles thing. So in other words, think about this. Our station, we're the flagship station of the Nationals, right? So that means some adults way above our pay grade have to meet, right? So our big boss and other bosses meet with some of the bosses over there. You and I aren't going to that meeting being like, you know what would be great is if we fix the toaster box in left field. You know,
yeah, but it's awesome. A bad analogy because we don't vote on the deal or not. Everyone that votes on the deal is in that meeting.
Fair enough, but
you know, our program director, our brand manager at the, whatever Ivy's title is, the big boss of the whole cluster.
Pick up
you and I don't get a vote.
To, but that's what it is. It's different roles to take the concerns of the council and bring them forward. And this person saying, Furman, I think it was Ward 3, is saying this would be more efficient if I could just deliver my own deals. But then it becomes every ward and every person representing every ward an endless thing of, well, what do I think? Actually, I want this. I want that. It's like, let me take, as your representative, let me take a list of all the concerns or all the wants or all the desires to the meeting and acting on your behalf. And they're saying,
but the guy acting on my behalf doesn't agree with me on anything. The guy acting on my behalf isn't pro the stadium deal, and I am. So I can understand why he's going, you're not the proxy I want at this meeting.
Well, he's taking the concerns of other people that are concerned. I guess is the way to put it.
Yes, that's his job. But but my point is, it's not like they're in I bet you someone who agrees with Mendelson doesn't have nearly as much of an issue with him sitting at that meeting on their behalf. But you and I, meaning this guy and Mendelson, disagree completely on the project. I'm ready to say yes right now. You're ready to say no. Why should you be the guy, the only person talking to them on my behalf?
Again, I'm not advocating for the way DC politics works or local politics works. I don't think they do a particularly good job. I'm just saying
Right.
this is the way it would be considered, right? Where I've spoken I'm now, because I'm the council chair, I got 5 people, and with different, and you remember that Post article where they went through what everybody wanted, right? As a condition for yes. So I'll take those from Ward 5, Ward 3, Ward 6, Ward 7, this person at large. Here are their concerns, and I'm going to present them to the team. What can we do about that? Other people don't have concerns, right? So Brooke Pinto from, I think she's Ward 2. She's good. Now there's a couple small things, but bear with me just for the sake of simplicity. I don't need to bring her concerns to it because she doesn't have any, right? I'm the representative, so we get this done more quickly instead of each person going around the circle yelling about the things that they want.
Meaning there's too many chefs in the kitchen.
Maybe.
It's a good enough answer.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, if I'm voting on this thing, I should be privy to any meetings I want to be at. But again, I don't know how DC politics works. Martin Ostermol, last thing I'll mention from his piece here, or this thread on social, 51st News is where he plies his trade. He says, generally, these types of council family fights pop up with big deadlines approaching. In this case, the first budget vote is next week. There's still many moving parts, so maybe this isn't as uncommon as we'd like. He says, I'm also hearing that some of the frustrations with how Mendelsohn manages the council are more long-standing.
Yeah.
He doesn't always communicate well with members,
Isn't that funny?
though I'm told he's been making efforts to improve. I mean, this just sounds like normal
Yes.
politics,
Yeah,
right?
100%.
And by the way, that was the case. He can't stand the mayor, from what I can gather. So, like, this whole thing starting with her excluding him and him being mad at her and hating that she did it, like, they have a long-standing beef, those two.
Yes. And not lost to me also is the I love this part of the thread, and this is from Martin Ostermule. And in what was certainly not just a weird coincidence, the Commanders president and 2 other senior officials just happened to be walking by as the council members were getting out of their meeting. They're there, man. Just they're on it. Trust me. Like they're not. They know their way around all the different most efficient Uber route, the best places to park, good places to get a cup of coffee by where the DC City Council meets. Those dudes are on it.
Yeah, they will be there waiting
Yeah, they know what they're
whenever
doing.
the city wants to start talking some brass tacks here. So the question for you guys becomes, what's your level of confidence that this thing makes some progress here in short order? And also, do you actually buy this idea that the federal government could get back involved? I mean, it was just yesterday that while he was about to board Air Force One, Trump is suggesting that they still own the land, which is not accurate. The lease deal is already done, and the city now has the land, but it was leased to the city. And I guess he could argue, I don't think they would win, but he would argue that they leased the land for a stadium when, based on the people I've talked to, they leased the land. The stadium was the idea, but there was no written agreement that it had to be for a stadium. So I'm not sure if he's even correct with what he's saying, that they still own the land. DC's got the land back now. That having been said, he said, we're willing to engage here. And maybe there are some opportunities to go around them. Let's get into that next on Grant and Danny.
But we see what happens. I've been looking at the deal, and I don't blame them. It's a very important piece of property. It's a great piece of property. So we'll see. But if I can help them out, I will. Ultimately we control that. The federal government ultimately controls it. So we'll see what happens. I saw the plans. I saw the stadium. The owner's very, very successful and a very good man. I know him a little bit. And it would be a great place for the NFL to be there, I can tell you that. So if they want to negotiate a little tough, that's okay with me.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. So I've asked a few people that are smarter than me today about this possibility, the involvement of the federal government, Trump intervening on the stadium negotiation, and the comments yesterday that ultimately we control that, meaning the land. He said we control the land. And it doesn't sound like that's actually the case because the lease has been executed. So the federal government has already leased the land to D.C. It is now theirs. They can't just take it back. The power he would have, as it was explained to me, Danny, or federal government, if need be, would be in budget purse strings, meaning that they could tinker with D.C., which they did, by the way. They tinkered with their budget this time and made them cut a bunch of things because D.C. is in a state and it's a weird, convoluted situation, but they have other levers that they can pull with D.C. that they couldn't with other states. And so is it as easy as saying that they absolutely can't get involved? Of course not. But to say that the federal government owns the land or that they've already leased to D.C., that they're in charge of what happens there is probably not accurate either. So that's just something worth knowing based on what I was told today by people who were in on this negotiation.
Okay, so I'd read slightly differently.
What did you see?
So the ultimate this is such in the weeds of DC politics type stuff. But so in other words, like if I lease my home to you, right, or I rent my home out to you, I still own the home. You've got control of it. I'm not allowed to just go barge it in there without your permission, etc. But I still ultimately own the home. That's kind of the analogy here is the federal government still owns the land and could intervene. Again, I don't know what mechanisms they would pull. It sounds like maybe with folks you talk to, that might be the path that they would do that. But they still own the land and they're leasing it for nothing to DC. So they've got control of it for 100 years or 99 years, according to this deal. And it's with the idea that they would be building a stadium and develop the site and do something for the first time. But because they still retain ownership, there are some quote unquote rights in there that they might have. And you might get into a fascinating legal challenge, which I cannot tell you how above my pay grade is. That would be,
Well, which it wouldn't be the first time, right? I mean, there's a lot of those going around in these parts.
Contagious.
For sure. But yeah, the quote I have written down here from the person I talked to today is when I asked about the possible intervening and trying to get the land back or dictating what should happen on a land that has already been leased that the city now has. The quote I wrote down was, I cannot explain how they would do that. That does not mean they wouldn't do it or wouldn't try to do it, but I cannot explain how they would do that was the quote here. But it has been floated even by Mendelson, by the way. He was one of the first people to bring this up about cutting the DC City Council out and the possibility of federal involvement and them not wanting that to happen. The same person pointed out to me that it does feel like bluster. I mean, it was in the same kind of Q&A over a couple questions where apparently shortly thereafter, the idea of changing the name back to Redskins, which isn't happening, came up as well. So that takes away a little of the credibility of the idea of like me thinking, oh, they're definitely going to intervene and do something if you're also saying, yeah, they should change the name back to Redskins, which I know is not reality and is not happening, which isn't to say that I wouldn't necessarily be happy if that name was back, but I just know that it's also not a thing. But only in DC, man.
Yeah.
I mean, is that not why we are where we are? You see all these other municipalities, all these other territories and these cities and states to get their stadiums. And here we've got outside of Air Force One as the president's getting ready to jump on a bird answering questions about, the geopolitical world landscape and everything else. Do you want to intervene in the commander's efforts to build a stadium in Southeast DC?
Yeah. Strange bedfellows sometimes, right? Where you're sitting there. I mean, again, the Republican senator from Kentucky and the mayor of DC are like best buddies. That's how the land gets to DC's control. You've got various owners around the league. I mean, rest in peace, Jim Irsay, but that's the guy that fires the first salvo across the bow towards Dan Snyder in public. So it's like, any port in the storm. When you're trying to get something that you want to get, you never know who your allies are going to end up being, right? Again, I never thought in a million years you would have that group of the mayor, Josh Harris from the field school, and the president of the United States sitting in a room talking about how great everybody is, and I can't wait to go to a game at that stadium. I don't know, man. It just, yeah, as you said, only here. There are struggles everywhere else. There's normal politics at play, local city government, stuff like that. There is nothing like this relationship with the federal city right here and then local Washington, D.C. politics. There's nothing like it.
Brian Kenny is one of the smartest Major League Baseball media personalities in existence. You see him on MLB Network every single day on his own show, MLB Now. He's going to join us next to talk about the Nats shaking up their organization this week. That's live coming up on The Fan.
This update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Nats back in action tonight after the major shakeups that took place on Sunday. Miguel Cairo's first game as the interim manager takes place in St. Louis versus the Cardinals. It'll be Jake Irvin on the hill for D.C. getting start number 19 on the year. It is a 7:45 first pitch pregame coverage. Just rolling at 7:15 as Charlie and Dave bring Nats on deck. We got an injury update on Nats prospect Travis Sakura. According to Mark Zuckerman of Masson, Sakura dealing with a low right tricep soreness. He will be shut down from throwing 2 to 3 weeks, but should be good to go after that. He won't pitch in the Major League Baseball Futures game coming up on Saturday. Make sure you tune into the Junkies tomorrow at 9 a.m. as the fellas will be joined by former Nationals president of baseball operations Mike Rizzo less than a week after he was fired by the club. According to reporter Martin Ostermuhl from the 51st News, there was some mild drama in the D.C. Council this morning over the fate of the proposed Commander Stadium deal, with some council members accusing Phil Mendelssohn of keeping them in the dark on the next steps. The issue revolves around an independent analysis of the stadium deal that the council has commissioned, which was initially due on June the 30th, but it has been delayed. Mendelssohn has seen drafts of the report, but they have not been shared publicly. The main frustrations come from Ward 7 council member Wendell Felder, who represents the RFK, saying it seems like you're locked in. Seems like you're the gatekeeper of this body and you make all the decisions on RFK. Make sure you keep it locked on the fan all summer long to hear the latest on the Commanders' potential return to RFK Stadium. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit DoorProAmerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on the Fan.
Back live on your flagship home for Nats baseball, Grant and Danny on 106.7 The Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. We'll take you up to 6:30 and eventually pregame ahead of the Nats and the Cards tonight, as you just heard Linnell mentioning in the update. We are fired up, though, to go to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And to welcome onto the show, Brian Kenny. He does the smartest, best show on MLB Network. The show that you should check out is MLB Now. And nobody I'd rather chat with to get some insight on what he thinks about what the Nats have done and where they need to go moving forward than BK, who's back on the air with us here in D.C. Brian, it's been a while. You're on with Grant and Danny. Thank you for the time. How are you?
I'm doing well. Good to be talking to both you guys. Hello.
Pleasure, bud. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pleasure. So let's just start with your reaction to a move that was stunning just in how long Mike Rizzo had been here before we talk about anything else. Essentially the entire duration of Nats baseball. I was in high school when they hired him. You're going back almost 20 years ago. What did you make of the move this week that Davey Martinez was fired, Mike Rizzo was out at the same time after they got swept by Boston?
Yeah, I thought it was a stunner as well. And you're right. I tried to make a point that, Mike Rizzo was synonymous with Nationals baseball. He was the guy. I think he arrived a year after the franchise moved. He was the assistant GM 3 years later. He's the general manager, president of baseball ops. Also, again, just to, we can talk about what went wrong, but they were winning, again, 95, 96, 97, and 98 games when that was something, winning NL East titles against, very strong competition. And that was all Mike Rizzo. And that's before they won a World Series. So there was a lot of success. And look, a manager often has to fall on his sword, even if he doesn't deserve it, even if he's a good manager. And I think Davey Martinez is a good manager. That you could more expect and say, hey, the rebuild stalled. What's happening with the player development? Maybe the manager takes the fall for that. I didn't expect both to go.
Is the timing strange to you at all, Brian? I mean, I understand with Davey Martinez, we've got some reporting that an extension or an option needed to be picked up. So, you weren't going to do that, and you weren't going to have him just be a lame duck the rest of the way. So that one I think kind of makes sense. But is the Rizzo timing surprising to you?
Well, yeah. I mean, this is not the time you rethink all of your organizational goals, especially after you've had someone where if you don't know them by now, you're never going to know him. 17 years. That said, look, there is some wisdom to if things have been coming to a head, if a lot of things have not been progressing the way you wanted them to, I can't say it's the worst idea in the world if you're going to make this move, to make it before the draft. I would think most things are in place with their team as far as what they're looking at, and all of their scouting department. I mean, yes, it's a stunner before the trade deadline, especially when sellers will be at a premium. There's not that many out there. So it's a shocker, but there is something I can see somebody or ownership thinking, you know what, if we're thinking of doing this, now is the time before we go into a draft where we have the number one pick.
Brian Kenny, who studies all the numbers and the data, is with us to discuss all things Major League Baseball. We're starting with the crazy week for the Nationals. There was a piece in the Post today, and I'm sure you saw some of these charts. In fact, a lot of this data has been out there for a long time in different places, but post-2012, so this was after Harper and Rendon were smashing successes, nobody's done a worse job at drafting and developing bats than Washington. WAR of 1.2 post-2012 collectively for all their hitters. They've had, I think, 20 guys get to the major leagues. And when you stack them up with the Astros and some of the really successful teams who have 162 WAR, I mean, it's night and day. There's not another team with less than 27 WAR, and the Nats have 1.2. How does that happen, do you think?
Well, it is surprising, especially given, that this team is supposed to be a team with a scouting background, and that's supposed to be a strength. You can go years. The Yankees, before they got Aaron Judge up from their own system, had gone years. I think it would have been Robinson Cano was like the previous guy that they got out of their own system. It can happen, but yes, I mean that's an indictment of something. So you're missing something if you have some drafts where you're reasonably high, or even if you're late in the first round, you've got to be able to nail some of them. So no, it is what it is. Even if you think, hey, Jacob Young's a nice player, Dylan Cruz is still young and he can develop, and that can happen. But wow, that is a stunning lack of production from your high draft picks.
Brian Kenny with us here on Grant and Danny. So what do they need now, Brian? I mean, it's, it also, that also gets to a million questions about ownership and if they're going to do anything at any point in time and be re-engaged. But just on a binary, looking from a baseball perspective, I think about this for football, right? Where like the last guy's a player's coach and everybody's coming in late. The next guy's got to be a military time type dude, or vice versa. What do they need now, both in terms of on the bench and in the front office?
Well, I think what you basically need is you need to, and again, I don't know all the inner workings, all the employees, the size of the departments of the Nationals. It was a pretty damning piece in the Post today about, how they've been lagging behind. But if you don't have a pitching lab or a pitching group, it's malpractice in this day and age. I was out in Kansas City. I had a talk out there, a sabermetric talk at the Linda Hall Library, and went to a Royals game and got to speak to some of the members of their front office. And this is the Royals again, another heavily a team that is heavily balanced towards scouting traditionally, and yet they have a sophisticated pitching group that they call it. They don't call it a pitching lab. The Brewers, always punching above their weight. They were one of the originals with the pitching lab. The Dodgers obviously probably have, it's like a college campus of pitching lab. It's, you've got to, in this day and age, maximizing performance, at the very least, have a pitching lab. And then conversely, then you've got to have hitting coaches working with baseball ops people that understand the modern way to play that cat and mouse game, or that modern battle at the plate, plate discipline, pitch recognition. You've got to build the infrastructure of what your baseball ops department is, so you are maximizing performance and properly maximizing development at all times.
Yeah, to that point, reading from a piece in the Washington Post today, there was a lot of talk about kind of the investment in the development, so to speak, saying three people within the Nationals organization lamented what they saw as a lack of investment from the Lerner family. Most MLB teams have two Dominican Summer League teams. Washington, one of 8 clubs that has only one. Washington's player development staff is among the smallest in baseball. Minor league spending is among the lowest in baseball. I mean, is there a way, we'll have callers that'll say, well, a lot of teams don't spend and they still win. I don't know if that's the best bedfellow, like that's the North Star, but is there a way to say that's okay, but you still got to find a way? Or is there more to it than that?
No, I think it's what you're pointing to in that you need in the modern game, given that all teams are reasonably smart now, right? And it wasn't always the case. There were teams that were out ahead of others. There was a real information gap. It's no longer the case. But there is kind of a performance maximization gap between the teams that do it best and the teams that are not quite as good at it. So it's everything you're talking about. It's international scouting. It's player development. It's a pitching lab. It's a hitting lab. It's having individually tailored coaches for players. It's for, making sure the players and their families are happy. It's for, going to Japan and Korea and having scouts active there. It's like, what are the Dodgers good at? Everything. You've got to be good at everything. And you can, like, again, the Brewers, it's not just the Rays and then the A's a few years ago. The Brewers, again, I mentioned they punch above their weight. There's a bunch of teams that are just, kind of like low on money, lower budget, but they're just quietly excellent, and they know who they are. So they also know you have to flip some of your assets when they're in their prime, like if it's Devin Williams or whoever it is, where you need to trade that guy before he peaks because you need to turn him into several other assets. Know who you are, know where your payroll is, and have your plan of competing with the bigger clubs.
Brian Kenny with us here on Grant and Danny. So to that end, they got a couple of guys who are rapidly approaching, not the same caliber of player, but rapidly approaching service time amounts that were similar to what Juan Soto and some of the other young players that they traded to get this sort of group of young stars that they're kind of building around. Mackenzie Gore is right in that range. I mean, is that something that an interim GM or kind of the new GM, whoever it is, would have to consider, sort of given where they are?
Yeah, you either have to extend or trade, right? You've got to decide where you are and where you are on the win curve. I'd say this, like in this day and age, you're not as far away as you used to be. Again, there's more playoff rungs to be grabbed. Once you get in the range of being a 500 club, you're not far away from a playoff spot. So that drastic rebuild doesn't have to happen. But you have to make a choice. Are we rebuilding, or do we think that winning is within the window of players like Gore, or again, like, James Wood, he's already a star. Is it impossible to extend him? Maybe it is, but you need to strike early. Most of the top clubs now, like Julio Rodriguez, Corbin Carroll. Like, we used to think, you can't sign these guys now, especially they've got Boris. They can't be signed. Well, you wave $100 million or $185 million in front of a kid. You know what? He might sign. So you have to make those choices.
MLB Network's Brian Kenny on Grant and Danny. You mentioned James Wood. Just how good has he been? I mean, we are spoiled here to have gone from Harper to Soto to now James Wood. It's been amazing. But what do you make of this first full season in the majors as he's on his way to the All-Star game and the Home Run Derby?
Oh, he's fantastic. Can I tell you a funny story? Can I tell you a funny inside story?
Love it.
Of course.
I saw his father play high school basketball.
Wow. Okay. So Kenny went to Richmond. So we know him a little bit from, yeah.
Right. Kenny was the, Dragon Slayer at Richmond when they beat Syracuse. Was it a 15 beating a 2?
I think so.
So Kenny Wood, I was a rookie sportscaster on Long Island, and Kenny Wood was my high school athlete of the week. And what's funny is I was talking to a few GMs and scouts about James, and they said, like, just how quiet he is, how he's quiet. He's got his heartbeat is slow. He's nice and calm. His father was the same way. I went and saw him play high school basketball, and I watched him. I said, "This kid is a star player. This kid's the best player in the county." Now it turns out he was the best player in the state, right? New York State. But he got the ball on the inside. He just had a myriad of moves. He was smooth. He was quiet. Nothing outlandish. He didn't dunk. He just beat you. He finished with 32 and 15 quietly. And you say, wow, what happened? So it's funny just thinking, I see James and I laugh when I heard some GMs saying, he's so calm and quiet. He doesn't stand out. You have to watch him play. I'm like, that's his dad. His dad was the same exact way, except on the basketball court.
Yeah, and he'll have 32 and 15 probably by next month, just in terms of some of the numbers that he's putting up. It really is transcendent. But just sort of given, and you touched on this, Brian, I'd love for you to expound on it. You've got guys, C.J. Abrams was an all-star last year, didn't quite make it this year, but at times kind of looked the part. Josiah Gray was an all-star, rehabbing from injury. Gore and Wood now. You've got some nuts and bolts here. You've got the outline of a group that's not that far away. And I know that the season's been disappointing. I'm not saying that they're close to winning now, but it doesn't feel intangible anymore.
No, you're right. I mean, that's what's kind of it's got to be galling to Mike Rizzo too, in that you have the nucleus of a winning team from the Soto trade alone. I mean, it's one of the best trades in the history of the sport. I mean, I like Robert Hassel a lot too, and Susanna is throwing 100 down in Double-A. Like there's a lot going on here. Now you need to sign these guys up. You got to build around them, but you're absolutely right. You have like a star left-hander, a guy who's one of the best swing and miss guys in the sport. You've got one of the best hitters in the outfield, and you're not even done there. So no, you haven't. Right, Abrams is like in another era, he'd be the best shortstop in the league. Now there's so many good shortstops now. He's top 10, but in another era, have a shortstop slugging 500. That's exceedingly rare. So no, you have the core of a winning team, of a playoff team here. Maybe not a great team right away, but you certainly shouldn't be that far away from a team that can jump up, win, 88, 90 games, and maybe grab one of those last playoff spots.
Yeah, Abrams very easily could have made a second straight all-star team this year with Gore, who's in, and with Wood, who's in, all from that same Soto deal. BK will be watching you on MLB Network. Thank you so much for the time. We really appreciate it.
All right. Always good chatting with you guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
You guys too. Brian Kenny, love his show. MLB Now, just very, very smart, analytical, researched, really, really good information, and was happy to get him on the program. The Nats have made a bevy of moves, so let's run through some of these. Mike DiBartolo just met with reporters, by the way. First thing he did, according to some of the folks that were there, and we can ask Spencer Nussbaum about this, of the Washington Post, who was in St. Louis, when he joins us coming up in 40 minutes because he was on hand. But he said that he thanked Mike Rizzo, Davey Martinez, and ownership for the opportunity. He said the next thing he said was, simply stepping up our game is not enough. We need real change. And the quote that he pulled out was, the fans are right to be frustrated. We are all frustrated. We have a lot of interesting, exciting young pieces to build on. We have a lot more we need to do. He went on to say, simply stepping up our game is not enough. We need real change. I'm excited to bring a fresh approach, a fresh voice to this role, and to integrate more data, more technology, more innovation into our decision-making across the organization at all levels, and hopefully improve the performance of our players as well. I mean, that will be music to a lot of people's ears whenever you're talking about data, which is analytics, right? When you're talking about innovation and technology, these are areas where they have been short. And he's going to fight the good fight that, maybe Rizzo was fighting, and maybe not to the extent that DiBartolo, who's a numbers and data guy, would have. Maybe he's going to fight even harder to try to catch up in so many of those regards. But I think that'll be welcome to hear for a lot of people.
I think so too. Yeah, just because, listen, I don't even care what you're selling at this point, as long as it's different from the past thing. Like right now, you can't do anything wrong. You haven't screwed up any drafts yet. You haven't messed up signed a guy that turned out to be a bust or made a bad trade. You're basically saying, hey, I'm here. I'm not quoting him, but you're basically saying the last 6 years have not gone well at all. That's why I'm sitting here. I propose change. Everyone's going to go nuts, right? And rightfully so. But you're offering a fresh set of eyes, talking about technology, talking about investing in certain things. And where the rubber meets the road is, will ownership say yes to these things? Will they be on board with fresh set of eyes, fresh set of ideas, fresh set of anything? You would hope. And maybe this was the first sign of hey, we need to get off our butts and actually do something here because this is a disaster.
Well,
I'm hoping
let me
that's the
give a
case.
quote to what you're talking about. This is from the Post last night, the DiBartolo story they did that was in the paper, I'm guessing today. But a quote from an unnamed source within the organization. They said, where I'd most readily start is to say, this is not hiring Micah Rizzo's assistant. One front office employee, I guess currently, said. He went on to say, even if that's what it is in practice, this is a very different person, very different. If people are looking for the new age, analytically minded, have his own ideas person, That's what you're getting here with the institutional knowledge of the people in the group that he's working with, which is something Jim Duquette, the former big league GM who we had on the show yesterday, said. Going internally, a lot of times people roll their eyes and don't love that. He said, but it can be a really good thing too, because the person that you're hiring knows all of your shortcomings, knows the things that you're bad at, knows the people, frankly, that aren't that good and the people that are. And that takes a lot of time when you go get someone from outside the building. When you go to the assistant, sometimes you get Tommy Shepard, but sometimes you get Brian McClellan. Sometimes the person sitting right there would do things a little bit differently and might be pretty good. But I thought that was interesting, that quote of, this is not Mike Rizzo's assistant just sliding over to do things the way Mike Rizzo did it. Sure, he was Mike Rizzo's assistant, but they're very, very different people who do things very, very different ways.
I think that's a great way to quantify it, right? Clearly, the job title says, that's what the business card said, but this is a totally different person from a totally different background. And Rizzo, by the way, it's not to belittle it, is a scout, third-generation baseball scout. Had by his own account, a very middling minor league career, and he quickly transitioned into being a scout, front office type guy, and grinded the miles, dude. He was out there in Iowa, and then the next day in Butte, Montana to see the next guy, and then was in South Dakota and Arizona. He ate the burger. All the rappers are sitting there in the back right seat of the car, dude. He grinded his way through scouting, development, player evaluation, and the like to get the various roles that he's had. Really successful at that for a really, really long time. A long, storied career, quite frankly, with some of the great players in recent memory under his signing. He's the guy that signed Frank Thomas. He found Justin Upton. I think Justin would have been found anyway, but he was the guy that signed him. Those sorts of scouting victories happened in his career. This is not MIT algorithm computer nerd.
No.
It just isn't.
If you want Bartolo is close to that.
But that's
Here's
what
another
Bartolo
quote
is. Yeah.
from the story yesterday. He's going to be integrating our analytics into our day-to-day work stream a lot more. That is a nerdy wordy way of saying he's going to use analytics more often. We're going to become more analytically minded. That's what that sentence means. He's going to be pushing for us to kind of catch up on the tech side. Again, what does that mean? We need to get the technology that we don't have where we've fallen behind. Like the story that the Post wrote last week, that they don't have the hitting machine, that Rizzo came on the Junkies a few days later and said, well, we're getting that. We'll have that soon. If DeBartolo is the president baseball ops or the GM or what have you, do they already have it? I don't know. My opinion is he's kind of been the de facto general manager without the title as it is anyway. But maybe he's saying, and I don't know that this is true, I'm just floating this. Maybe he's going, we need this, Mike. We need this. And Mike's going, I'm not so sure. We had Jason Worth on the show in our first hour today, and he said, I used one of those things. I thought it was dumb. There's a lot of people like Jason Worth in baseball. There's also Alex Calls, who really want this thing, according to that story. But going on to read from the quote here from this unnamed source, I think that we've done the work, the diligence to know what is out there, what we would like to do, and now it's just kind of operationalizing it from here. I don't know exactly what the last part means, but I take that to mean we know the stuff that other teams have. We know what we have and what we don't. It's not like we're not plugged in on this. It's not like we don't know what the Giants or the Phillies or the Mets are using, and it's all there for us. Now we need to figure out how to implement it and how to get it. And that comes back to, does ownership allow you to do that or not? I just have a hard time believing with Rizzo at the helm, they haven't been trying to do that already. But maybe not to the extent that they should have been. Going on to this Post piece, 5 people in the front office, all speaking on the condition of anonymity, cast Monday. Listen to this, Danny. As the most optimistic they had felt about the future of the franchise in a long time.
How about that?
They cited DeBartolo's work ethic, his connections across baseball, his familiarity with ownership, his extensive background in the role, and more than anything else, his desire to engage with ideas, new, bold, traditional, or otherwise, from every other corner of the organization. So if you're looking for a juxtaposition, if they're saying they're more optimistic with him running it than they were a day earlier with Mike, what are they actually hinting at here? His work ethic. Are they saying he's going to outwork him? He's a much younger guy getting his first shot. Rizzo's in his mid-60s. I guess that's possible. His connections across baseball. Well, he's not more connected than Mike Rizzo. But I will say, Mike DeBartolo, knowing him, just texting some people with other teams, they love this guy. Him, Shalaba, who's in that front office, they do a lot of the working with other front offices and texting about players and stuff. So, yeah, he might actually be more connected at this point just because he does a lot of the legwork on the trades and stuff. His familiarity with ownership, obviously Rizzo was more familiar, extensive background on the role, more than analytics, more than anything else, rather, his desire to engage with ideas. This, to me, is where, what exactly are you hinting at here? Is this just an endorsement of the Bartolo, or is this an indictment?
It's hard not to compare.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
exactly.
It's hard not to cast a quick glance back at what just was as of 72 hours ago.
Why am I so excited? Why is this the most optimistic I've been in years? Well, this guy is going to engage with ideas, new, bold, traditional, or otherwise, from every corner of the organization. Are you saying anything there without saying it? Or are you just telling me that's what this guy's going to do? But I can tell you, yeah, there's a young group of guys about his age, a lot of peers that are the worker bees that have been there for a long time working in the shadows. And I think they're very, very excited for this opportunity to prove themselves a little bit.
You would say so, right? Like, when you're waving the spreadsheet in somebody's face and it gets cast aside, it's now maybe someone's going to look at it. I mean, that's the idea, right? And it's not, again, not to cast any aspersions on anybody else, but it's hard not to make direct comparisons to the guy's predecessor that, again, was in seat 72 hours ago.
Next on Grant and Danny, let's spin the old commando wheel. Which commander will it land on today? This is the Fan. with everything going on in the sports world. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan, taking you up to 6:30, 1 hour from right now, a little mini overtime, and then eventually Nats baseball as they take on the St. Louis Cardinals tonight. Should point out that Mike Rizzo will be on the Sports Junkies tomorrow morning right here on the Fan at 9 a.m. Remember, every Wednesday at 9, when he was the president of the team for many years, he joined the Junks to talk about the state of the Nationals. Well, for the first time ever on a Wednesday with the Junkies in Morning Drive, he is not the general manager of the team, but he will be joining them to talk about his oustering. So can't wait to hear what he has to say and what should be pretty must-listen radio. That's at 9 a.m. tomorrow. We're getting ready for training camp, which is later this month. We are counting down to the Commanders being back on the grass, and that means every day on the show, we are spinning the commando wheel. It lands on a player, then we break that player's 2026 outlook, 2025 and 2026 outlook down, looking into the windshield in front of us. So let's do it. Let's spin the commando wheel.
With the 29th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Josh Conerly Jr., tackle, Oregon.
You look at the tape and you see what an incredible athlete he is for his size, which is backed up by a lot of his testing numbers too, but just really the way he moves. Just great feet, great lower body structure, great bend, and it's just super talented for a big man.
When you have a young quarterback, the best thing to do is build the offensive line in front of him, and that's what the Commanders are doing and continue to do so by drafting Josh Conerly, the tackle out of Oregon, in the first round.
Adam Peters, Pete Prisco, you heard from there discussing new tackle Josh Conerly, who should be the long-term left tackle in Washington if Laramie Tunsil doesn't get another contract. But for now, he'll have a chance to start on the right side of the offensive line. For the moment, Danny, it would appear he'll have to take the job from Andrew Wiley in a competition, but you have to imagine with his athleticism, even as youthful as he is and as much a project in some ways as he's going to be putting on strength, being physical in the running game, that's a job he should be able to win, whether it's during camp or early into the season. I'll be really surprised as a round one pick if he's not starting at right tackle early this football season.
You would think so, right? Just again with the athleticism, and we touched on this just to kind of put something on that. They've got a type, certainly. The only guy that's been out of type for them was a dude that's, could run for mayor in various municipalities, and Mikey Sanders still. And even still, that guy's a baller and a gamer. Everyone else jumps off the screen with their athleticism scores. Again, this group has a type. Are you a leader, good kid, and are you a great athlete? Then we'll find something for you to do. So that's what Conerly was. I think ranked 4th out of offensive tackles in this combine with some of the raw athletic score testing. It depends on your measure. Some had him as low as 7th. Some had him as high as 4th. His 40 time, whatever, doesn't really matter. But the other stuff, the vertical jump, the broad jump, the explosive stuff, the 10-yard splits, where it's quick, short movements, oftentimes an offensive lineman might have to do that with some power. He excels there, really good in space. That's kind of the thing where you could sort of envision Cliff Kingsbury drooling, which is why, according to reports, he put that note on the desk of our esteemed general manager, Mr. Peters.
And now we've seen it, by the way.
That's true.
And it came out in their production that they posted in their little TV show that they do. But yeah, for people who haven't heard that story, that anecdote, I mean, almost like the movie Draft Day, Cliff Kingsbury wrote a note saying he wanted Conerly and put it on Dan Quinn's desk saying, go get me my offensive tackle. And the reason, to your point, he was infatuated with him, Danny, and he salivated about the possibility, is the footwork and the mobility in the screen game. And in some of the stuff they do horizontally with what we call this sideways raid, right? They go spread. They want to use every blade of grass. They want to use the entire width of the football field, but you need guys that can get out in space. You think about those athletic tackles in this era, like Trent Williams, who is here now in San Francisco, who plays point guard when he's playing pickup basketball at Lifetime Fitness over in Ashburn, going between the legs and dunking. That's what Conerly could end up being, that kind of athlete. He's going to play at about 6'5", a little under that, 311 pounds. And I think there's a chance eventually he's going to be a big, tough dude, really, really strong guy. I mean, he had 24 reps pre-draft at the combine at 225 pounds. Just based on his size alone, you're going to be in that range. But that's not man strength yet. Like, you look at his face, he looks like a child. Nobody's ever looked younger, in my opinion, who's ever worn a jersey for this football team than this kid Connerly. But I don't think highly enough, I guess, of what Wiley's been to feel like he can block him. There's also this. Sam Cosmi, the former second-round pick out of Texas, who was a tackle, kicked inside the guard, a reoccurring theme around these parts, with Brandon Coleman starting at the other guard, the former tackle. Cosmi's not going to be available at the beginning of the year at right guard. So presumably Nick Allegretti, who was a starter last season at left guard, will just move over and maybe be the guard there with Coleman starting at left guard. But it's also possible that Wiley could kick inside. He started at guard at times in Kansas City on a Super Bowl team, and that maybe he beats out Allegretti if Connerly's the starter. They have created a lot of competition by going and getting Laramie Tunsil in the trade, by moving Coleman inside, by now having Wiley's flexibility because you drafted Connerly in the first round. A thin offensive line has gotten much deeper.
I think that's the best way to put it. So let's say, for the sake of argument, Connerly's not fully formed and operational, not ready to go week one because you don't trust him against speed to power rushers. That's one of the negatives on the scouting report. Guys that can use power off the edge to knock him off his base a little bit as
By
he
the way,
gets
the
bigger and
Giants are
stronger.
loaded with pass rushers for your hypothetical.
Brought me up. That's kind of why I bring that up. Kayvon Thibodeau called for a scouting report. So you're basically saying we'll get away with Andrew Wiley for a few weeks, maybe a month. You're fine there. This is more of a long-term pick, even just not for the. I don't mean 4 years down the road. I mean a couple of months down the road. Like, he's going to play right tackle this year a lot. He will get the most starts, assuming health, at right tackle. I have no doubt in my mind about that. It's just when that happens. Hopefully it's training camp and we never look back, and that's the story. And you're better now with Wiley at guard, where he played well in Kansas City at times. Coleman at the other guard spot, and you've massively upgraded your offensive line there. If it takes him a month, so be it. I'm not going to panic about that. There's a reason he was the 29th pick and not at 7th overall, where Membu went from Missouri, who was a really well thought of prospect with even better athletic scores than Connerly. But he's going to start. He's going to play well. I think he fits perfect in this system.
Yeah, I'll be disappointed if he's not on the field as the starting right tackle to open the season. I would bet on that being the case, though, right now, until we see something that makes you think otherwise during training camp. Coming up in 20 minutes on Grant and Danny, we will go out to St. Louis and check in with Spencer Nussbaum of the Washington Post. The media met with GM Mike DeBartolo today, taking over for Mike Rizzo. We'll hear a little bit about that conversation and some of the reporting he's done. A lot of unnamed sources suggesting the organization could go very data and technology heavy in the months ahead with DeBartolo at the helm. So we'll talk about that. Next, we'll sizzle and fizzle on the Fan. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan, taking you all the way up to 6:30 tonight. Nats baseball against St. Louis. A little more intrigue than it would have had a debut tonight for Miguel Cairo on the bench as the interim skipper of the Nationals. All right, let's go sizzling and fizzling here, Danny. I figured you and I, with just a few minutes here in this one-off, can throw together some of the things we go thumbs up and thumbs down on. I've got more sizzling today than fizzling. I must be in a good mood. But
I love that.
I've got a few of them for you. Are you ready to go here?
Yes, sir.
Sizzling. TSA. Travelers no longer have to remove their shoes
One of mine.
to get through the regular line at TSA security checkpoints at airports. This was broken last night by CBS News. It's all over the place now. But for many, many years, post-September 11th, just to go through the security, you had to take off your belt, take off your shoes, take off your pants, get in a towel. Some of this is not true. But you would have to, take your laptop out. Your bottle of water gets thrown away, and the whole works. Well, there's one lesser inconvenience now when I fly out to the Major League Baseball draft this weekend. And that is, Danny, that I can keep my damn shoes on. First time in a long time, and I am fired up about that. It stinks to take off your shoes. You got to make sure your socks are matching. There's always a guy in front of you who's got smelly feet. You're like walking around on the airport. There's people that don't have any shoes on anyway, and they're like wearing flip-flops, and they don't have socks. The fact that you can leave your shoes on, that is a win. Sizzling TSA.
That is a good one, my friend. I wonder what changed. It's, again, above my pay grade. I wonder what technology is there. I imagine it's the thing where you're doing a frozen jumping jack.
Yeah.
We can see in there too now. You know what I mean? Like we can tell if there's something in your shoe or not. Never anything in my shoe, so I'm glad.
I just think that, there's definitely something available for them that didn't used to be, that now they can figure this out. All right, sizzling. I'm going to go space. Space is sizzling. Netflix is teaming up with NASA to bring space a little closer to home. Beginning later this summer, Netflix is going to begin to stream live rocket launches, astronaut spacewalks, mission coverage, and breathtaking live views of Earth from the International Space Station. So if you're a nerd who wants to see Earth from thousands of miles away, I think I could probably watch that for a few minutes, leave that up on the TV screen while I'm working around the house or something. You can watch Earth from space thanks to Netflix.
How about that? It's like all the time. It's just the channel.
I don't think it's going to be a 24/7 view of Earth. I think they're going to do that some, but this is going to be basically space programming. So like the astronaut spacewalks are televised, mission coverage, and then the live views from Earth and from the International Space Station of Earth. So it's all encompassing, but I don't think it's like a 24/7 channel. I think there's probably going to be times where if you choose to, you can upload like Earth from space station, but I think it's more about covering rocket launches and spacewalks and things like that.
That's pretty dope. I'm into that. That's very, very cool. It's not something I'd watch like every time, all the time, but still it's one of those things where how neat would that be to check out? Because it's not like the cameras from back in the day where, I remember watching space launches and it was like from 6 miles away, you got a camera that's like kind of zoomed in and shaky when the thing is going up. You couldn't really tell much. Now they got better technology. That's really cool.
Last one I've got here, sizzling quarterbacks, the position quarterback. And it's because I'm a couple episodes in, one of the great shows Netflix has given us, man. QB is back for what is now a second season. Last year they did wide receiver. They did quarterback 2 years ago. Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, Kirk Cousins, your trio featured this year. Burrow and Goff in the part that I've seen kind of heavily starring, as you'd imagine, in a year in which Cousins ends up getting benched in Atlanta. But so far, so good. An awesome show that's getting me ready for football.
They don't miss. Whatever that style of documentary is, whoever's in charge of it, they're on Netflix a lot. It's just so wonderful. Now, I watch one about a sport that I don't care about in terms of tennis or golf or whatever. No interest in those things at all, and I watch the hell out of those. The sport I'm interested in the most, giving me that kind of access, it is a drug as far as I'm concerned. Just so splendid.
Fizzling, I've got training camp. We are down to just 3 open dates now. The Commanders announcing this past week they will have 6 total dates for fans, 3 for season ticket holders exclusively, and then another 3 wide open for fans, which sold out almost immediately. So most of the people, vast majority of folks that want to go to training camp will not be able to at all. Fizzling, training camp, a dying fun pastime.
I like that, my friend. It's a bummer They're not doing it right. I think this is a mistake of this. Whoever I don't know who to blame. I don't know if it's PR people, ownership. I don't know if it's Dan Quinn. Whoever's in charge of having the least amount of availability for fans, tied with like one other team. Which one of these is not like the other? You don't do that. Just be right in the middle of the pack, and nobody would complain. I think it's a bummer. I'm with you. Let me sizzle first. You kind of stole a bit of your boy's thunder, but you want to talk about a heater? Netflix is on a heater. This is Joe DiMaggio type stuff where it's 3 hits every night. Squid Game that just wrapped up, $60 million in the first weekend, but hundreds of millions overall are going to end up watching this thing. You got Happy Gilmore 2 coming out. Quarterback was released today, which we've already talked about. The Trainwreck Anthology series about the London tube bombing all the way back in 2005, an expose that's supposed to be incredible.
I just watched the train wreck that just dropped on the poop cruise last night. That thing was insane.
Well, that's insane too. I didn't even get into that one. Good heavens. Then you've got later on this year, the finale of Stranger Things, one of the most acclaimed shows of all time. That's coming out in multiple parts in the fall. Return of the Sandman, the Neil Gaiman story, everything, everywhere, all the time. Like anytime I go, okay, I think I'm through that queue on Netflix. I think I've done everything else. Let me see what else is going. Oh, no, there's another thing dropping that I have to watch. They have figured me out. They are giving me all of the things that I want all of the time. It's the single greatest programming entity we've ever seen.
They're in a competition for your dollar and for your attention
And
with a lot of
it.
other places that are spending a lot of money too. And all the boats are being risen by this tide. It's awesome.
They're just hitting nukes. Fizzling. Nobody's fault. I want to be very clear. This is no one's fault. My son's summer soccer practice schedule. We paid because we're supposed to pay. And there have bend 3 practices. Again, nobody's fault. It's Mother Nature's fault. It's the weather's fault. It's whatever. But there have only been 3 practices. I think he'll end up, if we get to all the rest of them, they're not canceled. One was canceled today. He'll end up going to 5 practices the entire summer, and it was supposed to be 20 or something
Well,
close to that.
what's the weather? Is it the heat or it's not like there's been rain.
There has been rain. Every time they're like, okay, is he scheduled to practice today? Thunderstorm. We got to cancel it. So there have been a handful of those. A couple have been like the extreme heat advisories where I understand that we can't safely go outside.
So let's go fizzling heat or fizzling weather.
There it is. Yeah, the weather's fizzling.
Weather.
Fizzling.
Keeping Danny's kid from practicing soccer. Spencer Nussbaum of the Washington Post was one of the reporters who just talked to the new GM of the Washington Nationals in St. Louis. Let's see what Mike DiBartolo had to say about the organization. This is The Fan.
We're brought to you by PVI offers furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. Nats begin a 6-game road trip tonight before entering the All-Star break. They're in St. Louis taking on the Cardinals. Tonight will be Miguel Cairo's first game as interim manager. And emotional Cairo spoke with the media earlier this afternoon, calling former manager Davey Martinez his best friend, saying, quote, "The only reason I took the job is because I got Davey's blessing. If he would have said no, I would have gone home to see my family," end quote. Nats and Cardinals lock horns tonight at 7:45. And you can hear the action right here on The Fan. Make sure you're tuned in to the Sports Junkies tomorrow morning. The guys will be joined by former Nationals president of baseball operations, Mike Rizzo. It'll be Rizzo's first public comments after being fired by the team on Sunday. That's tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. on the Junkies. The Nats announced a slew of moves earlier today as well. They have recalled catcher Drew Millis from AAA Rochester. They placed K-Bear Ruiz on the 7-day IL. They optioned right-handed pitcher Eduardo Salazar to AAA Rochester and transferred veteran starter Trevor Williams to the 60-day IL. Looking to upgrade your office game? PVI will come to you to design the perfect office space for your team. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Hit a grand slam with PVI Office Furniture when you call today to score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVI.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? The exclusive sponsor of Grant and Danny, the law firm Kandori and Murad, want to know. They're going to help you draft the last will and testament, set up a living trust, put together a medical power of attorney. You can do all of that. Go schedule a consultation with their attorneys today. They've got a Fairfax office. Visit kmlawyers.com. Mention us to get a discount. kmlawyers.com. Good friends of ours, big-time DC sports fans. They will take great care of you. Let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Spencer Nussbaum of the Washington Post has done outstanding reporting over the last couple of days on the firings of Mike Rizzo and Davey Martinez, the promotion of Mike DeBartolo. And Spencer, Mike DeBartolo, the acting general manager, just met with you and several other reporters, it sounds like, in St. Louis at the ballpark today. What was that conversation like?
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you, first of all, a lot of what we shared in our article yesterday is kind of maybe a more full-throated version of what he gave us today, which is that, look, he thanked Rizzo, he thanked Davey, he thanked ownership for obviously giving him the opportunity before delving into really the heart of the issue, which is he's going to run this club differently. That was basically the first words out of his mouth. He wants to run the club with more data, with more technology, with more of a forward-thinking slant. And while he didn't necessarily characterize it as a modernization, I think that's basically the way that we can read it. And look, again, he's not going to come out and say we're going to do every single thing differently. No interim GM ever is, but that was about as close as you're ever going to get to hearing someone say something like that. He also mentioned that he believes they have the tools and the people in place to do great work. That includes data, that includes most of the technology. Where he senses the change is integrating it more in their process, in their decision making, which again is kind of a left turn from where the organization was even 48 hours ago.
Yeah, it's hard, Spencer, and the reporting's been excellent here over the last several days. It's been hard not to sort of cast a quick glance back at the way it used to be 72 hours ago when Mike Rizzo was still in charge. When you start hearing about all these different new things, there's some implications there, whether you mean it that way or not. When people are saying how excited they are about the direction for the first time, it implies there was a lack of excitement in the not too distant past. What do we make of all that?
Right. And I think it's fair to a certain extent to read between the lines. But I think even more important than looking at the past, and I don't just mean to spin it in this way, but it's important to acknowledge, and Andrew Golden wrote a really good story in the Post today about their lack of development.
Yeah.
But this isn't just, hey, we're throwing in a figurehead or like an average baseball mind to step in for Riz. It's more than that. From talking with people in and around the front office, these guys aren't just excited because it's another guy. They're excited because it's Mike DeBartolo. That's someone who he's been with the organization a long time. He's obviously been invested in the data side of things for a long time. And it's something that a lot of those people are excited to really integrate more into their processes. This is someone who maybe is more of a quieter figure than his predecessor, but that, he's very well respected within the organization, and seems to have connections all throughout the organization. So it didn't necessarily surprise me that a lot of people were excited to work for him. But the overwhelming nature of it was definitely noticeable.
How will it be tangible? It's very easy, I'd say, to start being more analytical and data minded in kind of the intangible ways that we don't see, and in their philosophical and paradigm, shifting. But I mean, in game, like they're already an org that's not letting guys pitch into the seventh, and they're pulling guys before the third time through. And most teams are very similar in that way. I was joking with Danny, like when we see an opener in a couple of weeks, we'll know. Like over Mike Rizzo's dead body, would they have used an opener in a game? But I mean, what should we be on the lookout for? And what's realistic in that regard?
I think that's a fair analysis, and it's not always just easy to see on a game-by-game basis. But like arm care, for instance, there's a very specific plan that they're laying out where it's, okay, we have these models that say, trying to care for our relievers' arms as much as possible and not maximize them too much. That might not be something in an individual game you notice, but if you watch for 3 weeks, hey, this guy's throwing less pitches than he used to, or hey, this guy's throwing more pitches than he used to. That's part of it. If you look at, again, their base running, it might not be an obvious answer, but hey, this guy's taking a lead in a different way because our biomechanist said this is the best way to do it, or like maybe there's something more streamlined there. It's kind of little things that you hope add up over the years. And again, a lot of it is going to be in player development, in the draft process, in the analyzing process. A big part of this too is that Miguel Cairo is going to have to buy into it all, because he's ultimately the one making these decisions. The early return on that front, I think, is positive. I think that he's going to be someone who is willing to listen to DeBartolo. But I wouldn't necessarily give maybe a full-throated backing of that without seeing how things play out over the first 3 weeks, because we just don't know how someone's going to manage when they haven't, fully done it before, especially for this team.
Washington Post, Spencer Nussbaum with us here on Grant and Danny, an excellent reporting all season long, really, but especially of late, covering this Rizzo Martinez firing from all angles. Spencer, this is the question I don't know that I'll ever really get a great answer to, but what I always think about in our jobs, everybody else's walk of life, I know pro sports is different, but bear with me. There's a standard. In other words, if you're in sales and you don't meet your sales quota for X number of quarters, you lose your job. Same thing with everybody else, whatever your performance-based things are. I wonder what those metrics and what the standard was for Rizzo and company, and I wonder how much pushback he'd be able to have. I mean, obviously he doesn't get to keep his job because he wants to. He's fired because they say he's fired. But if the standard is make more with a lot less, if the standard is we should have won more games this year, I don't know what standard he was being judged on from an ownership group that has not seemed completely plugged in here over the last several seasons.
Yeah, and I mean, frankly, I don't want to say you answered your own question, but look, like, was ownership operating with a clear, direct line of, hey, this is what we want, this is what we need? Like, I would be surprised if that was the case. And I think a big part of that too is like, look, I think not every ownership group is going to give the clearest outline of, hey, if you don't do this, you're fired, or, oh, you really need to meet such and such a quota, but they're going to be more involved than I think this ownership group has been, again, based on what we're hearing. So do I think that Rizzo was necessarily given a massive heads up? Like, I wouldn't speculate that he was. At the same time, he and Davey had been with this organization for such a long time that I don't think either one, would have said they never saw this coming. If only because I don't think it was clearly laid out, hey, this is what you need to do this season, before the season. I think this is, I don't want to say it was a reactionary move because I don't think that's right either. But I don't necessarily think it's something that was planned a year out earlier.
Spencer, you asked several unnamed Nats folks in the piece that you wrote for highlights of DeBartolo's previous work, and many of them pointed out his expertise in the Juan Soto trade. How involved was he in that?
Yeah, I will also tell you that in his introductory presser, Mike D brought up the Soto trade as well and said he was very involved in that. Again, at the end of the day, Rizzo's ultimately the one who pulled the trigger, but Mike D is the one who kind of was the first one to really broach it in the front office, knowing that it might not be the most popular decision to trade at that time a 21-year-old, 22-year-old who's had a potential to be one of the best baseball players of all time. He was the one who kind of went out and did the legwork with talking with other assistant GMs, figuring out what package might be possible a year from the date where he started to kind of piece it together, which was in 2021. Working to make sure scouts were on the ground in the places where they wanted to maybe look at a package, ultimately deciding that the Padres would be the team that had the best package and making sure, hey, we want a Mackenzie Gore in that package. We want a CJ Abrams. We want a James Wood. And we want to, I think they had to see a little bit of James Wood in 2022 before that was a must include in the package. And then once we saw him, that's kind of the way it went.
Spencer, you were down in spring training a lot more than we were. We had a nice several days stint. I know Barry was down there for a handful of days, and he kind of referenced this in his column. But I just want your opinion on this. There was so much discussion. Like, I understand internally talking to players and coaches and everybody saying, hey, let's turn the page from just we're here to be cannon fodder. We're here to rebuild. And they talked about winning and wanting to grow in that way. And I understand doing that internally. They were puffing their chests out a lot, talking about Rizzo, Davey, the entire org, about how good they thought they were going to be. I wonder how much that has to play into this. And hey, just kind of what did you think of that at that point in time? That was head scratching to both Grant and I. And now you kind of wonder if that's maybe something they were being judged by, with the second worst record in the National League, when you thought you were about to compete for a playoff spot, ?
Yeah. I think any person who was in their spot would have said, hey, we've got to win more games this year. This is the year to do it. We're ready to do it. Frankly, I think that was the case. There were plenty of people in the organization who could have told you, hey, we might be on track to win 73 games again this year. That wasn't the message that obviously they were going to give to the players. And frankly, I don't think that it's a message that the fans and the people who pay to come to Nationals Park should necessarily accept that message, that we're going to have another middling season. Now, if you have a long-term vision in place, I think it's a little bit different. But I think it's almost fair to judge Davey and Riz somewhere between what maybe a pessimist perception would be or projection and where their minds were at. And frankly, that, if that the middle of that is a 77 win season, this team as currently constructed and as has currently been laid out, is not on track to even meet that goal. And so if you're not meeting the middle ground, I think you ultimately haven't achieved what you wanted to.
Spencer Nussbaum of the Washington Post in St. Louis joining us for a couple more moments here on Grant and Danny. Spencer, how good is the chance that DeBartolo has to actually end up being the GM when they take the interim tag off ultimately? And if that were a possibility, would they bring in someone to work over him as a president? Like, is there a path to him just being a GM with no team president a year from now?
Yeah, I think I don't want to speculate too much too early before we have all our reporting in place. From my understanding, I think he has a real shot to get this job. I frankly think it would be unwise to not say he has a good shot, in the sense that, look, he's been around a while. If you're looking for a new school GM, he fits that bill. Do I think it's fair or even smart for the organization to look around and see what the other options are, this winter or at the end of the year? Yeah, absolutely. But I think if Mike D does a good job, if he's able to kind of deliver a clear message of, hey, I'm able to deliver you a winner, I'm able to do it in a modern fashion, I don't see any reason why he couldn't be back next year. As for the team president aspect of it, I think Barry laid out really well in his column the reason why you would want that.
Sorry, let me just clarify, because you're right. Barry wrote a great piece about like a president overseeing the whole team. I meant president baseball operations. Like a lot of teams. Yeah. So like it was always weird to me that Rizzo was elevated to president and still had the GM title. Everybody else that does that, the Mike DeBartolo, who's been doing GM duties for years anyway, just became the GM. Or Mark Shalaba is the GM and Rizzo's the president. I guess what I meant is, could Mike D be a GM and then they go get, I'm making this up, but like Carter Hawkins from the Cubs and name him the president?
Yeah, if I were to hazard a guess, and this is again pure speculation, but based on what I know about Mike D and how the people around him maybe want the organization to be run, yeah, I mean, I would think that he would want maybe to split up those duties the way that most other teams do.
Spencer, my last one for you is: do you think this ownership group now, this is the beginning of a change potentially for, again, I don't think money's coming behind any of these moves, but a potential re-engagement at least, or is this just kind of an isolated incident where they decided to fire a couple of people and, wash their hands of it and kind of go back to business as usual?
Yeah, I can give you that answer on August 1st, frankly. I don't think anyone who tries to give you that answer in any sort of passionate manner really knows, especially if it's in the affirmative. This really is a wait and see situation where if on July 31st drastic moves have been made and they smell of a Mike D sort of move, then we'll know that things are headed in that direction where ownership is maybe taking a different page out of their book. If it's the same sort of deals that it usually is, and there's not really any sort of extra reporting that finds out more, yeah, I mean, I can't say that a whole lot is going to change, but frankly, I don't know. So I don't want to give people too optimistic or too pessimistic of a view just yet.
Spencer, we appreciate you jumping on with us, and terrific reporting these last several days, helping Nats fans get more plugged in on what's going on. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate you, bud.
You got it. Spencer Nussbaum of the Post in St. Louis. I don't have an update right now, but I did see a picture from like 20 minutes ago where there was a tarp on the field and some rain was falling in St. Louis, Danny. So the Nats brought the ominous clouds and weather with them, I suppose.
Yeah, it's thundering outside right now, our Half Street studios. So, yeah, just it figures like whatever's happening there is happening there too.
Couple of roster moves for the Nationals that I wanted to address. Right-handed pitcher Luis Garcia signed to a one-year deal. This was basically, from what I've been told, Rizzo's last move. This was in the works already. He was getting a physical when Rizzo was fired. But that means you've got two Luis Garcias on your team. There have actually been three recent Luis Garcias in the major leagues. Whenever I Google Luis Garcia to go to his MLB.com page, I always click on like two different pitchers first before I get to him. So they have signed one of those Luis Garcias, and now they have two Luis Garcias on their team, which I believe means they lead the league in Luis Garcias.
They've got more Luis Garcias than you do. Now, they don't have more wins than you do, probably. I mean, there's a great chance if there's 25, 26 other teams, but they got more Luis Garcias.
Keibert Ruiz to the injured list, 7-day IL retroactive to July 6th. I believe I read that he took a ball off the mask. Remember, he recently had a concussion scare. So this is, scary. This is a head thing. He's got kids and a family and a lot to think about. So he has taken some time to recuperate and to try to get away from some of the concussion symptoms. In the meantime, they've recalled catcher Drew Millis from AAA Rochester, who's athletic and can run a little bit, and maybe the highest upside catcher at this point in the organization, albeit not a long-term starter. But I'll be curious to see if he gets to play. When last Keibert was hurt in the Rizzo-Davey operation, Riley Adams, who's barely hit this season, just got to play every day, and Millis basically sat and watched him. So I'll be curious to see if this group wants to get a better look-see at Drew Millis. The Nationals also transferred Trevor Williams to the 60-day injured list. So it sounds like for the second time in as many years, Williams suffering a pretty serious injury that will keep him out months, not weeks. And they sent Eduardo Salazar back to AAA Rochester. He has been optioned to the minor league. So a bullpen move, a transfer of Williams to the IL, which means they'll need a starter again coming up this trip through the rotation, and a swap out of catchers. So a lot of moving parts at the back of the roster for DeBartolo in his first day on the job.
Yeah, for Trevor Williams, I saw an elbow sprain, which sounds scary. Anytime you hear elbow or shoulder when it comes to a pitcher, it's like yet another thing for him. Another injury-shortened season for Trevor Williams, who'd frankly kind of equalized to what he was previously. So last year was unbelievable. Again, injury-shortened, where he was just dealing, got you through 5 innings, team was competitive, or he was competitive when he pitched, and that's sandwiched around a couple of 6 ERAs, and that's kind of what it's been this year, and it's, again, injury-shortened. So that is a bummer. Feel bad for him. Really nice guy. Was really good to us. We sat down with him a couple times, spring training and otherwise, but, just, man, it's almost like when it rains, it pours. Sorry to borrow from what's happening right outside, but it seems like a lot of bad news is happening all at once.
What is Danny Houtier on the docket tonight?
So this is going to be a big deal. Flew too close to the sun last week. I got away with it. Played some pickle this morning. Hoops tonight. Pickle this morning. Hoops tonight. That's the plan.
So when I talked to you for our pre-show meeting, when you were just hitting the ball back and forth with your 7-year-old, is that what your pickleball was today, or did you do more?
No, I played before that. He saw that and was like, can I come out and play with you? So the answer is, of course, yes. If you want to hit some pickleballs with your dad, happy to do that, buddy, before he went off on his adventures with his babysitter. But he also got mad that you heard it, that I referred to her as his babysitter. He's like, I'm not a baby. I'm like, well, that's not necessarily
right.
What that
7-year-old
means.
sitter.
Yeah. So we had to call her his 7-year-old sitter.
Well, that's a Danny Rouillet double play day.
That's the Danny double play.
46, 45?
45, thank you, for another month.
Did you
and
think
change.
when you, like 15 years ago, if I would have said, you'll be a father of 3 who's spending your mornings playing pickleball and your evenings playing pickup basketball at some random neighbor's house, what would you have said to that?
No chance, because I didn't know what pickleball was. I'd never heard of it. I'd literally never heard that word ever.
Okay,
and if you're like, you're playing a racket sport, I'd be like, no, I'm not. I don't play tennis. I'm not playing ping
that's
pong.
kind of more
what
what
are you
I'm
talking
getting
about?
at.
Yeah, no.
Not the specifics of pickleball.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not bad. Mid-40s, just spending all of your waking hours just playing sports.
Just trying to, man. Trying to Operation Less Fat, ongoing.
It continues to be a winning battle for Danny.
It continues.
If you missed any part of our show, Jason Worth, Steve Phillips, Brian Kenny, make sure you podcast us when we are done at thefandc.com. Dad, you can't play that music yet. We got a leadoff to give the people, my friend. You turn that music down. He's getting ready to go see Superman. He's pretty steep.
He's ready to go, by the way. By the way, you talk about DC Darris, the guy that always sees DC movies when they're in the theater
DC
first?
Movies. Yeah. Dad, you can't spell DC without that.
Mm-hmm.
Brought to you by The Window Man since 1989. The Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom. Danny, it is the Nats leadoff.
We don't know when they're playing. It looks like tarps on the field, but we'll see. It'll happen at some point. Jake Irvin on the bump, leading off line shortstop seat. Jake Abrams batting second in left field. That's James Wood batting third. Playing second base, Luis Garcia Jr. He's playing first. He's batting fourth. Nathaniel Lowe batting fifth. Your DH, Josh Bell. Batting sixth at third base, that's Brady House. Batting seventh in right field, Dalen Lyle. Batting eighth, doing the catching, Riley Adams. Batting ninth in center field, that's Jacob Young.
I got a guy here on Twitter who's very upset. He says, does anyone actually believe in the commando wheel? Or is it just a segment where you guys decide to talk about a player on the team? I don't think anyone buys this is random. It's not what I'm hearing. Word on the street is that people know it's random. There's a lot of people talking around the water cooler saying that the commando wheel is very random.
People believe in the wheel. It's the wheel of destiny.
For Darris and for Ryan and for Metal Chris, I'm Grant saying so long. Danny and I will be back tomorrow at 2:00. Until then, enjoy your evenings and enjoy Nats baseball. Overtime is next.
Thank you for coming.